from beneath the sand. Place can take me across, seems so far away. Across the universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she's here. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's here. I know the reason she's so far away. sun, she's so far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is finally here. Esports Egg Bowl 2021. It's been a year, and in that year, we've had a lot of team differentiation, some guys graduating and leaving the team. We've got some new players coming in, but I'm Dancing Buffalo. I'm going to be your host and one of your casters today because somebody keeps asking me to be here. So for my 2 or 3 fans out there, shout out to you guys. But before we get into today's match, we do have some people we want to thank. First and foremost, thank you to the players. Without you guys, this rival literally wouldn't be possible. We want to thank the universities for their support in helping our programs become what they are so far. And we want to thank you guys because without you guys watching, this rivalry wouldn't be as big and as coveted as we all love it. Now, esports as a whole, what these two programs are trying to do, they're trying to cultivate a casual gaming environment that is inviting to other people, while at the same time, they have competitive teams competing in leagues across different titles, facing teams across the country. Now, the Egg Bowl itself, the history, it's been around for years. It started with football. It made it to Diamond Sports. It's made it to Olympic Sports. And in 2018, the decision was made to make this rivalry online. And since then, the past 3 Egg Bowls, it's a 2-1 series lead for Mississippi State, but the host school has never retained the trophy. So Ole Miss is hoping that trend continues today and hoping to take the trophy back to Oxford. Now, last year, we did play it online due to COVID-19, and we felt that it was best to continue that for this year for the safety of everyone involved. But without further ado, let's get into these games that are going to be played today. We're doing a best of 7. Last year it was a best of 9 and it was over 2 days. We're bringing it back to 7 because we wanted to make the most competitive games we can and make it the best tournament we can. First and foremost, we've got Overwatch. It's a classic. It's been around as long as the Esports Egg Bowl has been, and we found it only fitting to start things off with Overwatch. Secondly, League of Legends. Of course, we have to have a MOBA represented, and League of Legends is also, just like Overwatch, has been here since the inception. Now, I know League can be a lot. That's okay, because our third title of the day is going to be Madden. So if you don't know what's going on in League, we've got some football for you right afterwards so you can catch back up and catch your breath. Fourth on the docket, I may be a little biased here, but it's my favorite esport, and it's Rocket League. Now, some of you may know that's where I got my start in the 2018 Egg Bowl. So Rocket League, it always goes final map every single year, guaranteed to be a good time. Next up, Valorant. Last year was its first year being played. It's Riot's rendition of the attack defender style first-person shooter. Every agent has its own unique abilities, which is going to be interesting because right after Valorant, we've got CSGO. No unique abilities. It's every player has their opportunity at the same utility, and it's, again, attacker versus defender. In this case, it's Ts versus CTs, and who can take the first team to get to 16 rounds. And last but certainly not least is Super Smash Bros. This title has been a deciding factor for which school takes home that trophy in past years. So what better way than a 5v5 crew battle that very well could determine who wins the trophy. But before we get there, we've got Overwatch first on the list. And as we're getting ready to get in game here, as I said, I'll be one of your casters, but helping me out here is going to be Shady. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's awesome. I'm excited to get Egg Bowl kicked off and everything. It's the biggest event of the year for us in both esports clubs, so I'm excited to see it kick off right here with Overwatch.
Absolutely. We see here blue team going to be wrapping all the way around. You're going to see Ole Miss in the blue and Mississippi State in the yellow on the top right of your team, and Panda Kai wasting no time getting that early damage onto the Tracer.
Definitely like Ole Miss playing together right now. They got really good team play starting off the game and everything. Mississippi State's spread out a little bit just so they can get their bearings, see how they're going to react and what they need to do.
Yeah, Ole Miss playing that Zarya Rein, a very safe comp. The team gathering behind that Reinhardt shield, but we're already seeing the kills come through. Blizzard on the Zenyatta with one, and the DPS of Panda and Dozer following suit.
Really good defense right now on the point. This DPS in the backline is really putting in kill work, but it just looks like the defense is protecting them really well right now, and Mississippi State has the point captured.
And we see Ole Miss was able to get 14% early on, but once they were down onto the point, they didn't really have anywhere to go. They were surrounded by Mississippi State, and they were able to divide and conquer, essentially, and pick them off one at a time. We see Ball, being a little bit of a nuisance, is able to get out of dodge and out of danger, but the team fight is starting to be initiated here. Some of the Mississippi State players are a little low, but that Brigida is doing their best to keep that Sigma healthy.
They're doing really good damage works. Huge ult come out from the Tracer, absolutely just demolishing their backline right now, and completely wipes out their defense. Mississippi State is putting in heavy damage work right now.
And that is our first team kill of the day. You saw it pop across the screen, and Panda, 2 on the pulse, and then follows up with a third, maybe even a fourth if I wasn't mistaken. And we see Ball, the cheeky little bugger, getting a lot of information, peeking around that corner, completely behind Ole Miss, and they have no idea. This is a big swing here to knock them into the Sigma ult. Huge team play there. The Lantern does come out for the Baptiste, however. Not able to save the Hanzo, but does save the rest of the team momentarily. But these Sigma left clicks are ringing true, finding a ton of damage, and Hamster as well with 2 of his own.
That's huge for Shiny. This whole fight just initiated by Shiny. That was really good communication, everything. He got out good communication to his teammates, and they were able to just immediately capitalize on him being in the back line like that. And that's just absolutely huge.
And you can see the percentages going up above 80% already, and there's 3 ults online for Ole Miss. They're about to have the Ana Nano as well. They are able to solo out Shiny, maybe getting a little overzealous there. Froggies also goes down on the Brigida. Dozer trying to make the most with the visor, but does get hooked. And this is, if Ole Miss is going to make a defense, this is where it has to be. But Bish comes through with 4. That's a quad for the Sigma, and he's not done yet. He finally goes down to King of Ding, but they've already reached 99% before the cap came through for Ole Miss. But they're not done. Mississippi State able to retake, and the overtime ticker has started.
Only a couple seconds now left. Mississippi State's having a really good defense right now behind that amazing Bish play. What amazing plays coming out for Mississippi State, and communication skills are top notch right now. It looks like they're at the top of the play right now. They're just doing massive amounts of work.
Yeah, Mississippi State looked like they were in complete control for the majority of that match, and that leads to that first point cap. This will be a best of 3 map. So if Mississippi State is able to take this map, that will be map 1 theirs in this best of 3 for this first title.
Now, I do like seeing Panda Kai, doing some pretty good work on DPS and backline and everything, and it definitely helps that if he keeps that up, especially swapping over to Symmetra. But Bish as well playing defense on that turnaround. They're just doing really good communication. It just seems like everywhere for Mississippi State, they're just communicating so well and meshing together in their gameplay.
Yeah, we do see Panda popping out the Symmetra teleport just for his teammates to get a little bit of extra jump on the point. He does switch to Tracer, can use those dashes to catch back up if he so chooses. We do see the Echo coming out for Ole Miss, trying to get some aerial presence and maybe a little getting some range from some of the DPS. Shiny goes down already. That's not what we're looking for if you're Mississippi State. They're going to the point early here. Blizzard does take down Boundless, however. Zenyatta proving that he is more than just a support and a healer. Froggy's trying to go for the long-range lance there. Not quite much going, but they're keeping their team relatively healthy, and they've already capped the point here. Ole Miss is trying to break this hold, but they're not able to get anything going as Froggy with a shield bash takes down Berkey.
Mississippi State's doing really well as far as defense going on. It didn't look like they were really pushed up too far, but they're doing an excellent job of keeping one person on and off. Right now, Ole Miss is looking to make good damage, but Mississippi State's just DPS is doing way too much work right now.
Tons of kills coming way of Mississippi State. Froggies with another. You saw Dozier with 2. Shiny coming and getting his revenge against Advati there. And Panda Kai, constantly a presence. You know when he gets that pulse bomb, it's going to be a problem. Last map, he was able to hit and kill 2. Looking for this flank here to get behind Ole Miss. He's got that cheeky angle where he can see, but no one's checking their close right. Shiny again, just not being seen. Watching the game on his own. He could have just pulled up the stream. Instead, you're playing, sir. Please get in the action.
Shiny's playing out of his mind right now, just being able to hide in walls. Like, this is insane.
He does drop that minefield to deny anyone chasing after him. He could have a 1v1. Advati falls off the map. That's not what you want to see if you're an Ole Miss fan. Dozer takes down Stig, and just like that, Ole Miss is having to retreat back towards their spawn for this regroup, but they're so far back, and the percentage is already up to 75.
I keep saying this with Mississippi State. They're playing together as a team right now. They're just sticking together and defending and doing damage all at the same time, but it looks like Ole Miss they're spread out a little bit too much going on right now. Ooh, Tracer in the backline doing poke damage, doing pretty well, but she's getting back on point to stop this Echo from getting up in the air.
This is the final push for Ole Miss. They have to do something. Boundless uses the Echo ult to make a 1v1 Tracer battle. Does take down Froggies, but Dozer with multiple kills on the visor looks to be more than enough, and that is a 100-0 cap. That is map 1 by way of MSU in this best of 3.
That's just insane gameplay from Mississippi State. They're playing so well as a team right now. And Bish coming out with play of the game. I can't say I'm too terribly surprised. Like, his Sigma gameplay is doing amazing. Just being able to get in the backline immediately and just knock everyone up whenever he needs to. He's putting really good crowd control on Ole Miss, and just everyone else is cleaning up for him.
Absolutely. It was crazy. We have so many different players from Mississippi State that we called so many times. We had Bish, as you said. We had Dozier. We had Panda. It seemed like everyone was playing their role and then some. We had everyone was fragging across the board. And if you're Ole Miss, like, what is your message here? Because control obviously wasn't the strong suit there? Do you go to a payload map? Like what are you like? Where do we go here to regroup for Ole Miss?
Honestly, I think payload might be their best option. But it really just comes down to, it just seemed like they weren't communicating as well. It just seems like everything is falling apart, and they're trying to spread out a little bit too much, trying to get picks here and there. But for Mississippi State, whenever they're able to defend in that one specific spot like they were, it's just too much for them.
Absolutely, a bit of a death ball comp there. It didn't quite work out for Ole Miss, but it looks like we're going to be taking it to Kings Row. So we'll see if Scrim Row, as it's so affectionately called, will bode any different for Ole Miss here.
I can't say I imagine anything too terribly different, just because, I don't know, if Mississippi State is defending first, that point, Ole Miss really has to do something to get through them, because Mississippi State's defense right now just looks like it's too much for Ole Miss to handle.
I did see Boundless playing a little bit of Hanzo on that first point. I'm wondering if we may see that, because the headshot potential from the sniper like Hanzo could be really powerful here. But at the same time, when you see Panda playing that aggressive tracer, that could be a lot of pressure to put on a sniper. Oh
yeah, if he's able to get into the back line seamlessly like he has been doing, and especially if someone like Bish could easily just hide around corners, or Shiny, can hide around corners like he's been doing, just to get eyesight and line of views to communicate to his team, that's going to be a huge deal for Panda and his DPS to get in the back line.
And speaking of DPS, we're actually seeing a substitution here. Dozer, that was so effective on that soldier, is actually being subbed out for CJ. So we'll have to see what they think CJ is going to bring to the table that Dozer's not able to do. And it looks like they're actually having a role swap as well. So we're seeing CJ actually going to be playing tank. So Mississippi State, we were told ahead of time, they have a ton of subs, they have a very deep bench, and this is just going to prove that even though they convincingly took the first map, they don't care. They have a strategy, and they're going to stick to it regardless of individual performance.
Oh yeah, next man up mentality definitely sticks through with esports as well. So we're going to see him come back on for a little bit of defense. So I think that it's still going to mesh well, just because, hey, like I said, next man up mentality.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like they're about ready for us to get into the game. So I know you're tired of looking at us, so let's get into Kings Row. As we get in here, already started, play has begun. We do see, I was told beforehand that we may see Froggies go with a Reddit Lucio. Now, he was playing a lot of Brigitte in the first map and keeping all of his tanks healthy. We'll have to see if this Lucio pick is going to be more aggro and damage focused, or if he's still going to be playing around his team for the speed boost and heals.
Got to keep it in the name, Froggy. Got to stay Froggy on Lucio, man. But it looks like they're still doing too much with him.
Already, it was one fight and done. We see a little dance from the Diva there, and why not? You just, the first team fight, you full cap. That's 3 ticks, the payload is spawned, and now it's time to push. And if you're Ole Miss here, you can't play too aggressive, because they're already pushed all the way up. They left one person on the cart to push it, and the rest of the team is pushed up. They're already trying to get these picks and get this stagger going.
CJ on this Reinhardt's looking really good right now, able to stay just in front, and everyone's listening to him to make sure to stay behind him, because he's definitely their big front line right now, and it looks like he's definitely doing his job as far as defense goes.
We are seeing a little bit of a switch up. We saw the Tracer out of Panda on the first map, but now we're seeing him switch over to the May. We are also seeing a May from Ole Miss. Probably trying to hope for these slows. Then we already see the Blizzard coming out. It takes down 3 when comboed with the Deadeye. High noon from Shiny, and everyone is going to take a little mid-afternoon nap after that high noon.
Communication. Once the May decides to throw out her ult, all she has to do is call it out, and since Shiny had his ult ready, it was just an easy click.
The one saving grace, if you noticed right there for Ole Miss, is that their Zarya hasn't fallen since that first team fight. So the Zarya does have 90% ult charge. She does have to stay kind of near the action to keep that number up, but getting full ult is a lot of damage potential. We also see the Shatter just now coming online. You've got to watch out for the Rhine Shield, but the Rhine Shield wasn't up. He gets the Shatter, but no kills come. We see the Bat Lantern, the Zarya ult a little bit late. Fish with 1 on the Diva Bomb, and then Blizzard following suit.
Ooh, I think that Bat immunity that saved their lives big time on that one. That Reinhardt wasn't able to do anything with his hold. It was just a good read by Mississippi State on that one.
And again, like the ults come through and it's a true team fight. And Mississippi State they found the kills when Ole Miss didn't here. You see King of Ding made it out of the spawn. Looks like he was walled off from his teammates there momentarily. Unnecessary shield damage taken, but the Ole Miss team, they're back out and they're in more of a death ball comp. They're all grouped together. We do see the Blizzard ready for May, but getting walled off, and another Blizzard for Mississippi State. Panda with the right clicks takes down Stig, and that is one support down. King of Dean goes down, a little called out, a little away from his teammate. We're seeing the BAP ultimate come through, ringing true. Seems to be only using it for himself because Mississippi State is holding W and forcing Mississippi State back into their spawn. They're within 4, 3, 2, and that is going to be a 4.5+ minute left on the clock on this push for Mississippi State.
It's insane to see what Mississippi State's doing right now as far as teamwork going. Just immediately call outs when ults are up, and they're able to just mesh them together so well, just like their team comp's supposed to do. They're immediately just getting everything out and getting all their DPS out at once, while their Reinhardt is just up in front line and tanking everything, and he's able to do it flawlessly.
And we're not seeing the picks by way of Ole Miss. I think that's the biggest thing. I feel like if you're Ole Miss, they had the May, they were probably hoping for some freezes here or there, and then they were also playing the Cowboy, probably hoping to get a freeze and then a headshot from the Cowboy to try to either burst down a tank or maybe even pick off 1 or 2 of the supports for Mississippi State, and that just didn't happen. But if you are Ole Miss, all is not lost. You still have the chance to come back here. You don't even have to beat Mississippi State's time, as difficult as that would probably be, but you don't have to beat their time. At this point, you're Ole Miss. You're just trying to get a full push to send this into essentially an overtime, it's like a golden goal situation, but you go with how much time you have left on the clock and you try to see who pushes it farther. But before you get there, you have to get this full push. We're seeing Shiny with the Hanzo pick. Okay, maybe feeling himself. Like I said earlier, we saw Boundless with it. But now we're going to see Mississippi State try their hands at the man with a bow.
Looks like they've got good control as far as player picks as well. Panda's back on May, so she's going to have good freeze potential. Reinhardt's got a good front line. The Baptist with his lantern and everything's going to have good immunity, so I think Mississippi State's good to really defend this point really well.
And the crowd control potential for Ole Miss's DPS is really high. We see that Vertime actually hopped off of the May, probably wasn't getting the calls that they want, but playing the Cowboy, you do have that flash, but not if Shiny has anything to say about it. That's 2 for the Bowmaster.
Seems like everyone's getting their kills in right now. Froggy Lucio's getting a kill, Diva with the kill, Reinhardt with the kill, Shiny with his Hanzo kills. Everyone on Mississippi State's just having fun with a little damage right now.
You see, we're even going to see a Lucio come out for Ole Miss, probably going to try to speed boost here, maybe get a little closer. They are all together, but the right clicks from the May. Panda not making it easy, and this is a beautiful wall here. It's split Ole Miss in half. The tanks are called out. King of Ding already down to 1 HP, and Froggy's going to give him a little fist bump for the road. Shiny takes Diva out of mech. Then you see CJ and Panda cleaning things up as well, and all the rest of the Ole Miss players can do is retreat back to spawn. And they're down to 245 here and don't even have 1 tick.
That was a fantastic wall by Panda to start it off by completely walling off their defender right there. Just immediately pick him off, and then the rest of Ole Miss doesn't have anyone to protect them, so they are just wide open sitting ducks, even if they are in their spawn.
And this is a far cry from what we're used to seeing. Overwatch is usually a pretty competitive matchup between Ole Miss and Mississippi State. It's gone both ways throughout the years, and this is just I didn't even expect to see a version of this type of Mississippi State. We do see Panda straight up taking down Boundless, took a couple of right clicks to get past that Lucio ult, but it was enough. Now we're seeing all the Mississippi State players spin their ults just to make sure that Ole Miss can't take this first point, but the Reaper finally making his presence known. He's great against these tanks. Blizzard wasn't able to keep Diva up and in mech, but is able to take down Vertime. And personally, I think the Diva pistol is one of the best weapons in the game. So this could be better rather than worse. Yes, you don't have the shield or the mobility or the boot potential, but you have a Diva pistol. So what more do you need?
Honestly, that fight started off with Ole Miss getting 2 kills, but with the Diva ult and everything getting 2, and then immediately out of the suit, immediately get a pistol kill, just wins for Ole Miss, or Mississippi State, excuse me.
Absolutely. We did hear that this. Sound cue for the Deadeye. Didn't look like much came of it, however. And now Blizzard with this Amp Matrix here again. Sticker doing all he can. They actually, Ole Miss does have, they're so close to that second tick. They want it just so that it can reset if they're not able to cap here. But it's a broken team fight. Only 2v2 or 3v3. But we're seeing kills go both ways. Blizzard with a 3K. CJ doing all he can to stay alive, trying to chase that Lucio. Probably not the best fight for Reinhardt. I have to assume that armor's really heavy, and Lucio wall riding is probably not the most fun fight to take.
Props to Mississippi State on that defense. They expended a lot of ults to get it there, but they managed to keep them all off. Really good Hanzo ult to kind of block access off from Ole Miss and everything, and then really great defense from Reinhardt.
Ole Miss was able to get that second tick. The shatter comes through. Boundless is able to take down the Reinhardt from Mississippi State, so that's no more shield. This is huge. If Ole Miss is going to make this cap happen, it's going to be right here. But Panda coming in with the Blizzard. He's able to freeze one or two, and the kills come through. Froggy's with a headshot and Shiny with one of his own. They're trying to hold this tick off, but it's so close to getting there. Boundless able to take down Panda, and that could be the winner. Kai phase tanks the high noon, however, and you see it crawling back. The tick is not there, and now it's in overtime. You see they're jumping into the a pseudo dive comp, just trying to get back to the point to contest, and it's not enough. And that's gonna do it. Mississippi State won game one, they won game two, and that's your best of three. One game down in this Egg Bowl, and Mississippi State is up 1-0 after Overwatch.
Man, every chance that Mississippi State had to defend the point, they did it phenomenally. Everyone was doing exactly what they needed to do as far as damage, as far as control, as far as defense. Everyone had their own roles, and they did it the way they needed to.
Absolutely, and give Ole Miss credit. They did make that late run at that first point, but the ultimates that weren't used early for Mississippi State, I'm pretty sure at one point they threw 4 ultimates at them to try to stall out that second tick. And Ole Miss did take the second tick, but weren't able to get the third before the respawns came through. And with that, Mississippi State, they take the map, they take Overwatch, and that's 1-0 Mississippi State over Ole Miss so far.
We'll have to see. As far as the rest of the game goes, Ole Miss at that last point, they did a really good job as far as getting a couple of picks here and there. But honestly, Ole Miss's DPS did not really control the defense Mississippi State's defense as well as they should have. They had a good Reaper pick and everything to take care of the Reinhardt, but inevitably it just wasn't enough to really get him out.
Absolutely. We did see Boundless getting a little more comfortable, I would say, towards the end of that second match. If we maybe had a third match, it may have been enough to try to make another run. But in this best of 3, you've got to come ready to play. And like you said, with the next man up mentality for CJ, he was ready to go on that Rhine. And I think the Ole Miss players may have been a little slow getting started and just weren't able to quite get up to speed in time.
I gotcha. Do you think there was any one person that stood out to you during this game or anything?
I mean, you have to talk about Panda. Froggy's on the Reddit Lucio. It's always fun to see them flying around, making plays. I think that Ole Miss did have their moments, but as far as like one particular standout player, I can't really point my finger on any one particular player. But that's Overwatch. If you're Ole Miss as a club, you got to reset, because next up we've got League of Legends, and this has been a back and forth title just like Overwatch has been. So after this break, we'll see if Ole Miss can bounce back after Overwatch.
All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been.
All right, welcome back to the 4th annual Esports Egg Bowl. We're here back for the League of Legends portion. My name is going to be Magical Chicken, or just Chicken, and I'm joined by Gerard.
Hey guys. All right, so 4th year of the Esports Egg Bowl here. Mississippi State and Ole Miss have gone back and forth in this game just like every other, and actually I believe the team that has won this game has lost the overall event every year.
Yeah, last year, usually league's always a stomp one way or the other. Hopefully not today, but
Hopefully not.
if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. It's already just at least it's the second game of the year. But for League of Legends, it's going to be a 5v5 where there are 5 different roles: a top laner, a jungler, mid laner, a bot laner, and support. And there are a bunch of different champions, and they do each have 4 different abilities, and the goal of the game is to take the Nexus.
Yeah, there's a lot of complexities and nuance in this game. And I believe we'll be starting the draft phase of the game in just a minute, where the teams will be selecting their champions in a snake draft order.
Ole Miss will be blue side, so they get first pick, first ban. And Mississippi State will be red side, which means they will get the counter pick as their 5th and final pick of the draft. So for Ole Miss, they have their main picks will be a Katarina in the mid lane, and their jungler is a support who role swap to jungle for their team, but is still really good player who usually plays Graves as his most played. But I know Mississippi State also likes the Graves in the jungle as well.
Yes, Mississippi State has been practicing a wide variety of different picks in preparation for today. I suspect we're going to see a lot of priority on Zaya and Rakan. They've been practicing that a lot. And we're waiting right now on Ole Miss for their first ban, and we'll get some insight into how well they're aware of what Mississippi State has been preparing today.
And it looks like the banning phase has started, so these teams have already scrimed before, so they generally know what each team's going to be playing. So I would expect a Nivea ban. Yep, a Nivea ban's first for Ole Miss, and then I would expect the Katarina to come straight right back.
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all. Paragon of Honor from Mississippi State, very well known for his Anivia play. Some would call him a one-trick. Some would say that. But he's got other champions up his sleeve. As far as other bans for Ole Miss, I would not be surprised at all to see the likes of Darius or Timo targeting Mississippi State's top laner.
Yeah, so recently our top end junglers have swapped for Mississippi State. So I would expect the Graves ban for Ole Miss, which is their jungler. I would expect either a Victor ban here from Ole Miss, or even, of course, the Darius or the Jax, in case they think that Dragox in the jungle will be role solving back the top lane.
Yeah, that to me speaks of some poor preparation, honestly, on the part of Ole Miss. It's public knowledge that these players have swapped roles. So I'm not exactly sure what they're targeting with the Jax ban there. And the Swain ban from Mississippi State, also an interesting choice.
Yeah, so the Swain ban, I believe, is actually for either the top lane or the support Swain for the side of Ole Miss. And then I would expect the set come out for the top lane. All right, the top lane. And then for Mississippi State's last ban, I would expect the Katarina. I'm surprised they didn't ban it earlier. And now the priority pick for Ole Miss, Yumi did just get nerfed, so I would not expect them to ban it or pick it first.
And just to recap the ban phase while we're waiting on the first picks to come through, Mississippi State banned Graves, Swain, and Katarina. Ole Miss banned Anivia, Jax, and Set. And it'll be the first pick Thresh coming out for Ole Miss. Really high priority for that champion.
I think it is Ole Miss's support's most played, so I would accept for Mississippi State to just go ahead and pick the Zaya Rakan if they are feeling it. Zaya, definitely lethality Zaya, in fact, has been really good this patch. So first pick Zaya, Mississippi State, and if it's not the Rakan, it is the Victor
It'll
coming
be the
out,
Victor.
which is Paragon of Honor's mid lane's second most played.
Yes. They really want to make sure to secure this champion for Paragon of Honor early on here in the pick phase, because they know that otherwise he would get targeted in the second ban phase pretty heavily.
He did say that Victor would be his blind pick if he had to, and I would expect Ole Miss to come out with Lysandra, which is Lysandra or Rise would be Ole Miss's mid lane's next best players, but it just go ahead and respond with the ADC and Aphelios for their second pick.
Yeah, Felios definitely also a powerful marksman champion for Vixeni down in the bot lane. Xayah, though, has been extremely dominant lately in the meta, and I expect them to lock in their jungler here. It's pretty standard at this point in the draft, and it'll actually be their mid laner that they'll respond with, the Rise against Paragon of Honor's Victor.
And it does make sense because Ole Miss's mid laner is a Katarina, also one trick, which he has over 800,000 mastery points. So his pull after that is very limited to, like I said, the Rise, Lysandra. So I did expect him to go ahead and, since the Victor was already shown, you can already counter pick it, and then Mississippi State should enter with their support. It looks like it is the Lulu, so Enchanter support and not the Rakan.
Yeah, that's a very unexpected pick, actually, from Mississippi State. Perhaps to do with the emergency substitution they had to make, correct?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know that Lulu is the second most played with Xayah currently, besides Rakan. If Rakan's not available, but it was, they didn't, but we're down to the second ban phase, which Riven is banned for their top laner, who is a Riven main. And it looks like Ole Miss is still deciding on their next ban, which will be a J4.
Yeah, that is something that Mississippi State has been playing a lot of. It's definitely a very strong jungler. We saw earlier today at Worlds, lots of high priority on the J4 pick. So not too shocking. And for Mississippi State, we have the Riven and Gwen bans coming out to target Ole Miss's top laner.
Yeah, both strong solo laners that could just take over to the lane phase and then just go on their own and draw attention elsewhere during team fights.
And Ole Miss is going to answer with their final ban of the Lee Sin, one of Dragox's favorites lately in scrims. I've recently been made aware. Fortunately for us, he won't be playing Lee Sin, I think.
Yeah.
I'm actually happy to see Dragox not playing Lee Sin. And it'll be the Camille.
So that means Dragox will be moving up to the top lane for our game. They have talked about flexing him out of the jungle because he only has 3 picks in the jungle, which is Grave, Lee Sin, and Kha'Zix, which none are too well right now except for the Graves. But when you ban it, your choices are limited. But the Camille has been left up. Dragox will be going to the top lane.
Jonathan, does this mean that we're going to get a Master Yi
I hope
in this
not.
game? With the Lulu, don't you think?
It's very possible. I'm expecting the 2 jungler picks would either be Master Yi or even Hecarim, which Hecarim would be pretty good for their engage alongside the Camille, but there's a Volibear in the jungle for the side of Ole Miss.
Yeah, this is a hard composition to play Master Yi into, but I think Bernie may be taking it as a challenge, an opportunity to show his skill with the blade. Let's see what he'll pick.
It will be the Hecarim. Bernie is known as a coin flip player on Mississippi State. Coin flip meaning he will either win you the game or he will solo lose you the game. And it looks like it'll be the Hecarim, so maybe it'll land on heads today.
Yes, and that will be locked in. So we have the compositions finalized for both teams here. And I gotta say, my first impression is that Ole Miss has a very strong team fighting composition.
Yes, especially if that Rise or Aphelios gets ahead at any point in the game, it could just, say, snowball to 25-minute game over.
Yeah, that is a terrifying prospect to face as Mississippi State, but they have their own options. The Victor often doesn't really come online until the late game. I think the Xayah should be able to bridge them over that gap. The lethality build is a much more early game focused build, so should be able to get them there to the late game.
Of course, with Victor recently this year, his new passive, instead of having to spend 1,000 gold to upgrade it, it is now based on minions, kills, and assists. So if he gets a few assists, say level 1 fight, he could already have his ability upgrade before even level 1 fights.
Yeah, I'm frankly kind of shocked by this role swap for Mississippi State. my understanding is that they've been practicing almost exclusively with Bernie in the top lane, so they really felt like they needed to shake things up for today.
Of course, when they first scrimmed each other, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, it was actually a whole different lineup with Paragon of Honor in the top lane, Dragox in the mid lane, and Bernie in the jungle. So we don't know what we're going to be seeing from Mississippi State, and I don't think they know either. This must have been a last-second decision because they had scrims on Thursday, and it was a different lineup than two.
Yes, so, I actually wouldn't be surprised to see even more role swaps depending on who exactly has been subbed in for Mississippi State support. I'm not exactly sure who that will be, but we'll see in just a few minutes. But most of the players appear to be on comfort champions. I'm a little suspicious on the Urgot and Volibear picks, but definitely unorthodox picks in the current meta, those two.
And it looks like there was not a substitution for Mississippi State. It will be their starting support in Salvation. So she will be on the Lulu, which makes sense since she is a Enchanted focus support. So I guess she was not ready for the Recon, which makes sense because we are playing on a patch that just came out just a few days ago with the Yuumi nerfs. Because Mississippi State has been focusing on picking the Yuumi, but with that E nerf, with the movement speed and heal gone, it's not as valuable anymore.
And these teams may well know something that we do not. I'm sure Ole Miss has been scrimming hard in preparation for this event. Perhaps they have found that the Volibear just works very well with their style of play in the Urgot. But if you want to go like lane by lane maybe and kind of break down the matchups, we've got Urgot versus Camille in the top lane, and I would expect that to be pretty Urgot-sided for most of the early game at least.
I think it will come down to actually Urgot's skill, because if you can time the Camille hook shot, which is her E ability that lunges and stuns, if you can time it with the Urgot E, it can cancel out the stun and you also stun the Camille at the same time. So that will be a big factor in the laning phase. Who knows? And then, of course, you also got to know the jungle proximity of the Hecarim and Volibear. Do they camp the lanes? Which lane do you camp in this? Which both mid laners are both late game scaling. So if you can get one of those snowballed or just camp the top lane.
Yeah, with these junglers and the top laners together, I expect it to be a very volatile lane. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw very early ganks into the top lane from both sides.
Mississippi State is usually a mid lane, top lane focused team, because usually they go Ezreal, Leona, very safe, very okay bot lane, not trying to start fights. But with the Xayah being so strong early, with the Lulu extra damage, they could look for fights, but with the Thresh being able to peel, I don't know how you could get onto them with a Lulu.
And Ole Miss, on the other hand, it really looks like they're putting a lot of faith in their bot lane today. Vixini and Dinky on Aphelios and Thresh, very comfortable champions for both these players. I've actually played with both of them, so I'm pretty familiar with their habits, and they should have a good time in this game against Imenting and Salvation in the bot lane. I imagine Cool Lil Cody will be paying a lot of attention to that bot lane.
For sure. Cody has been on this team. He was on the last year iteration of Ole Miss, and I will say he did dumpster us last year at Mississippi State. So, of course, this is a whole different Mississippi State lineup. None of these players played in recent years, except for Bernie, I think 2 years ago.
Yes, Bernie has been a part of many, many Mississippi State rosters since 2016, actually. So, very historied player here at the Esports Egg Bowl and beyond.
All right, so we got another minute 20 before, because Riot has a built-in spectator delay, so there's no cheating. But of course, it's pretty hard to with this built-in spectator. Of course,
yeah, the 3-minute spectator delay makes sure that no one can have the stream pulled up on their computer or be watching for where the enemy team is positioning and things like that. So it's just built in for competitive integrity.
all right. So, what do you think for the team? So, if you just based off draft, who do you think has the upper hand right now?
I would have to go with Ole Miss's team comp here. It looks like they have a lot of early game brawling potential, and simultaneously with the rise in Aphelios have, a very good late game insurance. If this game goes to 35 or 40 minutes, then I think we see Ole Miss come out on top. So it's really incumbent on Bernie to make things happen here in the early game, run over that rise, perhaps get a gank in on the bot lane, and get Imenting and Paragon rolling.
Yes, it does look. I would favor Ole Miss's side because I do like a late game rise over a late game victor, and Aphelios is really strong. 1,000 years of Aphelios.
Yes.
So as we are heading into the game in just a couple seconds, as waiting for the loading screen, we get started on the League of Legends map.
Okay, and load times are unfortunately pretty variable for League of Legends, so sometimes it takes just a minute, even after all that delay, to actually get into the game. Hopefully it'll be pretty quick in this case.
Hopefully no unfortunate pauses to make this game go even longer.
Something that jumps out to me immediately is the ghost on the Hecarim. No flash, a fairly orthodox idea, but the Predator also jumps out. So he's going for a very fast Hecarim build. Will likely be trying to run down people very early on.
Yeah, so he's going to be very early game focused on probably, I would say, the top side, because Urgot doesn't really have much escape besides the Z, so if he ever sees him use it, it should be very easy to get onto him.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see him go either top or mid for his level 3, perhaps even a level 2 gank if he's feeling himself today. The Rise, doesn't have any mobility, doesn't have a really great way to escape any ganks except for his Flash Summoner spell. And we have the teams coming onto the Rift.
See if there's any level 1 shenanigans.
Yes, it looks like Mississippi State's breaking up for a 5-point, just covering every lane.
Same for Ole Miss, it looks like in the bot side, on blue side.
Yeah, it looks like neither team really wants to make anything too volatile happen here. They know that it's just a single game, and they do not want to throw it away on some early mischief. As you can see, the players are sitting in bushes across the map, kind of staring at each other in the mid lane here, doing a little bit of taunting of the enemy team. And we actually even can see chat. Okay.
A little banter between the teams.
Yes.
Of course, some of these players, like Cody's, Bernie, they know each other from past teams or just even going through high school together.
Yeah. Bernie, this guy has played for Mississippi State for so long in almost every role. I think the only role he hasn't played is support, actually, for Mississippi State at one time or another. So definitely the experienced heart of the team here.
Yeah, he told me yesterday that he would like to, once, because CBOL is coming up, which is the big Riot tournament for collegiate teams, he would like to, for the next team, to just roll swap wherever he wants to for any game.
Yes, he is a big proponent of the last-minute roll swap strategy that we're seeing employed today. I believe there's the quote from I'm a Cutie Pie. How can the enemy team know what you're doing when you don't know what you're doing? So I think that's what Mississippi State's going for this afternoon.
Of course, that could be a problem for Mississippi State when they don't even know what he's doing on his own team. So
Yes.
We'll see how this works out, as it's just going farming for the early game, as no big level 1 fights.
Yeah, and you can actually see from the mini-map, Hecarim there has cleared his entire bottom side, but Cool Cody on that Volibear has actually only cleared 2 camps and has moved up to the top side. So I think we're going to see these junglers collide in the top side river in probably about 45 seconds.
Yes, with Dragox in the top lane having priority, it should be Mississippi State's to take, but it does look like the mid lane's at a standstill, so you don't know who's going to get there first for that scuttle fight.
Yeah, and we do have Paragon claiming priority in the mid lane. He's pushed in his minion wave such that it makes HMAD makes it pretty difficult for him to roam out of that lane if a fight is to break out in the topside river. And you can see again on the minimap, both of the junglers are clearing their last camps on the top side and will be moving towards the Scuttle Crab in the river in just a moment. Cool Cody with the first move there, looks like he is going to attempt to play onto Dragox. But Bernie knows Dragox, they're collapsing onto Cool Little Cody, but it'll actually be Dragox collapsed on first. Just a couple hundred HP left, Bernie trying to get some damage back in. But it will just be Mississippi State in the end running away. Looks like there won't be any kills going over just yet.
Of course, with Hecarim going Predator instead of Conqueror this game, he can't really win in extended fights as good as he could.
Yeah, before you get boots on that Hecarim, your major rune is essentially useless. Not able to proc that Predator to enter that fight, so he will give up top lane priority here, putting Dragox in a pretty tough spot actually. Very hard for Dragox to play the lane in this situation for the next couple of minutes really. Bernie instead moving down to the bottom side.
Yeah, it will be pretty hard to freeze the lane for the Camille with only one AoE ability, but if he could get it to freeze right in front of the tower, he should be fine without the teleport, but it will still be a big thing. With a little gank in the mid lane, who does get the stun, but not in tower range.
Yeah, lots of damage there onto Paragon, and Cool Cody just not quite getting caught out there, but a solo kill from Dragox means first blood, and on the bottom side of the map, Bernie dueling Cool Cody. This, I think he has enough damage to take it down. The Predator's procced and he goes in, gets the second kill. HMAD responding with a kill of his own. So it'll be 1-for-1 in the bottom side river for Mississippi State and Ole Miss.
Well, Hecarim did get the scuttle in bot lane and got the kill, so it should be a very good trade for him, but the Rise did get the kill in the mid lane where Victor didn't even get an assist towards his passive. So not the best, but not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, certainly both the teams remaining fairly even. Mississippi State opening up a small gold lead, but certainly not anything that means much just yet.
And most of it would be in the top lane with that a little over 10 CS difference in the top lane plus the kill. So he should be up at least 350 gold in the top lane.
Yeah, the solo kill there from Dragox. Very impressive display of raw skill there from Mississippi State's master top laner. Penguit, just not quite perhaps the same caliber of player, not quite as much experience, but, just showing that in his play so far.
Well, he does mainly use Riven, so he is off of a heavy engaged champion into a more sit back and wait for the right timing type champion at Urgot. Meanwhile, double buffs on the Rise, I've just now seen that, so he should be able to keep pushing this wave if he wants to. Of course, there are no scuttles on the map, but there is that drag, which Volibear should be able to take with his healing on his W.
And we actually see the junglers both coming up to top lane once again. Looks like Cool Cody going into the river. Dragox lands the stun onto Penguit, but oh, Bernie has actually arrived to the fight first. That'll be Penguit going down in short order. And they're actually going to chase onto Cool Cody.
I do not think they get this kill unless the hook shot's back up. They are thinking about it. I don't know why the Volibear's going back in.
Yeah, wow. Another kill. 2 kills from Mississippi State. None in response for Ole Miss.
A little questionable call by the Volibear to go back in there. He should have just gone back, and I don't think he has any cups on the top side, so he should just reset or hold the wave in front of the turret for the Urgot to come back. Urgot now has to use TP, so...
Nice dodge out there from Imenting on the thresh hook.
I would expect a drag fight here in the next 2 minutes, especially with Camille TV up in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm focusing on the junglers so far, and for good reason. Looks like both of them are converging on that Ocean Drake. So I think we're going to have another skirmish in about a minute.
It did look like Victor had to use ult there to back off the Rise, because Rise did have that double buff, so he was fine on mana before then. So he's just gonna. The Rise should just keep pushing in the Victor. Victor's not the best champion for farming under tower unless he has his Q on a low cooldown. But I can't say I know what you max on Victor these days anymore.
This is actually a very good dragon take by Mississippi State. Bernie has actually been able to sneak into the Ocean Drake undetected. And despite the Rise having priority in the mid lane, he doesn't know. And Bernie's able to get the Drake and walk away completely safely. And meanwhile in the bot lane, we have Cool Cody picking up a kill onto Salvation, responded by Mississippi State. I think I'm Inting should go down here. Bernie is on the way.
Hikram farming both camps at once instead of helping.
The classic jungler move. What's more important, my camps or my teammates? And he chooses his camps in this scenario. But he got the Drake. We can let it slide this one time.
It does end up being a 2-for-1 for Ole Miss, which it was only the support getting killed by the support, so it's actually really good for Ole Miss there. As interesting interaction from the Urgot and the Camille.
Yeah, I did not know it worked that way. That's fascinating. Yeah, but you know, one thing I'll say about this game, even though we're only 9 minutes in, I think this is probably the closest the early game has been at the Esports Egg Bowl for League of Legends. I recall a lot of quick stomps, very fast games, and so far it looks like both of these teams are fairly calculated with their moves. Dragox actually getting caught out here, dodges Penguit's ult with his own, and is able to get out. No, he goes back in. Penguit just a couple hundred HP left, but Dragox is not going to have enough and is going to give over the shutdown to Penguit's Urgot. That is a huge mistake.
Yeah, that is one of the bad things about Dragox, is that since he is such a high-level player, he thinks he's better than everybody, but of course Bernie just looks like he wants to take over this team. Of course, he does have the Predator Hecarim, so he's going to be a menace early game.
Yeah, and just as we criticize Mississippi State, Bernie comes and makes us eat our words, really. Able to pick up that kill with the Predator. And so far has been a fairly useful rune for him, despite that first early skirmish in the top lane not quite going his way. And once again, we see this guy taking an objective without Ole Miss knowing about it. Cool Cody, you can see he's recalling there in the top lane, just completely oblivious to what's going on, just a little bit below him.
Well, he probably can't contest because he knows Camille just respawned earlier than the Urgot, so Camille would get there earlier. And then, of course, Thresh roamed it back to the bot lane, so he would have no help. He would have to steal and get out somehow.
Mm-hmm. And with this Rift Herald, where do you think Bernie is most likely to drop it?
I would say top lane, get that Camille out of the lane, go to the bot lane, let him go on his own away from the next Rift Herald and be in position for the next drag fight. Of course, then you'd have to send your... The Victor does have TP this game, so Victor could go top himself and match the Urgot. I think it would be better than him getting shoved in by the Rise.
Yeah, I definitely think you need to unlock this Camille, get it out of the Urgot matchup. That would definitely be a good option in that direction. Mississippi State's bot lane going very even so far with Vixini and Dinky. Neither side really able to secure a CS advantage, but cool little Cody has found Bernie, finds his Gromp, and Dinky's Lantern will get him out scot-free.
I will say the Thresh does like to go around, as we see the yo in chat from Bernie.
Yeah.
But the Thresh does like to move around, help his team out so far. I haven't seen Lulu leave the bot lane yet. I will say that is the one good thing so far about the Thresh for the side of Ole Miss so far.
Yes, and just a lovely little micro play there from Ole Miss, stealing away that camp. Doesn't really look like much, but it is a swing of about 200 gold in favor of Cody, who's a little bit behind, so helps a lot, and gives Bernie a lot less reason to be on the bottom side of the map, and they may be able to use that to make a play here in the bot lane. Dinky's hook just missing onto Salvation, but the play comes through. Vixini gonna put out a lot of damage, forces out the ult from Salvation.
And it looks like the Rift will be in mid lane. Surprising. I think he's going to give the gold just to himself since Victor is not there. That is really surprising.
Yeah, very selfish move there from Bernie.
Gets himself 320 gold. But it looks like Victor was coming back to lane, but it could be a gank in onto the Hecarim. He should just ult out. The flash from the Volibear.
Oh, the Realm Warp coming through. Bernie is in trouble here.
Camille's sitting at taking tower. It looks like they'll switch focus onto the Camille.
Man, I have no idea what Mississippi State is thinking here. Dragox is in trouble, but...
Oh no.
Oh no, they actually get out? Okay, Mississippi State makes a fool out of me and is able to get both members out for the cost of Paragon's teleport, but nonetheless, they stay safe. They get the Rift Herald down in the mid lane, so advantage overall to Mississippi State.
Yeah, I thought Ole Miss would have turned on to the teleporting Victor, but I guess Volibear Q was down. Of course, they already had to expend all 3 ults, so they didn't really have the DPS to just burst them down before the Camille could go back in.
Yeah, chasing a Hecarim isn't quite as grievous a sin as chasing a Singed, but in this game so far, it's pretty close. Not a great idea for Ole Miss thus far. And with this Drake coming up, looks like we're going to have a skirmish in the bottom river. Looks like all 10 members of both teams are here. Oh, I'm Enting taking a lot of damage. Salvation is the first to go. HMAD in the backline going to take down I'm Enting. And it is just pure chaos here in the middle of this fight. Bernie is still alive. Dragok's able to pick up Penguit in the back line, but the hook shot will not save him this time. Bernie going deep, picks up Cool Cody. HMAD, though, just left to do all kinds of damage. Paragon of Honor not able to reply in kind. Flash forward from HMAD means that Paragon of Honor will indeed go down. And it will be a delayed ace in favor of Ole Miss. Mississippi State just not finding the right angle in that fight.
Yeah, the Rise got behind and just destroyed the back line with that TP. Very good TP out of the Rise. And it looks like they will get the Mountain Drag, so we will see what soul point would be. I would hope it would be Infernal, but it looks like it will be
Let's see.
Infernal.
It will
That's
be
really
the
good.
Infernal Soul. That's great for both of these teams. And for anyone not aware, that means that there will be permanent changes to the map. A lot of the terrain has now been destroyed. In the jungle, you can see there, the walls have been destroyed by Ole Miss's red buff. So we'll provide a lot of playmaking opportunities for both teams in this game.
Yeah, and now there's going to be a little bit more focus on whatever team gets the next 2 Drakes, so they'll be put on Drake Soul Point, and Infernal Soul does give you a little, I guess, a little Luden's proc. Burst
Gives you
AoE.
a lot of extra burst damage for sure. And that's something that both of these teams, especially the likes of Paragon and HMAD, will be thrilled to have if they can get their hands on it.
Yeah, especially for Mississippi State and the Hecaroma's E-charge or even the Camille hook shot into Q. Late flash, don't think the hook would have hit.
Yeah,
Volibear still
certainly
goes
would not
in.
have. Very interesting play there from Salvation. Looks like Mississippi State will be able to discourage this gank, and Dragox has actually arrived. Not sure exactly what he's going for here. I don't think he should go any deeper, but the hook lands, and that will seal his fate. Cool Cody picking up the kill.
Yeah, again, Camille and Dragox being just a little too over aggressive as Hecarim's 1v1ing the Urgot. Don't know if he wins this without the Conquer, but he does have double buff.
Oh, I don't think he does. We're going to have to
Does
see
still
he's
have
going
ult.
for it.
Yeah, he still has ult. The Divine Surrender already built for the Hecarim, whereas the Urgot does not have a mythic item because he does build T-Mat before he does his mythic item.
Great point, and great play there from Bernie. Able to pick up a kill in what is becoming an Ole Miss favored game so far. But Bernie able to keep it, within 1,000 gold. Gonna take away this blue buff perhaps from Cool Cody.
Now, Rai should roam first. He could Realm Teleport. He
Yeah, looks
does.
like he does, yeah.
Does Hecarim get out of this? He does not have ult, so I don't know how he will.
Oh, he's got the E though. He will be able to walk out of there. Be pretty safe. Paragon walking down to the bot lane. Looks like Mississippi State wants to make a big play on Vixini here. They should be able to get this kill. But red-white don't fight. Aphelios doing tons of damage. Is able to get shut down by Dragox though.
It will be a $750 or 650 gold shutdown to the Camille. So the Camille just gets stronger. It looks like he'll back after this and maybe finish his team out item, which would be a Titanic Hydra, I suppose.
Yeah, huge play there for Mississippi State, bringing the gold basically to even. With this tower falling, they'll actually secure themselves a lead for the first time in 10 or so minutes.
First turret at 16 minutes. This is a very much surprise based on how bloody this game is that only turrets go down at the 17-minute mark.
Bernie going for Penguit once again, gonna knock him back. Penguit has backup coming, so Bernie's gonna back off. Just wanted to prevent any secondary pushes onto the interior towers. But that means Ole Miss is gonna have to spend a little bit of time protecting their top laner. And
Looks like Drag won't be up for another couple of minutes, and then the next Rift Herald will probably be the next fighting point here soon, with only another 2.5 minutes before Baron spawns, but I wouldn't expect any 20-minute Barons from either team.
No, I don't think either team should be capable of that. Perhaps Ole Miss with the Aphelios, I would think, is a possibility, but not too likely.
Alright, so I don't expect any fights to happen in the next couple of minutes, mostly because this is where no objectives are in the match, everyone's just farming. So unless someone gets picked off, this should be a...
You forget, Chicken. You forget. This is Mississippi State versus Ole Miss. Somebody is going to get caught. Something's going to happen. Dragox is going to dive a tower or something and give us something to talk about. I just know it.
Heckram is there. They look like they might dive. Whereas Heckram's just picking on this Urgot at this point.
Yeah, they are looking for a play here. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Ole Miss is preparing to take that dragon. And what did I say? Dragox is going in.
Oh, Lulu is there too. It should be free, and do they go on the rise?
Oh, wow. If they pick up Rise here, it's actually huge for Mississippi State. Looks like they're going to be
Does clear
discouraged.
the way, does he get the tower? He does. Whole team shows up for Ole Miss. This could be really bad.
Yeah, Mississippi State, they need to get Lulu out of there, but a nice flash play from Dinky means that Salvation will go down two. 2 for Ole Miss, and just for the cost of that tower, it's looking good. On the bottom side of the map, Paragon getting caught out.
Nice flash.
Yeah, nice flash. It'll prolong his
Ooh.
life. Oh, he's going to go for the Soaz teleport, and he secures it. He gets out with his life. I think that means Mississippi State shouldn't be able to contest this Drake, however, but good on him for getting out alive.
I don't know. Bernie has another 7 seconds on his death timer. There should be no contestation, but you never know. Camille wants the 1v5 the game. Let's find out.
Yeah, I would not be shocked to see Dragox go in here, but it looks like he's hanging back a little bit, perhaps playing a little bit more measured in this important game.
Just looking through the jungle, see if he can find anybody. Now he's going to go match the bot lane and just clear CS for the time being until the next objective spawns.
Yeah, it looks like Dragox and Penguin will meet yet again in the bot lane, the other side of the map. But I don't expect too much action here. Well, you know, just as I say that, both junglers are moving towards this matchup.
Heckram loves the Urgot.
Yeah, a very attractive destination, the top laners for the junglers. Both of them really just, you know, free bags of 300 gold for the first jungler who can get to the lane.
Can't say Urgot is worth 300 anymore because I don't think he's gotten an assist in a while. But he's still worth at least over 200 at this
Yes, yes, certainly.
point. Baron has spawned, but they still do have Rift Herald on the Bully Bear. I would expect it to get down mid lane, open up the map.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a disjointed sequence here from Ole Miss. They recall their jungler, and it looks like Mississippi State's forming up on this Baron. They're going for it. They're going for Dinky here. I think they'll be able to catch him, but oh, they've walked into HMAD and Cool Cody. Here comes Penguin as well. I think Mississippi State's bit off more than they can chew. Oh, wow. Nice ult from Vixen. He will secure the kill onto Salvation, and it looks like it'll actually be Ole Miss starting up this Baron.
Yeah, like you said in the draft, the Ole Miss does have a better team fight comp, so they could just start rolling through this game. Depending on how far this Rift Herald goes, if it gets 2 charges, that could be very big for Ole Miss.
Yeah, that play, they only lost 1 member, but it's fairly disastrous for Mississippi State, actually. They're going to lose this tower. I suspect they might lose 2 towers, actually. The Realm... Or,
Taking the Rift Herald, trying to make it go bot lane.
that-
It does its weird thing. It goes back mid and just dies instead.
Yeah, I have never seen that play before, ever. And it didn't work for them, unfortunately for Ole Miss, so... Mississippi State probably pretty happy about that goof from HMAD.
It was a really good idea, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, that looks like something they may have been trying in scrims and just wasn't quite positioned correctly, but overall they won't lose too much for it, just a possibility of a second charge onto that inner mid lane tower. And even with all that just happened, these teams are just within a couple hundred gold of each other. Such a close game.
I do think the momentum is on Ole Miss side, because
Certainly.
it does feel like they have started just winning fights recently, and I'm actually really surprised that the gold lead is not bigger than it is.
Yeah, I think it's mostly on, Dragox right here, securing so many of these kills just in random places. Has got a couple shutdowns here and there. I believe he got it onto Cody earlier in the game. And perhaps one onto Vixeni earlier on, I believe. So that's really what's keeping the gold even so far. Just the nice picks that Mississippi State made about 10 minutes ago. Bernie here, catching out Cool Cody. Just a couple hundred HP left. They're going to trade ults. Cool Cody's going to get out.
Of course, the Boy Barrel cancels the Hecarim ult, so there's another fight. Camille does insane
My God.
damage.
Yeah, Dragox just, I don't know, vaporizing Penguin is
goodbye to
perhaps
their
the
guy.
correct word. Yeah. Ole Miss's top laner, 7th death of the game. He is over half of Mississippi State's kills, actually.
Yeah, looking like Impact, where he gets no help in the top lane. It just tries to survive through it.
Yeah, it definitely calls to mind Evil Geniuses here. Dragox able to walk it out. I don't think HMAT will follow with a bold teleport or anything like that. So it will be Mississippi State securing a lead once again. Just a real tug of war this game so far.
Yeah, it looks like Drake will be spawning within 1 minute. So each team should be starting the setup wards that are backing early so they can buy control wards and refresh the supports wards.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I actually really hate what Salvation is doing with that late recall. It's going to make it pretty disjointed. We've got 3 members of Mississippi State walking in at the same time that basically 5 will be from Ole Miss. So we could see a pretty odd-numbered fight here if one breaks out like right now. Going for a Fnatic rush is Ole Miss. The hook misses, but Dragox going to take a lot of damage. A nice ult from Bernie will hit the entire team, but my God, it's Mississippi State taking the fight thus far.
Philios
Yeah,
flashed
Philios.
in, died immediately. He thought he could do 1,000 years, didn't have the damage yet. Realm Warp does not get him out, and it looks like it'll be a free Drake for Mississippi State.
Yeah, the only survivor there for Ole Miss, Dinky on that Thresh, surviving with just about 100 HP. Mississippi State losing their top laner in support, but you'll take that every single time, and it looks like they're pinging onto the Baron.
Is this the famous Gerard Lucan Baron call?
It may be. It may be the Gerard Baron call that they are making.
With Voiber only have a 6-second death timer, and the Lantern from Thresh could get them there in time. I don't know how fast there is.
Oh,
He
man.
cues it there. This could be big. Ole Miss steals. This could swing the game wide open for Ole Miss.
Yes, I think the team that gets this Baron is going to win the game. Dinky is getting in position. Bernie is solo. He might have to smite for health here. Cool
Rise
Cody.
does have
We can't
TP.
see the Baron's HP. They're going to have to pull off of it. Yep. Oh, Cool Cody going a little deep, honestly, but...
It looks like Ole Miss will
Oh.
keep doing the
Oh
Baron.
no, Mississippi State with a huge misstep there. They're going to gift the Baron over to Ole Miss. Just bit off more than they can chew
Miracle
once
steal?
again.
Oh.
No, not even going to try. But, for Ole Miss, great delaying tactics there from Dinky and a great engage from Cool Little Cody to secure that Drake. Basically at the last second means that Ole Miss will stay in this game. Mississippi State not able to blow it open quite yet.
This game's turning out to be, looks like it could be a very long, over 40-minute game.
Yes.
Of course, we still got 2 drags till slow point, and the Camille's
Oh, Dragox. You are in trouble, my friend. Oh, the flash from Dinky will not find Dragox there.
actually he's really good for Mississippi State there. Predator Pop, I don't know who he's going to try and go on. I don't think he will.
Yeah, Bernie perhaps a little bit misguided with that Predator activation. Perhaps Dragox was telling him that he should go in there or something to that effect, but we'll remain calm for the time being. I'm not exactly sure what the Dragon timer is, but I think Mississippi State's going to just try to turtle, clear these waves as best they can, and wait for that Drake to spawn.
The Xayah does now have her Viewer mana, so it should be a real power spike for the Xayah. Of course, the Philios did flash in last fight, so we won't have it for another 2 minutes, so I would look for the Hecarim and Camille to make a play within the next 2 minutes before the flash comes up.
And we do have a differential here in the marksman. Vixeni with over 3 items, and I'm entering not quite having finished the third, means there's a pretty big power differential, despite the gold being so even for these teams. I'm entering just not able to show too much so far, but with the Lord Dominic's regards about to be finished, I think he may
He's
be
not
able to
going.
make
He's
an
going
impact.
for the the slow armor pen item.
Cyrilda's Grudge, excuse
Yes,
me.
it's a very expensive item, so that's why he's so far back, because Last Whisper itself is 1400 plus the Coal Hammer, which is another 1100.
Yeah. Oh no, Dragox is caught out here. Cool Cody running him down. No hook shot means that he's going to die. You have to think. The entire Ole Miss team running. The hook shot in the other direction, he's going to lead them on a wild goose chase. And that means Mississippi State's going to run it right down the mid lane.
Is he going to go into their spawn?
Mississippi
Alright.
State's going to get 2 towers off this play. Dragox is just giving them the runaround.
All right, it looks like he'll go up to the top lane and they'll secure the tower.
Yeah, what can you say? Mississippi State making the best of a very odd situation there. Gonna get that interior tower worth a lot of gold. And, you know, despite Ole Miss getting the Baron, the lead has actually grown for Mississippi State in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, they didn't get a tower. The Baron should expire within the next 40 seconds, I would say. So, not the best for Ole Miss. Mississippi State should be happy where the game state is. Of course, it looks like Victory has completed his Lich Bane and gets a stopwatch.
Oh, yes. Yes, stopwatch is every League player's favorite item, I think, right now. We've had a lot of fun with it at the World Championship, so we'll have to see if Paragon is able to put it to good use in a fight or not.
It looks like Zaya has completed her Shirelia's Grudge, so it should be insane damage coming out from the Zaya now.
Yes, Imenting should be able to cut through Penguin and Cool Little Cody, perhaps even in this fight right here.
Does he go on the Thresh? No, the Aphelios gets caught out.
Oh, Bernie catches out Vixini's Aphelios, and that means Mississippi State is going to clean up that fight no problem. Unfortunately, the Drake not spawning for, I think, about 30 or 40 seconds means that Aphelios and Thresh will have time to respawn.
Goes back on the Urgot. Urgot getting picked on again. Ults the Rise, but nobody else to follow except for the Lulu.
Yeah, Dragox going super deep here, but wow, again, HMAD, I don't even know why he bothered stopwatching that. Paragon picks up the kill, and no, Dragox, no. Okay, he walks out. He walks out. Mississippi State will take the 4-kill lead they earned in that fight and will walk back to the Infernal Drake to secure their prize.
This is a whole different Mississippi State I've been seeing. I wouldn't have expected them to be doing this well so far based on the scrims that they had.
Yes, from insider knowledge that we have, I think we both expected Ole Miss to run away with this game. But Mississippi State putting on a very convincing performance so far, 30 minutes into the game.
So we look at the items belt. It looks like Aphelios will be getting his last reverse, or the Hecarim and the Camille. As Volibear, it looks like he started building his Thornmail. And Urgot still does not have a mythic item.
That is a very interesting stylistic choice. It's certainly fairly common to not build one as a first item, but he is indexing into a whole lot of different items here, with the Null Magic Mantle probably going towards his tank mythic, but he also has the Executioner's Calling. Yeah, just a very disjointed build here from Penguin. And, oh, Ole Miss, once again, going for this bush play. Will it work this time? Oh, the hook lands on the Salvation. Nice ult from Vixini is going to annihilate the Lulu. Bernie going down so quickly here. Oh, no.
Oh, nice hook from the Thresh.
Yeah, great hook there. Paragon of Honor going to go down here. Again, with the weird stopwatches, just isn't going to matter. And no, Imenting is also cut out here.
Zaya ulted a little early there.
Has Ole Miss won the game? I think Ole Miss has won the game. Off of a random fight that started in the jungle. That is... Oh man, I hope they can't end here. That would be a terribly unclimatic ending.
Let's see what Camille can do here on her own.
There is only one cannon minion. He may be able to clear it away. The ult goes on to Cool Little Cody. He's able to pick up the kill. Stopwatch comes through. Salvation's up. They may be able to hold off this push. Yeah, Mississippi State is back on the map.
Was really close. Clutch coming in from the Camille with the pick off of the Volibear, who was tanking tower, and just the insane damage from the second Q, true damage from the Camille.
Yeah, Mississippi State going to have another shot in this game. Hopefully they can avoid getting caught out in such an odd position again. But if that happens, they're going to lose this game, to be clear. And they're going on to the Baron.
think this is a Dragox call. He wants to go for it. Of course, Jungler is down for another 7 seconds. He shouldn't be getting there.
Yeah, Ole Miss's Rise has Teleport and Realm Warp available, though. We've got Dragox, no, excuse me,
Paragon of Honor.
Paragon. Teleporting in. Imensing has arrived. Just a couple thousand health here. No jungler for Ole Miss means no smite. Will they be able to do it?
He did
Oh,
get Realm
Bernie.
Warped in.
I can't even tell what's happening. Somebody needs to smite this Baron, deal some damage. And
No one's focusing.
oh
it.
no!
Rise just destroys MSU.
HMAD just taking over the fight. Penguin going down to Imensing, but Imensing is the last hope of Mississippi State here. Ole Miss picking up a second Baron in a similar fashion to the first. Mississippi State just making awful Baron calls in this game, and it may be the reason they lose in about 20 seconds here.
I don't think Zaya can hold it by herself. We'll lose up in
don't think
12 seconds, but
Yeah,
it's not going to
I
matter.
don't think he can. Imensing trying desperately. HMAD low on HP. Not going to go down. Will go down, but it won't matter. Ole Miss securing victory, bringing the series score for the event to 1-1.
Very clutch player coming out of the Rise from Ole Miss. Very much the MVP of that last fight, taking over the game.
Yeah, HMAD just absolutely monstrous performance in that last fight. You just have to shout that guy out. Really had a good game throughout, I would say. Just really measured and calm performance there in that last Baron fight. And, you know, for Mississippi State, that is heartbreaking to lose on consecutive Baron calls. It's not infrequent for a team to lose like that, but you hate to see it. But for Ole Miss, you're thrilled that they were able to pull that out.
Yeah, mistakes from Mississippi State was pretty much the theme of this game. And it looks like that will be the end of the League of Legends portion for Esports Egg Bowl today. And when we come back from a short break, we'll be coming to Madden 22. right, welcome back to the Esports Egg Bowl. After the League of Legends match won by Old Miss is now 1-1, and I'm Chicken again, and I'm joined by.
And I'm Shaq, Chris Shock, for many of you know me as Shaq. And today we're going to be playing Madden. So for those of you who might be new to the evolution of sports games or do not know what Madden is, think of everybody's favorite fall gridiron warfare going on the weekend, and it's NFL football. And to wrap this up into a game, EA turns it into a simulation, and we're playing head-to-head Madden.
All right, for Mississippi State's player, they have chosen their winner of their Madden tournament they hosted earlier in the year with over 30 contestants, which they won with the 49ers in a 17-16 close game in the finals.
All right, just to give everybody a little heads up of what's going on, today Mississippi State will be represented using the San Francisco 49ers against Ole Miss, repping the Baltimore Ravens. And let's get into a couple of little players to watch for both of these teams.
All right, so for the Baltimore Ravens, their quarterback is Lamar Jackson, and their tight ends Mark Andrews with their wide receiver is Marquise Brown.
Hollywood Brown, the deep threat for the Ravens. It's going to be a challenge for a San Francisco defense to contain an improvising Lamar Jackson. He'll scramble, he'll throw it deep, and he'll just go all over you. Now for the San Francisco 49ers, led by Jimmy G in the backfield. Might be interesting to see if Trey Lance makes an appearance in this game as well, if Jimmy G can't get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I expect it. And of course, who knows with the injuries on both teams from running back. So Morset on the 49ers, and then, of course, J.K. Dobbins got hurt for the Ravens. With updated rosters, I can't say for sure who's going to be Eli Mitchell, Morset on the 49ers, or Latavius Murray.
I think it might be safe to say, just like in the modern day, that both of these teams are going really more towards the meta of NFL football and making it a running back by committee performance. As well as for the Baltimore Ravens defense, you've got two lockdown corners, possibly two of the top 10 corners in the NFL, both going to be hopefully making their presence known against San Francisco's passing game to force the ball on the ground.
And for the 49ers, they have a very good defensive line with Bosa. And as we are with 5-minute quarters, you got to get the ball out, got to get some points, because if you don't, you're not going to have time in the halves.
All right, so I think you're tired of hearing us describe it. Let's get right into the game.
As Mississippi State has readied up, we're just waiting for Ole Miss, as we have the 49ers versus Ravens. Looks like the 49ers will be the home team.
Yes.
It looks like it is starting.
So we're jumping straight into the game. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know who will be receiving this first kick. And it looks like the Ravens will be starting off with the ball.
And we're off.
Fair catch caught in the end zone. That's going to result in a touchback. The ball will be placed on the 25-yard line where the Baltimore Ravens will start their first drive.
All right, so let's see who comes out at running back for the Baltimore Ravens. I would expect J.K. Dobbins if injuries aren't a thing in the exhibition, but it looks like it might be. Don't really know his number.
I also can't recognize that number. We'll find out in just a second. Here's Lamar Jackson on the scramble, improvising. Great throw down to Hollywood Brown to start this day.
Yeah, but it does look like he catched it with only 1 foot inbound, so it will be an incomplete pass, so it will be 2nd down and 10.
Jackson creating for his team once again. Deep ball to Mark Andrews to the 10. Oh, cut down just short at the 5-yard line of the goal. Big gain there by the Baltimore Ravens and a great over-the-top throw by Lamar Jackson.
You can expect to see Lamar Jackson just rolling out. That is the kind of quarterback he is. So I expect him not to stay behind his line for most of the game.
Great stop here by the San Francisco defense, preventing the run from getting in the end zone. So it looks like we are going to have the ball on the 2-yard line on a 2nd and goal here for the Baltimore Ravens.
All right, so I expect within the 2-yard line, I expect more runs than passes. So See if the defensive line from the 49ers can stop him here.
You would think it would be very interesting to see the choice here. But we are coming out in a shotgun, but it is the favorite formation of the Ravens. So it's going to be a draw play, and that's going to be Latavius Murray at running back there for the Ravens. So that finally answers our question on who's starting off this game here.
You know, Murray has been around the league. He's been from the Vikings to the Saints and now to the Ravens. So I feel like most people might know him from any team. Of course, he's not the best back, but he can punch it in.
All right, it's going to be a big play here as we find out who can take early control of this game. Another draw play to Latavius Murray, and it is going to be stopped on the goal line once again by San Francisco.
All right, let's see if they end up going for it. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to do a rollout. Of course, he does. It looks like he is doing a quarterback option, but he hasn't tried to run it with Lamar. I would have expected at least one shot at it, but he does the same play. It looked like 3 times in a row.
Some very interesting play calls there, deciding to go with 3 straight quarterback read draws. It's a little run pass option there. And now we are going to be up in the I formation. Yeah, the I formation here at the goal line. With a quarterback sneak, and did he get in? He did. So that is going to be a touchdown for the Baltimore Ravens.
It was hard to tell because he was on his lineman, but it looks like he barely got across the line, and depending on this extra point, it will be 7-0 for Ole Miss and the Ravens. And it is good. So Mississippi State will receive the ball with 2 minutes and 54 seconds left in the first quarter. Let's see if they can get one before the quarter ends and get the ball back at least one more time in the half.
And for those of you who may not be that necessarily familiar with Madden, on the top there is a bar that will be describing the so-called virtualized momentum of the game. Now, as a certain team performs well, both on each side of the ball, then they earn momentum points. These momentum points unlock special abilities for their teams. It can range from, increased catching to increased blocking. It's just rating boost. And looks like we're going to have Trey Sermon starting off at the tailback for the 49ers. So I guess that gives us our answer there as well.
And you got Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback. No Trey Lance in this game, but I would have started Garoppolo because rookies don't have the best overall in their first Madden game they appear in.
Mm-hmm. It'd be interesting to see if this game does become a shootout if Garoppolo stays in this game, mainly because you're losing mobility playing Garoppolo versus Trey Sermon or Trey Lance.
Yeah, a little dump off over the middle, gain first down, so that's already up to the 39-yard line of their own 50.
So it looks like it's going to be 1st and 10 here from the 39. Draw play. Trey Sermon, good run of about 6 yards. It's going to get us close to midfield here, where really and truly the playbook becomes even more wide open for the 49ers.
Yeah, it looks like he is in a run formation. He does go straight up the middle. Does not get the first down, I don't believe.
It's going to be a 3rd and extremely short. 3rd and inches we're looking at.
No huddle. Easily will get it.
Easily get it, plus a few there. This Baltimore linebacking core is doing a fairly good job, though, of containing this San Francisco run offense. Short gains are acceptable, but they're not allowing any of those big busting runs currently.
Of course, they do have Patrick Green, who came out of LSU 2 years ago. He was a really good rookie last year and should be really high rated in this game.
Nice little flat pass over to the sideline here for San Francisco. And that's going to bring us into another 2nd and short. San Francisco's putting together a very methodical drive here. Follows a traditional 49ers scheme of a run-first offense.
Yeah, a little nice mix here and there. Of course, they keep with Trey Sermon as a running back instead of Eli Mitchell or Morset.
And that is going to do it here for the first quarter, with the Ravens leading the San Francisco 49ers 7-0. Now, that is one other thing to look for in a Madden game versus a football game. A regular football game. Drives take a lot longer in Madden due to clock runoffs and other little shortened play clocks here and there.
This was a 40-second play clock, and then with only 5 minutes in each quarter, you don't have much time to get the ball back or stay on offense.
And he's going to be dropping back. He does find his receiver here at the 13. So now we are in the red zone here for San Francisco on a 2nd and 3rd.
On the 13-yard line, I would expect a little run play, but it does look like the safeties are coming up expecting a run.
And I don't think he got it. I think we're going to be looking at another 3rd and inches situation. 3rd and 1 here, right at the 10.
This could be big if you stop him behind the line.
And he gets it. He got over. So now we're going to be looking at a 1st and goal to go here for the San Francisco 49ers, looking to tie this ball game up going in to the end of the first half.
And as you see, already a minute and a half off the clock, so if Ole Miss does get the ball back, they won't have long to go back down the field.
2-yard gain here by Trey Sermon, and we're opting into a no huddle. So let's see what options come out of this. Throw over to Kittle, who gets in for the touchdown.
A nice little stop there to make the defender miss and gets in for the touchdown, and should be tied up after the extra point.
All right, and the extra point is good. So here about midway through the 2nd quarter, that brings our score to 7-7 with the Ravens about to receive the kick.
It looks like it's going to be another touchback. He doesn't even try to catch it.
He almost put that one through the goalpost off the kickoff.
All right, so he's going to come out to the 25-yard line, and he has 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Of course, he has all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning to work with, so he should have enough time if he can make it down the field.
So we are going to be starting off with a nice little 9-yard scramble for Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. It's very hard to contain a scrambling quarterback in both the NFL and in Madden. So that could be exploited here.
I'm surprised that is his first run of the day with Lamar. I would expect a little bit more throughout the game since he does have insane speed and looks like he might do it again. Ooh.
Now that looks like a very similar play to their last big game, just running a tight end streak down the sideline, rolling your quarterback out and having your tight end get behind your safeties back there. So another big gain here for the Baltimore Ravens as we are approaching the red zone.
It looks like the linebackers can't keep up with the Mark Andrews, and he just destroys them down the field.
Only a 1-yard gain here on first down, so we are going to be looking at a 2nd and 9 at the 22-yard line for the Baltimore Ravens. Another rollout. He is going to opt into a scramble. Does not pick up much, though. Only picks up a short 3 yards as it's going to be looking at a 3rd and I would call this 3rd and long at 6. So we shall see what he opts for, you know.
He loves that rollout to the right, but the defensive end doesn't get the tackle, but does not get the first down. It looks like it'll be a 2 to 3 yards short. 2 yards short. Let's see if he tries the field goal. With a minute 51, if State gets the ball back, he does have enough time to get back down the field.
Yes. Big decision coming up here for Ole Miss and the Baltimore Ravens. Do you take the points or do you take the risk?
It looks like he's going to go for it. It looks like a run up to the right side middle, if I had to guess.
See, he's coming out in the I formation. San Francisco is loading the box up. Oh, and he's actually going to drop back to pass, and it is caught by Mark Andrews for the first down at the 10-yard line. And it is going to be a 1st and goal, so this is about the longest 1st and goal that you can have without penalties.
Mark Andrews doing it all. I don't know if there's been another receiver that's caught a ball yet. It looks like it might be another QB run, and he's in.
You know, a 10-yard scramble here for Lamar Jackson for the touchdown as the Baltimore Ravens line up for the extra point to potentially make this a 7-point ball game.
Lamar Jackson just, oh.
And the extra point is shanked. So it will be the Baltimore Ravens up 13-7 with a minute and a half left here in the first half as San Francisco lines up to receive the kick.
This could be really big in the end. Like I said earlier, when Mississippi State hosted their Madden tournament, it came down to a missed extra point, 17-16. So we'll see if that ends up playing out here. But it will mean if Baltimore does get down the field, they will have to try for an extra point or 2-point conversion to get it back into a 7-point.
San Francisco will be lined up in the shotgun. It is a handoff, though. Nice 10-yard game, 11-yard game, they call it, as San Francisco is starting this drive off big.
First downs do not stop the clock like they do in college under the 2-minute mark, but getting out of bounds does. First timeout taken by Mississippi State. Well, there's 2 more left and a minute and 2. They still have time to get down the field, but I would expect more pass plays to start coming out.
Nice flat route here to George Kittle for a 9-yard gain.
Does not get out of bounds, though. See if he tries to just get the first down with a run or a little quick slant to the sidelines.
He is going to opt to a run for the first down and calls a timeout with 40 seconds remaining on the clock with the ball on the 47-yard line. Now, if you're Mississippi State, you do need to look for a semi-chunk play here, as you are not in field goal range yet.
Yeah, you want to at least get points. With that extra point, field goal does not feel as bad anymore because it only put you within another field goal of the Baltimore Ravens.
And we are going to be increasing the tempo right now after the pass to George Kittle. Jimmy G on the rollout. Is Jimmy G going to scramble for the first down? He does, and he gets out of bounds to stop the clock. Nice 6-yard gain here by Jimmy Garoppolo as the ball is now on the 38-yard line. Almost in field goal range here for Good.
Yeah, it would be a really hard field goal. Of course, Madden field goal kicking is really not the best.
He goes for it all, and it is dropped just inside the 5. That would have been a big play for Mississippi State, as it could have changed the toll for the end of this half.
All right, well, he took his one shot. I would expect a short post route here just to get a couple more yards and then kick the field goal here.
It is going to... Oh, a little drop down and a spin move by George Kittle. The defender is on skates as George Kittle becomes a ballerina out there on the football field.
Looks like it'd be a 42-yard field goal. See if you can hit this.
And the kick is good, so that's going to do it here in the first half of the Madden event at the Esports Egg Bowl, with Ole Miss and the Baltimore Ravens leading Mississippi State and the 49ers 13-10.
All right, so Mississippi State will get the ball here in the second half. But I will say I am a little skeptical of their defense right now because Lamar just loves running it out to the right side and just throwing it deep to Mark Andrews so far.
Yeah, an adjustment definitely has to be made for a San Francisco defense to contain the quarterback, as well as Baltimore. Baltimore, I mean, they might want to sell out on the run a little bit, as there were some big runs coming out there at the end of the half for San Francisco.
Yeah, they do usually get around a 6 to 4 yard gain. And it'll be out to the 22 for Mississippi State here to start the second half.
Here we are. It is going to be San Francisco coming out in an I formation here on first down from the 22. And another 10-yard gain.
I will say Mississippi State is liking their juke moves so far. He's made a couple, and they have been hitting.
Very much so. That is Trey Sermon, the rookie coming into San Francisco this year. This team invested a lot into Trey Sermon. They believed high in him.
Looks like it's just going to be a little stuff at the line, maybe 1 yard. Second down and 9 at their own 35. Mississippi State looks like they should be starting to look for more pass plays here soon.
And it is his favorite flat route to George Kittle for a very nice, I couldn't see, I think that was maybe a 10-yard gain there.
And it looks like both teams are really liking their rollout to opposite sides and just chunking it to the tight end.
It's going to be a handoff here to Trey Sermon. I'm telling you, this San Francisco run offense is getting the game rolling here in the second half.
The offense line is just asserting their dominance over the Ravens here.
You know, on the Ravens, you do have Calais Campbell here on the defensive line. You need him to show up to stop this run or slow it down at least.
Yeah, with all these runs, the clock keeps running, and it's already 2 minutes off of the second half. So Mississippi State's trying to run the clock as much as they can.
Now, it does look like he's going to be stopped short. About a 4-yard pickup here should leave us at a 3rd and 1. Ooh, they marked this as a very long one, a 2 actually. And he is stopped. So a big decision here for Mississippi State. It would be a very long field goal, or do you go for it? Do you go for it and try to change the tide of this game here? However, if you miss it, Baltimore will have excellent field position starting out here for their first drive of the second half. And we are going to be coming out in a looks like we've got 3 extra tight ends here for San Francisco. And it's going to be close. It's going to depend on the spot. Does he get it?
I don't think he did, and he did not. He was probably like inches short. Maybe a coach's challenge in there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's when we need a sideline replay right here. We need that sideline camera angle to look straight down.
I do think it was the right choice to go for it. This early in the game, you're only down 3. You might as well take a little shot to get a little more momentum in this game.
And it is picked off, the same play run by the Baltimore Ravens. They have successfully ran this play to Mark Andrews off a rollout twice, but the 3rd time comes up short, as it is going to be Fred Warner with a big pick here for San Francisco.
And we saw that Mississippi State player took over the guy that was defending there, so he made a player interception. So he knew what was going to happen there.
A user lurk, as they call it here in the Madden world.
Right, and they're already back on the run game. So now that going for 4th down doesn't seem too bad anymore. Go route on the right side. Doesn't look like he's going to chunk it. He's just going to
take the possession catch on the sideline, but I do think they ruled it out of bounds. Yeah, so it is going to be 3rd and 5, as the receiver could not get both feet in bounds here. So another big 3rd down here for San Francisco.
I'm surprised he didn't try to run for the 1st down, but here he goes again. But he gets it anyways.
Yep, and that is going to be Mitchell, the backup running back, coming in and making a big play here to pick up the 1st down for San Francisco.
I will say Ole Miss on the Ravens has been missing a couple tackles whenever, because Mississippi State is liking their juke moves, and they have been getting caught by them.
Another handoff. These runs out of the shotgun are really working for San Francisco here, as another big gain gets us right on the edge of the red zone. We're knocking on the door of that red land here on the football field.
They're using Eli Mitchell now, so any running back can just get through it, because the offense line is just dominating the line.
Another flat route to George Kittle does get you to the 11, so interesting take. They will be able to get a 1st down here right inside the 1-yard line. You can really kill a lot of clock here if you're San Francisco.
Like I was saying earlier, they love their tight ends. I don't know if a wide receiver has caught a ball so far yet this game.
Oh, other than Kittle, I think the only reception was to the backup running back in
Yeah.
Mitchell. And that is going to bring us into the 4th quarter with Baltimore leading San Francisco 13-10.
So far, Ole Miss has only had 1 play in the second half. It could mean a lot, especially with this little pass.
Oh, and he drops it on the contact. He heard the footsteps, as they say.
All right, it is 3rd down. I think the 1st down is pretty much the goal line, so I wouldn't expect being 1st down. So he has to go 2 more plays here.
And it is a throwback across the body to Sanu. That's the first time we've called his name today, and it is a big one at that as he gets into the end zone.
And now the extra point, and someone's already missed it today. Will he hit this one?
And it is good. So that is going to bring our score to 17-13 as Mississippi State and the 49ers will be leading Baltimore.
All right, this drive could mean the game. Baltimore does not score a touchdown. They have to get a touchdown with it being a 4-point game, and they might have to go for the 2-point conversion.
Now, if you are the Ravens here, do you try to make this drive as long as possible?
Now, with needing a touchdown, I'm worried about getting the touchdown. I know your defense hasn't been good, but don't worry about that until you're even able to score yet.
And it is going to be another 6-yard scramble here for Lamar Jackson. Now, if you're San Francisco, you have to contain Lamar Jackson here on this run. He will pick the ball up and run it with his legs.
Of course, last time Ole Miss had the ball, the Mississippi State player took over the linebacker and made the interception. So Lamar Jackson getting free, gets about a 12-yard gain there.
Yep, that is going to get us, it looks like, just over midfield here on the San Francisco side of the 50. However, San Francisco does have full momentum in this game, as you noticed by the top bar. I cannot tell exactly what the abilities chosen for San Francisco are in this game, but it does look like one of them is a battery, which should increase the stamina of the players.
And that was almost a big sack there, but Lamar Jackson just throws it away and almost doesn't take the sack there. Lamar Jackson just loves that right side. I don't know what to say. Might as well just put an extra man over there.
Yeah, you either got to put an extra man out there or designate a spy. It does appear, a lot of the times they are trying to run a spy, but Lamar is just simply too quick. He's just outrunning them. And that is going to be a nice 10-yard handoff to Latavius Murray.
We do see the Mississippi State player taking control of the left side defensive end. I'm surprised he hasn't tried taking over the right to stop Lamar, but of course it's always personal preference.
Well, that is Nick Bosa, so it does appear that he has been treating Nick Bosa as a spy here and pulling him off the left end. Just another tightrope run here by Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson with 9 rushes and 61 yards. He is, quite frankly, getting the job done with his legs right now.
This drive has taken a little over a minute with a minute 24. This could be interesting how much more time left is for Mississippi State if they do find the end zone for Ole Miss.
We do notice here as well that Lamar Jackson does have his X-Factor ability, which should increase his throw accuracy in these, and as well as ability to move and get out of the pocket since he is an improvising archetype.
It does look like Artavius Murray is starting to run over some people, so the run game's starting to get online here. Looks like the 2-minute warning might be coming up here, but let's see if there's going to be another play before then. There will be, because the play clock is running down. This could be a rush play for a loss.
It is going to be a loss of 1 on the play. It's going to be not quite a full yard, but very close. So it is going to be a 3rd and medium here for Baltimore. Very big call. You have to go for it, but you have to treat this as 4-down territory, so the playbook is wide open. It'd be interesting to see what happens.
I expect the roll out to the right, throw it to Mark Andrews, or just try to get the first down.
If I was a betting man, I'd say this ball is staying with Lamar Jackson.
Oh, no.
And it is. He does get down to about the 3-yard line, so you're going to be looking at a 1st and goal here for Baltimore as they are down 4. You have to have a touchdown here.
It looked like Mississippi State already took their first time out to stop the clock to give them as much time because they think that the Ravens will score, but they did get a good stop there.
Now, if I'm Baltimore here, I'm probably going to try to run the ball, kill this clock as much as possible, and then leave it in the hands of my former MVP and Lamar Jackson on a rollout.
To the right.
To the right. We roll into the right.
Let's see what we got here. But it is on the 5-yard line, so it could be a pass play here, which would be a rollout. Of course, they have the running back in the back line.
And it does look like he gets in. Now, that actually could be a very good situation for Mississippi State, as there is still a very manageable amount of time on the clock here. A minute 15 is a lot better than 15, which very well could have been what it was.
Yeah, but do we see? Oh, they only go for the extra point, so it'll be only a 3-point game, which is really big for Mississippi State. They only need to get in the field goal range. Oh,
and
no.
A field goal will win this game if Mississippi State is able to drive down the field and get into field goal range here for Good. Now, Good in real life has a career long of, I think it's between 55, around 55 yards, 55 to 60 yards. Yes. So in Madden, you think when you put in a user control there, he could probably you would be probably taking a manageable risk around 50 yards for a field goal.
Yeah, because as you see, the extra points, field goals are not easy to hit in this game. We got a little crossing route. Does he go out of bounds?
A big move here by Mitchell, and that's going to be a enormous chunk play here for Mississippi State and the San Francisco 49ers, moving the ball all the way down to almost midfield. Now, they do spend a timeout, so that leaves them one timeout here to move the ball maybe about 20 more yards down the field to get into a very nice field goal situation here.
I'm surprised that even Ole Miss maybe didn't try to take a timeout there, because after that, because of course your defense hasn't been good this game.
Yes.
You just have to probably no huddle here. Yep.
Yeah. See, if you're Baltimore, you got to let San Francisco run the ball here. If they're going to kill you with a run, they're also killing themselves against the clock.
I think that's just outside of field goal range. It would be like a 51, 52 right now, so I would expect them to go for at least 7 more yards.
A lineup here would be a 53-yard field goal. So, 7 to 10 more yards could get into a very manageable game-winning field goal situation here for Good.
Of course, he's already hit a 42, so if he can get around there, he should feel confident about it.
It's going to be another rollout. George Kittle is covered. Does he get the possession catch on the sideline?
Don't think so.
No, he is ruled out of bounds, so it's going to be 2nd and 10 again here at the 36-yard line.
But the clock did keep going there, which is big.
Nice little pitter-pat run here for San
Does
Francisco.
get stuck on the offense line, but that does look like it would make it under like maybe a 49. So
49-yard field goal here, and the hurry-up is in session. And that's a big gain here.
I expect maybe the Ravens start taking timeouts. Nope, no huddle.
No
I think
huddle.
it's just going to be runs here, get the clock down to 3 seconds.
You put the ball where you want your field goal kicker to have it. You let him line it up, and you put this game on the leg of your kicker. Good, regarded as a top 5 field goal kicker in the NFL, has a chance to win it here for Mississippi State.
Are they going to ice the kicker? Yep.
They are. Now, in Madden, the icing ability does play a large effect on field goals. It makes it where you cannot accurately see the aim, as you can tell, as well as it throws off the timing window.
And it is good.
So, Mississippi State.
We'll take this game 20-19. What a game.
What a game coming down to the wire, just as you would want and expect for a great game here in Madden at the Esports Egg Bowl.
Very close. Couldn't have set a better game. Couldn't have watched anything else. Mississippi State with a clutch field goal at the end. Got it before over Ole Miss, missing 2 extra points, so it pretty much decided the game.
Yes. That's also been a trend since the NFL did move the field goal range, the extra point ticker back to the 15. That has been a trend even in modern day football of a high rate of missed extra point attempts. And that, as we said, was the deciding factor here for Mississippi State.
All right, and now for the Egg Bowl, Mississippi State goes up 2-1, and that will be all from me and Shaq today. And next up is Rocket League.
And we are back. 3 games into the event, and they couldn't have been any closer. League was insane.
Yes.
Madden was wild. And now, like I said it in the open, Rocket League is one of my favorite esports. Dancing Buffalo back. I've got Nate with me on the cast today. And Nate, what are we even expecting here out of this?
So Rocket League, out of every event for Egg Bowl, has always been our hugest, closest event. You know, one of the hugest and closest, of course. Both Ole Miss and Mississippi State has really decent teams, and I feel like we're gonna take this to a Game 7 today, like we have in the past.
Absolutely. Every time so far, the first 2 Egg Bowls were best of 5s. They went Game 5. Last year, this year, we're going Game 7s. Last year went all 7 games. I'm gonna call it. I'm hoping for a Game 7. We'll see what if we get any overtimes in there, but I think we're about ready to get in the game. So without further ado, let's get on the pitch. It looks like we are going to have Mississippi State is going to be on the blue team here. Ole Miss going to be on the red side. See Ole Miss taking that early ball possession here, playing it along midfield, playing it off the sidewalls together. An early shot on goal there just off the crossbar for Eagle Rock.
Yeah, they had Mississippi State had no one in net. That was basically an open shot, but he just hit crossbar down.
Absolutely. We see Luke there trying to gather that ball from Mississippi State, plays it off to Trojan, but clammy there, and TG1, the veteran for this team.
Close one.
I feel like TG1 has to be getting close to 30 years old. He's been in just as many Egg Bowls as I have, and there's a goal for the man himself, TG1. It's only fitting. First goal of the day, and it's the man, the myth, the TG1.
Yeah, this guy's been longer here than I have, so I mean, I've only been here about a year or so, but I've seen him beforehand and nowadays. So
with less than a minute in, already first goal on the board. It'll be interesting to see. Nice little stall there at midfield. Luke taking the possession instead of the boost, and Trojan with the follow-up. We even had Poots there. All 3 members from Mississippi State pushed up. Didn't find the goal, but was able to get back in time, as now Luke's trying to battle with no boost.
yeah, Poots there, he was there ready to get the rebound. Obviously, the shot wasn't on net. Poots tried to get through, but honestly, there was 2 guys in net, so he couldn't really do much.
TG1 with the service in front of net again, but Eagle Rock not able to come up with it, but TG1 keeping the pressure on. He's been in these situations before. Pressure means nothing to him. The flick there over just off the mark. Can't quite squeeze it in past Eagle Rock.
Yeah, TG1 was there to bail him out. Because honestly, there was one guy from Mississippi State waiting at mid, ready for that ball to roll just towards mid a little bit longer, because he had 0 boost in net, so it would have been an open shot for sure.
Clammy takes it away from Luke here, plays it down across his own net. TG1 always present, and again, no one back for Mississippi State. The farthest player was at midfield, now becomes the forward here. Tries to take it himself, but nothing going. The defense for Ole Miss playing around that goal line and doing well to come out of net when needed.
Mississippi State just hitting that backboard over and over again. Cannot even get a shot on net at this moment. I feel like they were just trying to get a pass mid for center, but honestly, after 2 people went, that 3rd man could not go for that if it wasn't even on.
Yep, the one-on-one there. Poots, Eagle Rock takes it away, even gets a save to his name. Doesn't hold possession for too long, but Mississippi State, they're doing their best to counter-possess against this Ole Miss attack, but once they get it down in the net, the grip and vice of that Ole Miss defense, rather, is just too much for them.
Yeah, if you saw Poots miss 2 crucial touches, which could have probably led to a goal. Oh, Luke tries to get stuff, was defended by Ole Miss, and he couldn't get that shot in.
Yeah, you see we're under 2.5 minutes here, 1-0 game. We're used to seeing a lot of fireworks in these matches. We've seen some 3-3s and 4-4s throughout the years. So this low-scoring affair, a little bit different, but I'm okay with a change of pace in this rivalry. A lot more selective shots and trying to find ones to go, and TG1 can't make that one fall. Great stop from Poot there, but he can't get it on the attacking end.
Yeah, that was almost a bad situation for Mississippi State, mainly because Poots and Trojan both went for it. Luckily, Poots landed in a way that he could easily get back and kick that ball from the net.
Luke misplay there, not able to get the aerial that he wanted. Poots with the demo. We'll see if the 2v3 works out in Mississippi State's favor, but the ball is still on their side of the field. No aggression taken out. We're under 90 seconds. Off the backboard again for Eagle Rock.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like with Mississippi State, I feel like they are just lacking when it comes to team comms or just rotations in general. I see a lot of double commits, at least. For Ole Miss, I don't see that many. Obviously, you're going to have one or two throughout a game, but as of now, all I'm seeing is Mississippi State making a few errors here and there for double committing.
Poots takes the one-on-one again and gets it in front of the net, but doesn't have the teammate to finish. Trojan with a bit of a whiff there, but Poots does corral that ball back around midfield and send it back towards the Ole Miss net. Not a bad shot there, but all three Ole Miss defenders were in net and were able to take it away.
Yeah, I feel like Mississippi State's playing a more aggressive game, as in pushing up the team a lot, towards midfield more than sitting back. When you have Ole Miss here, who's literally, as we saw, two guys just in net, they are sitting here playing defensively, and I honestly think, I don't know how it's going to turn out. Who's going to win, the offensive pressure of Mississippi State or the nice defensive pressure for Ole Miss?
Well, when it comes to these two differentiating strategies, the Ole Miss strategy of a hard defense, I feel like it's a lot easier to take advantage of the Mississippi State hyper-aggression, because if they make a mistake, it could be an open net that they leave unattended.
For sure.
And for Mississippi State, like, you're going up against a brick wall, essentially. Like, even if there's a crack in the armor, it's gonna take a little more than luck just to try and put one through the net here. But we're under 10 seconds, and they've got to get something going. And it is downed. A beautiful ball there from Ole Miss to down that ball instead of playing it in the air for any extra time or anything like that. And Ole Miss takes game one 1-0. Not the fireworks show we were expecting, but they got the job done.
Yeah. As you could tell, Ole Miss, once they got that first goal, they played really defensively because they were just trying to keep that 1-0 lead. They were not trying to let any shots fall, even though Mississippi State was playing really, really hyper-aggressive. So I think that was the right strat, to play more defensively to just secure the win.
Absolutely, and we're getting right into game two here, not wasting any time. This is a best of 7 once again. So first team to win 4 games will take the title of Rocket League for this Esports Egg Bowl. Eagle Rock getting bullied off a little bit. Poots tries to get the little touch there off the ceiling, not quite going, however. Trojan, we haven't called his name yet today, sends one down to Poots, but can't quite make it happen.
Yeah, I feel like Trojan's more of a defensive player, from my knowledge. So he likes to stay the mid-man nor the backside. So you really don't see him talk or gameplay too much unless he's E, clearing the ball, or B, passing the ball. He can shoot. He's a really good mechanical player in of itself, but majority of the time you'll see Poots running aggression.
And as you say it, he sends it up, gets the pass from Luke, but it's stopped by TG1. A dangerous ball there. Eagle Rock gets it very close to the Mississippi State goal. Not quite on the sidebar, but nothing going. The defense of Mississippi State, they allow that one goal less than a minute into that first match, but they've really locked things down since then.
Yeah, I think Mississippi State's playing more of a semi-aggro game this game, because they played 2 aggro last time, let an open net in for that easy goal for Ole Miss, and they just played defensive the entire game. So
a demo there, close. Luke had the right idea, gets the demo onto the goalie, but again, them having 2 players back in net for Ole Miss is able to solidify that save there and keep that ball from finding the back of the net.
yeah, as you can see, Mississippi State's putting shots on shots on shots, especially last game and the beginning of this game so far. And you just see the good defensiveness of Ole Miss shining through.
Absolutely. Poots with another demo. Not sure if he even went for the ball there. Maybe just trying to clear out that space and get Eagle Rock out of there. But Clammy just behind him. Another ball really close, but a nice save by Eagle Rock there to keep things tied at 0.
Yeah, that was honestly a really on shot. It was a great save by Eagle Rock. It's hard to get that really fast, and he luckily got there in time. It almost went in, but he defended it really well.
See, TG1 plays the ball to the low ground for Clammy. Mississippi State trying to get that pinch off the wall, plays it instead across the field here. It's in the top mid. Trojan just a bit later, and Clammy with a shot on goal, but Poots gets the save. The aggressive player that usually is on offense gets the save, and now Trojan has to make a save of his own as TG1 comes flying in.
Yeah, as we can see, literally during that thing, Trojan had 0 boost, so he tried to push up for it, and unlucky, he was challenged by Ole Miss as it rolls into the net for Eagle Rock to score. Ole Miss 1, Ole Miss up 1, Mississippi State 0.
And you see in that replay there, the double commit from Ole Miss may have been going for a pinch and didn't get it, but both Mississippi State defenders anticipated the pinch, over-pursued the ball, and it just rolled in behind them, and that's another 1-0 lead for Ole Miss.
Yeah, I feel like Ole Miss will now play as defensive they are now. I feel like they will keep running the defensive strat now that they have a lead on the goals. But hopefully Mississippi State can crack through the defenses and make a shot go in.
TG1 playing that ball forward, not quite there is Eagle Rock, and now Mississippi State had ball possession and then let it go, let it roll into the Ole Miss defender, maybe just trying to play seconds. And now Poot making a play down towards the net. It does get defended away, but Luke's there to corral it. Trojan sends it across. Poot with the shot just off the sidebar, but the seconds from Trojan.
Yeah, you can see Trojan was there ready for the rebound off the defender or off the crossbar or off the post, my bad. And Trojan was there to send it in. Eagle Rock had no boost probably. He was already in the air. He couldn't do much.
Well, that's the first goal for Mississippi State and is tied at 1. Less than 2 minutes here in game 2, and we can only hope that that is a bit of a confidence booster for Mississippi State here in trying to find the back of the net a little more often.
Yes. I feel like now that Mississippi State has scored a point and now it's tied 1-1, I feel like Ole Miss will try to play a little more aggression. Not as much as Mississippi State is right now, but I feel like they will try to get more shots on net. As we have Poots going for the shot here, goes far, he couldn't get the shot on angle. And then
He was close there, just a little bit of an over-rotation, couldn't quite get the touch he wanted at that angle, but TG1 plays it softly in front of the Mississippi State net. It has to be grounded by Poot, who then takes it back to the sky in a bit of a defensive aerial, if you would allow me to call it that.
Yeah.
And Trojan tries to make a run. We'll call it a calculated whiff as he tries to set up Luke, but no boost, no balls as Ole Miss takes possession back, but Trojan with a shot on goal right down Main Street until Clammy with the save.
Yeah, as we can see, right now I'm seeing a lot of mistakes just on Mississippi State's side. Luckily, Ole Miss hasn't capitalized completely on it yet. They have a few times, like the first game, they capitalized on mistakes. I just feel like that right now Ole Miss is playing a lot more consistent, a lot more solid than Mississippi State is right now.
I think Ole Miss is also playing a little safer.
The
And
redirect.
as I say it, Poot with the redirect. Send it mid, and Trojan, he scores the first one and lays it off the roof for his teammate for the second. A beautiful touch and a beautiful job on that redirection. Mississippi State takes their first lead of the game and their first lead in Rocket League. 30 seconds left here.
That was a crazy angle to hit. And the fact that he hit it with such power, too, and over the defender, that was great play. A little risky there, right there in front of the net. Mississippi State was just sitting flat-footed as their ball rolled in front of the net. Luckily, Ole Miss did not know that was going to happen and was not there to capitalize.
And as you can see, the timer counting down from 10. Ole Miss starting to play a lot more aggressive, needing a goal to tie it up. But Mississippi State, they've wanted to play aggressive all game, and they welcome this. The ball goes down in front of the net. The goal wasn't needed, but Mississippi State takes game 2, 2-1. And the series is tied. We're 1-1. We knew it was going to be a nail-biter, and so far, I think we've got everything that we've bargained for.
Yeah, Ole Miss was playing really defensive that entire game, like we said, after they got that first goal. But luckily, Poots with that amazing redirect and angle they were not expecting over the defender into the net. Let's head to game 3.
It's a beautiful shot as we're getting into game 3 here. Mississippi State finding some success in that second match. We'll have to see if that momentum continues or if Ole Miss is now the one trying to rebound off of the loss here. Again, this is a best of 7, so these first couple of matches, even though they can't determine the win or loss, they could be huge as far as momentum. Eagle Rock plays it off the roof there, but out of boost, out of time, and Mississippi State now has possession. Loses the 50 though, but Poots is there to corral it back up.
Yeah, Pooch right there was a dangerous spot. Glad he catched it. When he caught it like that, that gives time for Trojan to rotate back, and he honestly just delayed a goal being scored. Because
There's no one back for Ole Miss here. Clammy has to hustle back as Poot takes that one away. Now Luke and Poot, not sure which one should make the play for the ball. I take it, you got it. But Eagle Rock takes it away instead. But Trojan, being that solid defensive player for Mississippi State, able to get it past one defender and save time for his teammates to get a little boost. Poot, not quite on shot, goes for the near post there, but TG1's there to take it away.
I think Poot's right there. He had minimal boost. I think he was trying to just go for it off the corner or off the defender towards mid area because because Luke was over there sitting there waiting for just a mid pass or something to happen so he can make a play.
Ball rolls into the 18 for Mississippi State. Clammy sends it in, and TG1 takes the bully.
Yeah,
Very great team play there from TG1. Instead of trying to go for the glory and steal the goal, go ahead and bully Luke out of the way, secure that goal, and that's the first one in Game 3 here.
Yeah, they were really trying to secure that goal. Once Clam hit it on net, TG1 knew exactly what to do and go for that defender.
Bit of a wave dash there. Clammy takes out Luke, so it's an early 2v3 momentarily for Ole Miss. Poots with a hard slam into the wall just to play and maybe stall out a little bit of time. The ball's at midfield, and Luke is back. Soft shot up near the goal, goes a bit high, and Ole Miss is able to take it back momentarily.
Yeah, right there, Poots trying to get it mid. However, the Ole Miss defender was pushed up, ready to defend it. Luke tried to go for it. Unfortunately, he was not there fast enough, nor was he in the right position. Here we go, Trojan with the shot, almost going to get it. 3-2, Luke and Poots committed on that shot, which leaves the defense kind of weak right now.
Yeah, we saw them hustling back, trying to get as much boost as they can, but Ole Miss knows it and goes. We see another double commit, and now no one's in net. TG1 with the redirect, can't quite find that upper 90, however.
As we see here, Trojan trying to make a play, trying to be more offensively. Poots trying to solo in a 1v1. Not the 50s it down, gives it to Ole Miss's ball. We have gone. Oh, there is an error right now.
We're having a bit of technical. You can blame Steam, Epic, or any other launcher you'd like, but no goals were scored in the making of that technical difficulty, and we're under 2.5 minutes left in this Game 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure now that, like we were saying earlier, I think Ole Miss play a lot more defensively, as we can see. Oh, the flick from TG1 over the defender for the goal. Ole Miss now up 2-0.
A little bit of style points there from TG. We know he's the veteran on this field. It just plays it off the ground. We haven't seen that any today. We haven't really seen any dribbles on the ground from either team. So him taking it himself, obviously the Mississippi State defender there expecting him to pop it up into the air and try to make a play. He did pop it into the air, but not quite as high as he thought. Just a quick flick over, easy net. That's 2-0 Ole Miss, as we're under 2 minutes left in Game 3.
Yeah, I feel like right now Mississippi State's defense is kind of weary. I feel like they're at like literally in the same spot the entire time. So like two people are in the same spot. As we have a shot on net, luckily Luke was there to stop it, and another shot on net for Eagle Rock, defended and 50'd by Trojan as we get to the Ole Miss's side.
Yeah, but we see it go to Ole Miss's side, but immediately they have players back and they're ready to aggress again. They have the boost and the mentality. Luke trying to take it himself, but doesn't have the boost. Does pick up the boost pack there, plays it into the corner, but is immediately challenged. Trojan wins the 50. It's now a ball that's laid up mid, but Poots was pushed up, expecting a little bit of a softer touch from his teammate. And just like that, we have a quick aggression from Mississippi State, but Ole Miss is right back on the attack.
Yeah, I honestly feel like though Ole Miss is playing a lot more aggressive than they have been the past games and the past few games. As we're getting a little latency variation, I think it's just a little bit of internet issues. But other than that, no goals have been scored since that latency happened. We have Luke right here defending the shot, pushing up towards Ole Miss's side. As we have, I'm pretty sure it's Poots mid. Oh, Trojan's mid. Poots playing back. Poots going for the backboard shot. Hopefully his teammates there. Both misses by Ole Miss. Shot on net, knocked away by TG1.
TG1, beautiful defense there, and now he's just kind of stalling it out there. We do see the demo from Trojan to open the net up momentarily, but with 30 seconds left, Mississippi State needs 2 goals, and Eagle Rock's preventing that first one from happening there. Poot corrals it back. 20 seconds. This is still doable, but we need the first goal for Mississippi State before we can get the second.
Yeah. Right there, Poots had 0 boost. He couldn't really do much in the situation he was in. I think he was trying to fake the defender, thinking he'd go for the aerial 50, but he did not let that happen. He knocked it away.
And we see as we count down 3, 2, and now 1, when the ball touches the ground, it'll end, and just like that, Ole Miss takes Game 3 and goes up 2-1 in Rocket League. TG1, we talked about him at the beginning. He's been here forever. He's been on the team. He's definitely the captain and the veteran here. He has a goal. He also assisted the second goal. He had a couple of saves and had the most shots on goal for the team. So even if things aren't going through him every single possession, he's making his presence known when he does get the ball.
Yeah, I think Mississippi State needs to get more shots on net because as we saw from that last game, there was only 4 shots on net for Luke. and we need more from the other two players.
I completely agree, but we're not out of this yet. It is 2-1 in a best of 7. Ole Miss needs to win 2 more to take it and then tie up the overall Egg Bowl score at 2-2. But the early aggression there from Mississippi State, Eagle Rock's able to take it away. He has no boost, but they do have possession. Plays it back to TG1, who sends a shot on goal before Luke saves it. TG1 didn't really like getting blocked there and gets the demo, but it doesn't matter. Trojan with a head of steam right down Main Street in Mississippi State, wanting to score early. This is the first game that they've scored first. 20 seconds in, it's 1-0 Mississippi State.
Yeah, Trojan went for that under shot on the ground, and it happened to go underneath the defender who was not ready for it. He thought he was going to go for the higher shot, and it snuck underneath him for the Mississippi State goal.
And that's great to see Trojan with that goal, the early goal as well for Mississippi State. The first 3 games they had to play from their back foot, play from behind, and try to find an equalizer, and then the go-ahead score. We saw TG, he rode it until he ran out of boost, and now Trojan takes it away, wins that aerial there. But Clammy now taking multiple one-on-ones and winning those 50s.
Yeah, I think right there that was almost bad Mississippi State. Luckily, though, Trojan cut the defender as the net's wide open. No one from Mississippi State there to capitalize on the Poots center. And here we see TG1 taking it off the back wall, trying to clear it out to the other side.
And TG1 always seems to be right place, right time when it gets down near their 18 there. Eagle Rock playing it through the air off the wall himself. Clammy not there for the touch, but TG is. Poots takes it away, gets it past one defender, but can't make it a second. The ball's getting dangerously close to that side post for Mississippi State, and Trojan has to come out of net for it and give it to a teammate.
Mississippi State for some reason was all three players were in that corner all at once. Trojan was in net getting that save, but Luke and Pooch just have like zero communication between each other.
And I almost wonder if it's one of those trying to figure out who's going to be the playmaker, because
for sure.
we're used to seeing playmakers across the board no matter what title or team it is. But at the end of the day, you also don't want to have any selfish plays as Clammy comes to play. That's an upper 90 goal for Ole Miss to tie it back up at 1-1.
Yeah, TG1 again with the bump in net. TG1 has been the capitalizer for these demos and these bumps in net for Ole Miss to get these goals.
Absolutely, and as it's tied up 1-1, you still see 3:13 left. But now Mississippi State, they scored early and tried for the kickoff goal there. The ball rolled down into the 18 before the Ole Miss defenders were able to corral it. And Trojan keeping the pressure on right off the crossbar. Poots can't make the touch, and Trojan can't get the bully. That was close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, we saw Trojan there trying to get the shot on net, trying to get for that upper shot where the defenders probably couldn't touch it fast enough. Sadly, though, he did not. It hit crossbar straight down. Really saddening for the Mississippi State team.
Nothing going there, but Poots with the flick on for his teammate Luke. They had some miscoms earlier. That was on, but just off the mark. The Ole Miss defenders, they had 2 there. Both were needed to make that save. Now it's a race for boost, and I think the Mississippi State player beat him for it.
Yeah, I think Clam is back there just trying to, with the redirect from Poots to score. Mississippi State up, now up 2-1.
2-1 there, and a beautiful team, and we love to see it here. Trojan plays it up. Poots, it's a one-on-one with TG, and Poots was there a split second sooner. He had the goal to himself before TG could get back, cements the goal, reclaims the lead here, and is trying to tie this series up 2-2.
Yeah, really good rotating by Poots. The fact that he knew that there was no one else in net and he could easily get there before TG1 for that nice redirect to the net was fantastic.
Luke with the read from the corner, sends it down, and Poots sends it in front of Trojan actually with the score. Looks like Poot wanted that one for himself, but Trojan said, nah, I can play out of net when I need to. Let me take this one myself.
That was honestly a very risky play for Mississippi State. If that would have hit crossbar or was defended, that would have been an easy goal for Ole Miss.
Absolutely, but hey, everything works out half of the time, maybe sort of sometimes. And with 2 minutes left, Mississippi State finds himself with a 2-goal lead. And the last time they had a lead like this, they were able to maintain it in game 2.
As we see there, Luke going for the shot, Poots going for his famous redirects at this point. Sadly cannot get the touch on that he wanted or get touch at all, and the defenders just hit it towards their net. Poots going for the 50 in the air, cannot get it. Trojan with the clear as Poots goes for the center shot. Trojan there with the little down shot, cannot get it to go anywhere as Luke challenges the ball for a wide open net. Clammy can't get back and we have a 4-1 game for Mississippi State.
We were expecting fireworks at some point, and after some one goal, 2-goal differentials, Mississippi State is finally opening it up here. And I think that may have been a little bit of Ole Miss pressing, trying to force a goal, knowing that they were down 2. Little out of position. Clammy couldn't get back, was probably out of boost, and a little chip shot to make it a 3-goal differential here for Mississippi State with under 90 seconds left.
As we see, as Mississippi State, I think, are still playing really aggressive as it is. They're already up 3 goals right now, so they're still playing super aggressive and super aggro. But so is Ole Miss. So at this point, it's more of like who can play the most aggro and capitalize off mistakes. We have a demo from Eagle Rock going on the Poots, as Trojan is also demoed. Luke tries to clear it, kind of pinch it off Poots, and clears it out. Eagle Rock trying to get that center ball. Luke trying to get the 50 downwards. Trojan in net. He's going up for the 50 defending and defends it out of the net.
And I think what we're seeing here, we've seen a good possession from Ole Miss, but I think Mississippi State in continuing this aggressive play style have just decided that for them personally, I was going to say the best defense is a good offense, but Eagle Rock said if you're going to play up and out of net and not respect our goal potential, I'm going to make you pay for it. There's 40 seconds left. This is still doable for Ole Miss as it's only 4-2.
Yeah, 40 seconds, a lot can have 40 seconds, especially in Rocket League. You can have kickoff goals, you can have so many other goals possibilities that can happen from Mississippi State's mistakes.
We do see Poot having to play the early goalkeeper there based on his spawn point for that kickoff. Luke with no boost, just trying to stall out for his teammate. Now Trojan's making a run of his own. Not known for making the runs, and TG takes that 50 with him, but Poot, no one was back in net for Mississippi State. Or for Ole Miss rather. Mississippi State noticed it, plays it up to Trojan, and that's his second goal of the game. It is 5-2 with 19 seconds left.
I was honestly going to say something or think something because Ole Miss, we're all 3 on that side of the field, and Clammy was not back enough, and I saw Trojan peeking out on the right side of the field on the Ole Miss side, and I knew if Poots get over those 2 guys, it's going in.
Absolutely, and we see we're down to 10 seconds left here, and if you're Ole Miss, you're probably just playing for next here. You're playing for the next game because at the end of the day, all this game does is tie it back up 2-2, and then it's effectively a best of 5 at that point. Both teams have won 2. You both need to win 2 more. Well, I guess it would be a best of 3 in that situation. But with that, Mississippi State takes game 4. It is now 2-2 in this best of 7.
Yeah, by far a way better game for Mississippi State. As we can see, Trojan, honestly, the more defensive guy, coming out and capitalizing on the mistakes and just outplaying Ole Miss in of itself.
And I think that's the biggest thing in that game. We do see Trojan with the hat trick, and we were told beforehand he would be the more defensive player, but maybe it's more of a transitional role where he will be defending and playing those initial balls up. But if you're not getting the 1-2s you want for those first touch goal opportunities, playing it back from that initial forward back to your midfielder defender for the second touch may not be a bad idea. And as we get into game 5 here, Ole Miss with all of the aggression playing it all around Mississippi State's goal. But Mississippi State gets a demo, but it's not enough. Clammy comes up big and scores first for Ole Miss in game 5.
Yeah, I believe that was, I'm pretty sure that was Trojan in net with 0 boost. Couldn't really do much. He honestly just used his boost to get in the position he needed to get. But at that point, the shot was too high for him to do anything about it.
So, 20 seconds in. Ole Miss with the score again. They did it the first 3 games of this set. They're in the driver's seat now. We'll have to see if they want to continue this really aggressive play that got them this early goal or if they slow down a bit. Because early on, we did see them slow down. A little bit of a team bump there onto TG1. But Mississippi State are trying to answer here. They do have the ball down around Ole Miss's 18, but Eagle Rock with some nice plays off to his teammate. We do see a double commit for Mississippi State and no goal to show for it.
Yeah, Clammy right there got that demo on Luke in the backfield, meaning Luke couldn't push up to even get any pressure whatsoever on that ball. As you see a shot come from Eagle Rock, luckily Poots was there to save it and clear it wide.
He had the clear there. It looks like both Mississippi State defenders wanted that boost down in the corner and didn't get it. Clammy takes the mid boost, and now Eagle Rock has a run all of its own. It's going to be a 1v1 with Trojan in the net, and Trojan's able to take it away from him for now.
Yeah, honestly, I think he was just trying to get the ball mid or trying to call something or create a 50 as we see Poots bang the ball towards the Ole Miss side, and let's see if Mississippi State can get a run going.
Eagle Rock is going to play it off the back line here, but Luke's able to corral it. TG1, however, makes the read, and the ball goes wide off of a deflection from Mississippi State.
Honestly, I could tell that Ole Miss is playing really aggressive still. As we see, I'm pretty sure the majority of this game, the pressure has been on Mississippi State for Ole Miss putting 50 and going up for balls and shooting. And I think at this point, Mississippi State is going to crack, as I was saying. No one was in net. No one was prepared for that, as we have a shot by Clammy, a beautiful shot in the top of the net.
Yeah, you see at the bottom of your screen right there, Eagle Rock was able to get that bump and open the net up, and all three Ole Miss players were beyond midfield, pushing up into the Mississippi State side of things. And now it's 2-0 with just under 2 minutes have been played in this 5-minute match. And if you're Mississippi State here, I'm not sure if the answer is to be more passive and try for counterattacks or to try to match aggression with aggression there, as Poots has one nearly go in but is saved.
I think for Mississippi State at this point, they're just trying to get something in the net. I feel like they're going to play as aggressive as they have been the rest of the game. I think they're just trying to go for a shot at this point just so they can boost some morale. As we see a double, almost triple commit for that ball from Mississippi State, they're just trying to get that ball to go in. As we see a shot from Luke, which goes in. Ole Miss was not ready for that banger in.
That was a great ball there. Trojan plays it off the wall, off of Eagle Rock rather, and Luke was just there. Right place, right time. He made that read and is able to send it in right at the halfway mark here. They get their first on the goal, and that could be huge because a 1-goal differential is such a wide difference than a 2-goal differential, because now 1 goal ties it, and even if you only get 1 goal for the rest of the match, you still send it into overtime and have a chance. But that 2-goal differential and having to score 2 can almost seem insurmountable the later you get into the game.
Yeah. Right now, it's anyone's game at this point. Either Ole Miss can be played defensive and not let anything happen, or Mississippi State can capitalize on the aggression and put some more shots in. Maybe take the overtime, maybe take it for the win.
See Luke playing the ball up, hitting it up for Poots, but Eagle Rock is able to climb the ladder a little quicker. TG1 trying to play it himself. Luke doesn't have enough boost, but takes it away momentarily. Sends it down into the corner, and Trojan takes it away. We are seeing more possession from Mississippi State, but are they able to make the most of it? Luke doesn't quite get the touch he wanted, but still plays it mid, hoping for a teammate there. Instead, it's TG1. Trojan does make it back for the save, though.
Yeah, as we see here, I'm pretty sure Mississippi State is staying backwards on their side of the field, trying to capitalize off a bad touch from Ole Miss, or get a good 50 and capitalize and try to push for a goal. Because as we can see, they're all hovering around midfield. As we see a shot from Poops go wide, and Mississippi State not going to get the goal.
And it's really unfortunate to see he had that opportunity from that angle we saw. He had the touch. The goal is open as we see a demo by Eagle Rock onto Luke. Poots plays it down, and Clammy is there to take advantage of it, but Trojan plays it himself. It just doesn't seem – they get their first and second touch. They get that initial pass, Mississippi State, but Ole Miss is just there to stop any second ball opportunities, it seems like recently, as that one gets dangerously close to the side post. Now Poots takes it himself. It's going to be a 1v1. Not quite able to get it there. He wanted to play it near post and try to get maybe a bully onto TG, but TG too quick, gets there before he can be blocked, and gets the save as we're down to 35 seconds left for Mississippi State to tie it up.
As we see Luke trying to get the 50 right there, doesn't go his way. As we see Eagle Rock take it off the wall, Clammy was taking off the ceiling. Eagle Rock, I guess, decided to go back down. As we see a shot, goes too wide. Eagle Rock manages to pinch it off his card, just a little bit off to keep it out of the net.
Another serviced ball by Trojan, but no one's there for Mississippi State. Poots a little late to the party, gets it past one, but not the second. 10 seconds left, and Clammy's playing goalie. That's what they needed. That was one of the best opportunities Mississippi State was going to have, but Trojan says no. Ties it up with 2 seconds left. He had the hat trick last game, and he's going to be the one to try to force overtime in this one.
That was an amazing, amazing shot from Trojan, but also from Luke, because TG1 could hear Luke coming up, and he had to do something. Let's see if Ole Miss State could do something in the next 2 seconds.
We do see just the single challenge for the ball, and this is our first overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you at the onset, overtime is no stranger in the Rocket League match for the Esports Egg Bowl. And here we see an opportunity under 10 seconds in. Not much going, but Trojan plays it back down. They've got to be careful, though. With so many commits forward, Mississippi State has to have someone back. They did, and they are able to play the ball right back into Ole Miss territory after that initial scare.
Yeah, as we see right off the rip, Mississippi State being really aggressive, almost getting the goal. Luke had the bump on the backboard for the almost open net, but sadly no one was there to capitalize, or was there to capitalize, my bad, but Ole Miss was there to defend it, and now we just right now have a back and forth.
And this is just extra time being played. Like, you could say the tensions are higher now, but a lot of these players have been in these situations before. Rocket League is such a momentum-based game, and at this point, scoring a goal with 2 seconds left in regulation to send it to overtime, you have to assume the momentum is on Mississippi State's side, but they can't let that deter them and distract them from playing their fundamentals and being defensive-minded when Ole Miss has this goal-scoring potential.
We have the bump on Luke. Luckily, though, the rest of Mississippi State managed to get back and clear that ball.
That was a beautiful setup from TG1. He was just stalling out right inside the 18, and Eagle Rock hands it off again. TG1 with a shot of his own, but Poots is there. The attacker has become the defender, and now Trojan dribbling past one, but Clammy there to stop it. It's off the backboard, and the touch is there for Mississippi State.
As we can see, the tensions are really high as these shots are getting really close to the net for both Mississippi State and Ole Miss, leaving us on the edge of our seats for this one.
Poots plays it. He sends it out of the Ole Miss net, tries to play it to a teammate, but TG1 takes it and sends it mid to Clammy. Poots is there to take away that touch, however, but the whiff from Trojan. TG1 sends it down, but they do have Luke in the back. We're 2 minutes into overtime here, and I'm wondering how long this will last.
As we see a wide open net for Mississippi State, Poots manages to go off the backboard and save that shot. Looking a little scary right there.
I feel like I almost Caster's cursed the overtime there as Ole Miss with another shot. Clammy plays it off the backboard to himself and takes it. That's Ole Miss taking Game 5 to go up 3-2. They are one more win away from taking Rocket League away from Mississippi State.
As you see, Luke there on that back wall couldn't get the touch he wanted, which leads for the shot for Ole Miss to seal the deal for this game.
Clammy was a game changer there. You see, he scored all 3 goals for Mississippi State. The hat trick, Eagle Rock, and TG both had assists on those goals. But even though Mississippi State lost that game, I feel like we saw moments of brilliance. We saw the late game pressure that was able to cement that overtime leading goal, and we saw them able to battle back and get back into things. So we'll have to see. I hope that overtime loss doesn't deter them too much, because you're down to a must-win if you're Mississippi State. Mississippi State has to win the next 2 to win, and we're in. I said every other game, every other time, Rocket League is gone. All 5 games, all 7 games, and we are on track to do that again here today.
Yeah, I hope Mississippi State is really thorough, because after that amazing goal at 2 seconds to send it to overtime and then losing overtime must be really heartbreaking for the team.
Absolutely. They're still playing relatively well here. Luke able to get that ball down before being demoed, and the aggression may mount here for Ole Miss. The 51 by Luke off of his respawn. Poots is going to give it to him, but Eagle Rock is able to take it away.
Yeah, we see Luke right there trying to go for the ball, but ends up going for the bump instead, so Eagle Rock cannot follow it up for a double touch.
Trojan a little bit of a whiff early, but able to make it back. Clammy and Poots with the mid-air 50, and now Luke. All 3 Mississippi State defenders swarming the ball here, not trying to give up the first goal of Game 6.
Yeah, Luke there trying to go for the shot. TG1, though, defends that really well and just 50s it to the right side of the field.
Poots doesn't quite make touch there, and neither does Luke. They're going to have to get back here. Luke with another miss. Out of boost, out of time. They play it down in front of their net. If you're studying here at home, that's usually not advised, but Mississippi State able to make it work before TG Work services it back down into the box.
TG1 going for the double tap, could not get it, goes wide. Mississippi State's players kind of looking a little lost on that near post. They're all just trying to figure out what they want to do and get the ball so they can go ahead and get a run going. As we see, Trojan takes it off the wall, trying to hit it mid, misses the ball. As we see Poots right here trying to get the ball. Poots trying to go for the 50. Luke, last one back. I'm pretty sure Trojan's already back, actually. As we see, Mississippi State trying their best to just keep it off their side of the field.
And they've been doing this the entire couple of matches, as we see a goal from Trojan there. Not sure that's how they drew it up, but the service, Trojan lays it off, makes the run. Luke gives it back. Trojan able to make the touch and get it above TG1. 1-0. Mississippi State able to score first here again with just over 2 minutes being played in Game 6 here.
I feel like Calamity was trying to save that and accidentally put that in. Unfortunate for the Ole Miss team, because I honestly thought that was going to go crossbar out from what it looked like. But sadly, Calamity trying to go for that save, happens to the best of us, knocks it in, unfortunately.
And now Ole Miss is having to play from the back foot. They've been passive for the majority of this match, just taking their counter-attack opportunities. And as we see another one here, Eagle Rock sends one long. Luke has to play it off the crossbar, and Trojan is actually going to make a run off this. He has the 50 with Clammy, and I think Clammy got the touch he wanted. But Luke is still here for the touch until TG comes in. The man seems to have an extra gear in his car at times. We may want to get that checked out if we can at some point. But Poots dribbles it down in front of the net, but he's done this before. It seems like every time he tries to take it on himself, he's facing all 3 defenders for Ole Miss.
Yeah, as we can see from that almost brilliant shot from Luke. Sadly, though, TG1 really fast. And as we see, a net wide open. I think someone got a bump, and Calamity with the shot on the net brings the ties the game up 1-1 with the Ole Miss shot.
Yeah, we saw Luke come out of net there, try to defend it up against the wall. It got down around that corner, which can always be tricky with how the ball bounces around there. He's not able to get the touch, and then it's an open net for Eagle Rock, and then Clammy just took it from him. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all trying to pad stats here, right? But nonetheless, the score is tied here in Game 6. Mississippi State trying to play for this Game 7, and they may have a chance here. They get it past TG1, but Eagle Rock's there to gather it up. TG1 not able to get that touch that he wanted. Mississippi State plays it off the back. But again, I'm going to keep saying his name. TG1 is flying all over the field here to get these touches to set up his teammates.
Yeah, TG1, honestly, one of the best playmakers I see for Ole Miss. As we see a shot go on net, TG1 with the save. Just to secure the save, I'm pretty sure Eagle Rock had it in the bag, but TG1 said, I'm going to make sure this is not going in.
Absolutely. We see Poot once again tries to make the play through the corner, realizes he's not going to have the boost or the momentum to get it past multiple defenders and lays it off. Eagle Rock plays it down in front of the net but doesn't take the shot, however, and Luke takes it away. There's a demo there, but Clammy was doing enough to battle Luke away from the goal before Trojan can set it back down in front. Poot doesn't have the momentum to put a powerful shot on goal, however, and now Ole Miss will try to repossess.
Yeah, as we see, Trojan just then accidentally gave away possession, but as the Ole Miss gave possession, rushed right back as Poots goes for the 50. Couldn't get, I think that was, Trojan could not get the redirect off that shot. Sadly, the Ole Miss defender got there just in time as we see a flip reset from Eagle Rock to put the ball into the net, and Ole Miss is up 2-1.
2-1, 24 seconds left. A beautiful ball here from Eagle Rock. Plays it off the wall, gets the flip reset past Trojan, who was the last line of defense. Mississippi State, this is their final stand here. They need a goal in the next 24 seconds to try to send it to overtime to then try to force the Game 7.
Yes, they need to get this goal here, like they got in that last game, to send to overtime to get a chance to come back and bring it to Game 7.
They have the early aggression, but no follow-up from Poots, as now Luke dials it back in. 9 seconds left and counting. Luke dribbles it himself, tries to play it off to Trojan, maybe get a pinch there. It doesn't happen. TG1 back in net, and the whiff from Luke sends it and ends it. Ole Miss is going to take your Game 6 and ultimately take Rocket League. That is going to be your Rocket League, ladies and gentlemen. Ole Miss, they take Rocket League in 6 games, and it's a heartbreaker if you're a Mississippi State fan.
Honestly, even though they won in Game 6, that was really close matches both ways.
Absolutely.
You had Ole Miss playing really defensively, keeping that lead. Yeah, Mississippi State chasing after that ball, so to speak, just trying to put it into the net.
Well, at the end of the day, Rocket League may have been a heater, but we're only just over halfway through. The overall series is now tied at 2 apiece here, and with a couple of first-person shooters and then smash to end it, it really is anyone's tournament here.
For sure. We're tied up basically at this point. It's basically like a new event because it's like those first games basically didn't exist. But We supported the teams all throughout. They all played their heart out. Rocket League did really good. And let's go on to the next game after this break.
After this break, we've got Valorant, and we'll be right back with it. Well, we're back. We're tied up 2-2. Dancing Buffalo joined here with Molly this time. We had to get rid of Nate. He had to go do production things. So I've got Molly. And this Egg Bowl has been everything we've expected it to be and a little bit more, I think. So why don't we go over a little bit how we got to this point?
Well, first off, we started off with Overwatch, and we kind of saw Mississippi State that kind of just swept the floor with Ole Miss. I mean, we won on 2 points, and when they went to Kings Row, I mean, they held them in spawn.
It's a very dominant performance from the Overwatch team from Mississippi State. And then moving on to league, it was a very close and tightly contested match, but Ole Miss was able to pull it out in the end.
Next up, we had Madden, and that was a real nail-biter. It came down to the very last few minutes, and, I mean, what more could we ask for? We want football. We want nail-biters. It's great.
Last-second field goal, reminiscent. I mean, if you're a Mississippi State or an Ole Miss fan, we've seen some nail-biters from our respective football teams for those universities. And then most recently, we just got through watching Rocket League, where every game was closed, but in the end, Ole Miss was able to take it in 6 and by a score of 4-2.
So overall now, we are tied up for the Egg Bowl, which means it's a nail-biter. We need to win these games, or, these games are going to be really close here. We've got 2 FPSs and Smash coming up, and we're going to be starting off with Valorant here. And the biggest difference with Valorant is we have agents that have their own special abilities, so it's really it's not based just on skill. It's kind of team comps.
Absolutely. It's a lot of team composition, and strategies go into what agents you want to pick on what map. It looks like for map 1, we're going to be picking Ascent, so as soon as our players are ready, we will go ahead and hop on into the game and see what they've got waiting on us. But before we do that, I just want to talk personally. So I don't know too much about this Ole Miss Valorant team. So they're a bunch of new guys from what I've been told. But this Mississippi State team, they've got some pretty familiar names. If you're familiar with any of the Mississippi State esports, we've got a couple of guys here that have played a couple of different titles throughout Egg Bowls as well as other respective collegiate leagues. And their IGL, Med C, is a personal friend of mine. Shout out Med C. But he's going to be IGLing, and he told me personally that they're expecting a lot, but they're not overlooking Ole Miss. They said, we know we beat them pretty convincingly last year, but we know they have a new team and they're a lot better. And I'll be interested to see what strategies that he brings to the table here today.
With Ole Miss, we're not sure if they have that team comp synergy. We know some of our players for our old Mississippi State Valorant team, they've got history. They've played on the Overwatch team together. They've played in past Egg Bowls. They've got experience. That's something they have over Ole Miss.
Exactly. And with that experience, we do have a few rookies on the roster as well. Locked Out is going to be making her first appearance for the Mississippi State Valorant team, but she's going to be alongside some of our mainstays, some of the guys that played last year in, as we talked about, Med C. We've got Ecology on the board. We've got Gucci on the board. And we also have Flanson. Now, when talking to Ole Miss, they were specifically scared. I don't want to say scared. Scared's a strong word. They were specifically observant to Flanson's talent, and they knew that if they could try to get Flanson out of the game in as many rounds as possible, that would be their best chance of taking rounds and trying to take maps.
The biggest thing with Flanson is he shines in any game he plays. He's played Overwatch for us, Rainbow Six Siege, and now he plays Valorant. He's even played a little bit of CS. He's cracked out FPS games. I mean, that's where he shines his best, for sure.
And when in doubt, click heads, as the old saying goes. But it looks like we are just about ready to get into our map here. So as soon as we get to see what we're looking like in-game, we'll throw it down to it and we'll get things started. But first, we've got the agent select screen.
So it looks like Mississippi State is going to be starting on the defending side. So we're going to have Ole Miss on the attacking side. And like we stated before, we're on Ascent. So this is it's kind of like Dust 2 when you're thinking about CSGO. It's a 3-lane map, and honestly, it's very similar to CSGO's Dust 2 map.
Absolutely. And what we'll see from these team comps is that we're going to see a little more of an aggressive style from Mississippi State. I was told they love to run double initiators or double duelists from time to time. We do see Flanson's going to be on that jet. He's going to be their main jet player. Locked Out playing more of the sedimentary, like the root player on that Killjoy. And then on the attacking side here for Ole Miss, we're going to see the Rays come out. We're going to see the Reyna come out. Astra, she can place those stars all across the entire map, which can be smokes or any other number of abilities, and they're also going to be playing a Killjoy to probably anchor down one site by themselves.
The biggest difference we can see with the two team comps is Mississippi State has kind of more of a controller. They have more controls. They only have one duelist. When it comes to Ole Miss, we've got two duelists, and that they might have an advantage starting on the attacking side, but we're not sure how they're going to be able to defend with these duelists.
Absolutely. And starting on the defending side here, in a game like Valorant or CS or any of the games like this, I always personally like being able to defend first, because at the end of the day, you can't win the entire match only in the first half. So being able to see how many rounds the other team is able to put up on attack and kind of gauge how many you essentially need to win could be big in the long run. But like we said, with Mississippi State loving an aggressive play style, they may not wait to take fights on site. They may push sites and push the aggression into Ole Miss's face here.
Really what we need to see here is kind of who gets the momentum first, especially with these different team comps. I mean, momentum's going to be a huge thing in an FPS game like Valorant, because if you can get that lead early on with your economy, you're pretty set for the next few rounds.
We see the early presence for Ole Miss leaning towards A, but as no one pushed up soon, Flanson making some noise right outside tree room, and now it looks like we're gonna make a split down catwalk for Ole Miss here. Pure holding that tree room doorway, not letting Flanson get that peek, but Bully here has made it all the way out to A main, and Flanson goes down from Ome. This is one thing that Reyna has that's great on pistols, being able to use that overheal. That is a free 150 shield on pistols, and that could go a long way here.
We see Mississippi State kind of playing this retake a little bit slower. That way they can all catch up. We got locked out rotating up into heaven, and we're going to try to retake the site here at the same time. And they're showing some success here. They're getting some picks on Ole Miss, and it looks like they're working very together. They're being very together with this.
And in the 3v1, it wasn't enough. Cujo takes down one, but can't do both. They'll give Med C the defuse for that extra ult charge. And we saw Ole Miss was able to get that first pick on the pistol, but even once they got the spike down, weren't able to convert that attack into defending the site.
I think this is where it comes with the different team comps. With Mississippi State, they've got more utility that's kind of better for holding sites and retaking sites rather than pushing sites like Ole Miss.
Oh, I completely agree. And as we can see here, Mississippi State, they're not wasting any time. Spectre's in a couple of players' hands, at least 3, and Ole Miss, even though they got that spike down and got that extra money, it looks like they're saving and they're just still rocking pistols trying to get the full buy for that third. It's going to be a fight mid here, however, and Gucci's able to take down 3. Bully does answer with 2 of his own, however. Medc gets 1 with the grenade and takes down Bully, and we're not even 20 seconds in, and it's already a 3v1. Locked out swings through and takes down her mirrored Killjoy, and that was a very quick round for Mississippi State.
I think Gucci really he took advantage of Ole Miss's lineup. They kind of just pushed out all at the same time, and they looked like they were jumbled there in connector, and Gucci just had lined up shots. I mean, he didn't even have to move his crosshair, really.
Gucci is a very well-versed FPS player. He was very strong in playing Reyna for Mississippi State in last year's Egg Bowl. But this year, playing a little bit different here. He's going to be on the Sova, but Ole Miss just looking for 1 or 2 kills on those pistols. They did find 2, and they also have rifles. So it's going to be the Phantoms and Vandals versus the Spectres. The pop flash from Med C. The man's insane. He also does have that knife there that does reveal that 2 are near him. They were suppressed until they killed the knife. He saw the Reyna blind, so he knows Reyna's won. But do they expect him near this box? They didn't, but the aim is true. Pure also takes down Locked Out on B site, and that opens the map up for Ole Miss here.
Right now, Ole Miss has a player on them, and they're rotating together. They're retaking these sites, or excuse me, they're taking these sites together. And Flonson is here to answer up College's death in mid, and he's getting these picks on site.
He did get that pick onto Lens, which was huge after getting the trade. He is tagged down horrendously low, but it's a 2v2. They know the spike is on A site. They're not sure where the enemy Killjoy is, however. They know she was last seen out B. Reyna takes down 1, gets the overheal, and with Gucci shooting right there, they know he has a Spectre and he is main. Both peek at the same time. He does get the dink, but can't get the kill, and that'll be the first round by way of Ole Miss. They did take a couple of rifles out of the hands of Ole Miss, did Mississippi State, but that's the first round for them.
I think Mississippi State's still going to be okay in this coming into this round. They didn't spend a whole lot of economy in the second round, so coming into this round, they should have pretty even gunfight. We might have to see a little utility save here, but other than that, I think they'll be okay. Ole Miss had really good synergy there. That Killjoy played very safe, and she didn't reveal herself until the very end.
Absolutely. We do see the operator coming out for Jet on that defending side. Looks like Metzi has been watching some TikTok clips to get that lineup for the knife, but it's Flanson who will make first blood here in this fourth round.
Looks like we're having a mid push through market, which they're going to be quickly met with a Flanson if he can hold it.
He is playing that passive side. He does hear the Reyna of Weir coming out there, but Medsi pushes up, does take down one before Cujo with a headshot from that Sheriff, able to take him down. If they're able to retrieve that weapon, that will be a free rifle for him, but Ecology is there. He takes down Ome, which is not bad, or Akuma, excuse me. Ecology is good for a second before going down from Bully, and Locked Out is able to clean things up right outside of Pizza, and that is going to be 3-1 by way of Mississippi State.
We saw Ole Miss there pushing mid into market, and they kind of just got picked off one by one. We had really good synergy from Ecology, Flanson, and Locked Out. They were kind of there just to get those picks off, and they just had good synergy. They were protecting each other.
One thing I'm liking out of Mississippi State here is one thing we saw last year is a lot of overconfidence and a lot of ego chows and stuff, and they're not doing that this time. Flanson got that first pick. He was able to relocate, and then even with Ecology getting that first and then second kill, you still had Locked Out there for a crossfire to help out and not allow any like free kills or free trades to come out by way of Ole Miss. We do see Pure here with a Marshall, maybe going to try to combat this operator. Doing a lot of jump peeking, a little shoulder peeking here, trying to see if anyone's there, but not wanting to peek too far out here until now. But the operator isn't needed, as it's Med C who hits one and then Flanson over his shoulder. Neither one's able to take down Bully, but we've seen this Sheriff is mighty dangerous if you get that one-shot headshot.
We see there's a lot of activity going on by A site, and they have the bomb there. They've been Ole Miss has been kind of hanging out in that alleyway. They're really not making any progress here, and that's just a way for everybody to get picked off. Mississippi State is definitely capitalizing, and they're pushing on to Ole Miss because they know they're in trouble. And Ole Miss is just, they're kind of playing scared at this point.
They were, but the patience pays off there. Medsi probably gets a little zealous. He fires a couple times with the Phantom, doesn't hit the shots, decides to go out with the Classic and try to take on the Sheriff, and Flanson does the same, and the Sheriffs are ringing true for Ole Miss here. It goes from a
30 seconds left.
1 or 2v4, or no, excuse me, a 2v3 to a 2v1 here, and now it's Gucci all by himself. He does have full utility, but the spike is on B site, and he's going to have to full rotate here to try to clutch this up for Mississippi State.
The nice thing is seeing Gucci retaking the site is both Ole Miss players, they're very scarce on health. They're going to have a hard time holding this, especially if Gucci can catch them blind.
He does know from where that dart was shot from, at least where the Sova is. He's not sure where the Astra is. Know that she had to rotate. Gonna clear side out here, making a little bit of noise, so Ole Miss is going to know where he is. Still has his ultimate if he wants to. He has found Cujo here, but he's running out of time on this spike. Let's see, is he gonna get it to half? Does get it to half, baits out the Sova ult, so if nothing else, he does have that going, at least going into the next round. They do get rid of that ult from Sova. Cujo and Sova as well, both going down to the spike, so no weapons retrieved after that round. You would think at least Sova would have been able to grab a rifle and get out of dodge. But at the end of the day, that's a second round for Ole Miss. They did use one ult for it, but ults are coming online for both teams here, and it could be anyone's game.
Ole Miss definitely played that last bit of that round very smart. They knew they were both very scarce on health, and they kind of played mind games with Gucci. Gucci cleared the whole site, and they were nowhere to be found, and they utilized that Silver ult very smart.
We see Johnson here getting very aggressive. Does find one shot, but can't find the second, but give it to Locked Out. She's able to take down two with the Sheriff of her own. But again, we're 20 seconds into the match, or into the round, excuse me, and it's already a 1v2. And it's just going to be Med C who is able to take down Cujo. Never cleared your corner before you started putting out stars. And now Med C's heading towards spawn. Doesn't know that Killjoy is actually in mid and has a chance to get the spike here before Med-C doubles back, and now is going to watch over it.
Mississippi State's in really good position here because Med-C has the peak advantage. He's just got to take advantage if he doesn't run out of ammo, and unfortunately, he did run out of ammo, and he misses pistol shots.
Runs out of ammo there, doesn't go for the reload because he was unsure of where Pure was. You know he's going to be regretting that one. Probably thinks he should have won that, had first shot, and hit a 1 or 2 of the shots, but didn't find the headshots and did not find the kill, as Ole Miss is able to clean that one up and take their 3rd round and even it up at 3 rounds apiece here.
That first round, or excuse me, that previous round that we just watched went by very quickly. And when you're the last one alive after your team has just died off like that, that puts a lot of pressure on your last player, even the last 2. That 2v1 situation, even though Med-C did get that nice pick and connector, it still was high stress for him.
As we see the opening pick go by way of Flonson, does get a little overzealous there, doesn't expect Cujo to be already pushed out of mid. So it is 4-4, the Raze ult coming through, the blast pack to get into sight, but doesn't find it, however. Doesn't get the kill, does make it down into hell. The flashbang comes through, but Med-C, he had ulted, doesn't get the kill, however. Gucci gets 1. Med-C can be res, but the attackers are going to be pushing that. Locked out, however, comes around and takes down both.
Last player standing.
Med-C ends up falling as well.
They definitely had a good retake. They used a lot of utility there, but honestly, this round was very important. They were tied up. They really needed to get this round, get the economy going, and try to get that momentum back.
They did use a couple of ults, as you said, but at the end of the day, Lockout was able to save that operator and drop it back off the Flonson. That is a huge economy saver that is not going to need to be reinvested for Mississippi State. And Ole Miss used a couple of ultimates as well. They only have the Astra wall. It's very effective, as we saw a couple of rounds ago when she just used it. That's why I paused. I was like, wait a second, didn't we just see this used? But we did. There are Astras on both sides, so I could be wrong. Swanson not tagged out by the Owl Drone, goes for the re-peek and takes down Akuma. That is absolutely insane. The knife does get thrown. It being destroyed lets him know that at least one's there, even though it didn't tag anyone. Pure, back with this Marshall, contesting in top of mid. Gucci's playing on A site all by his lonesome. Does have Med-C right outside tree room with him, however.
Ole Miss looks like they're kind of going for a split push. It kind of looks like they're playing slow for picks, and in the past we've seen Mississippi State capitalize on this. They're playing very slow. We've got one in alley, we've got some mid, and we've got one looking market. I mean, we've got a lot of eyes mid, and they're playing slow.
We are. Gucci found out. Pretty sure he heard someone go down towards Wine, uses the Owl Drone to confirm that and forces the Rays to get back across A main there. Also moves, what a dart there. Some weird geometry there. Ecology, not sure where that went, but not worried about destroying it as it falls out of the map, or at least away from where he was. Med-C gonna throw that grenade there, do a ton of damage to Ole Miss's Sova player, and that's huge. I believe the call was made that they were pushing mid, and he was able to stop that aggression there. Now you're down to 20 seconds, and even though this Raze is on site, she doesn't have the spike, and Killjoy is having to make that run from top of mid all the way around to A main.
We see a lot of Mississippi State playing the outer corners of A site, and they're looking for that rotate. And Gucci got that nice pick on the spike carrier, and they just ended the round there.
Absolutely. You see Cujo there, not really playing with the Killjoy, trying to hope for the spike plant and the successful round. They did grab the operator from Flonson and was hoping to save it. We did see the Mississippi State defender just tromping through mid, just searching out, knowing that Asher was close by. Went for the Sheriff play instead of the operator in that close corners battle there, not able to hit the shots and not able to save that operator.
I will say, Ole Miss, Cujo, when he gets those early picks, Ole Miss has a little more confidence. They play a little more together, and they push sites more. But last round, Cujo didn't get those picks, and Mississippi State capitalized for sure.
This could be a big round for Ole Miss. They're leaning heavy towards B and making a lot of room in as that wall comes through. Unfortunately, Flonson with that operator was posted up on A, so he is actually going to rotate back around to Heaven and just kind of wait for a rotation here. Ed C pushes through and finds one with the Spectre, and Lockdown follows up. Now Ecology with one of his own. Cujo has made it out onto site, however, and takes down 2. So this is actually huge. They've made it onto the site. The last 2 Ole Miss players are left, but Flanson has made his way over. That's 1 operator kill before Sova's able to get 1. A flying jet comes through as a decoy, and Med-C, who had upgraded to a Phantom, takes down the last Ole Miss defender. And just like that, Mississippi State went up early. They gave up a couple rounds and let it get tied back up 3-3, and now here we are at 6-3 once again.
Mississippi State is definitely regaining their confidence, and they're working well together. After those few rounds that Ole Miss got, you could see that we kind of just got picked off, and they weren't really working together. Here, Ole Miss, they used an ult, and they used a lot of utility. They got on the site, but they had no way of defending it.
This could be a very dangerous play here. It looks like Ole Miss is on pistols. They do use the Astra stars there on the recall to stop it, but the grenade doing just as much damage takes down Sova as well. And there, the Sheriff's coming through for Ole Miss, though, actually winning that trade and having the man advantage here as they are going to try to make their way onto site. They don't make it quite in time, however. 1 Lear is used. They're waiting on the second. Now that they picked up the site, Raze tries to come out before the Lear pops, trying to get that extra step, and the Marshal from Pure is all that's left. It's a Marshal versus an Operator. Flanson versus Pure here. Doesn't have Spike, and Flanson can wait this out.
We've definitely seen Ole Miss's Raze. We've seen 2 ults from this Raze, but none have made a connection. She's either died too early or she pushed a site with it and nobody was found.
And that was great in theory. You know, the Reyna uses her second Lear to get the blind. Raze has a free entry onto the site. She finds 1, guarantees to kill with that showstopper. However, we're left in a 1v1 here, and Pure has made his way up to heaven, and Flance's game sense is too high. It's a headshot to solidify that 7th round for Mississippi State.
Personally, playing with Flanson in the past, I don't know how he thinks of these things. Like, honestly, I would have died from behind there, but it's like he can get in these people's heads, and he just knows exactly where they are.
That was a great intuition play, if that's what we want to call it. Some may call it luck, some call it skill, some may want to check his PC for outside assistance in game. But either way, Mississippi State is up 7-3 off the Operator from Flanson.
We're definitely going to still see some economy issues here from Ole Miss because they're continuously losing these rounds, and they have enough. They have enough economy to have some gunplay here, but they might be short on some utilities.
Yeah, they are at max loss now that they've lost 4 rounds in a row. Lynn's going to be clearing out a site. Ecology takes down that owl drone before he gets tagged up and even sees one in tree. So their 1 lurker is actually going to get found out here. And it looks like all of the presence A main, looks like they're going to back out. They're not sure if they want to hit this or not. Flanson is always a problem here. That recon drone tagging out a lot, but Flanson does go down. May have gotten a little overwhelmed by seeing all of those players. Not sure which one he wanted to go through. Ecology wanting to break that door as soon as possible, but not quite expecting Pure to be behind him. Pure had been outside of B site for that entire time. That shotgun is going to do a lot of damage, and Med-C, even though he had ulted, goes down from being spammed through the floor. Is trying to be stabilized here, however, and comes back up. However, it's almost like a Sage res. At that point, you're up in the air and you're pretty much on a pedestal to be taken down while the animation does finish. That is a huge round for Ole Miss. Not only do they win, but most of their players stayed alive and they were able to get free upgrades onto these weapons going into this last round.
When we look at Ole Miss, they played really together. They pushed these sites at the same time. They kind of slowed it down at the beginning, and once they regained their confidence, they pushed these sites. And you could see we had 2 players on B for Mississippi State, and they kind of had a late rotate, and they just kind of started getting picked off one by one there.
Going into this last round of the half, we do see 3 ultimate abilities online for Mississippi State. Flanson not even worrying about a gun because he has his knives. Pure with the unpeak at the wrong time. Flanson jumps out and is the perfect bait for Med-C to pick up 2. Flanson's going to grab that rifle as he goes down. Med-C relying on that ability is nice, but you got to be careful taking that extra damage. They do have this race stuck in a corner, but instead of forcing the issue, deciding to pull back, knowing that they got 2 for the price of none. Jet and KO tagged up, but they still have their lives and they have a fighting chance. However, on the other side of the map, Akuma and Bully have made it out onto site, but that Killjoy ult is going to pressure them out. It doesn't look like they're able to break it. They are going to invest the Hunter's Fury into breaking it. However, Lockout uses that opportunity to come out onto site, get Akuma for free. Gucci and Lockout combined for the last two, and that is an 8-4 half by way of Mississippi State.
This round, we definitely saw Mississippi State kind of protecting each other. They went out and they played together. If one couldn't get the pick, they played as a distraction for the next one to get the pick.
And as I said at the onset of this, it's interesting playing defender first round because you get to see how many rounds the other team is able to take from you. And that can, in theory, dictate how aggressive or how persistent you are to get onto site, because we know that Mississippi State loves to be an aggressive team. They only need 5 rounds here to get to that magic number of 13. Early, they're leading towards A, maybe an A catwalk split here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're just waiting on an early pick, gather info, and then see where they decide to take it.
I'm really interested to see how Mississippi State's team comp is going to be taking these sites, just because they don't have as many duelists, but they do have some more useful utility when it comes to blinding the enemies, and hopefully they can utilize that to push this.
Looks like the call was made. 3 ran down catwalk, and nobody had peeked out mid to challenge them. That's a 2-for-1 there. Lockout does go down, so no nano swarms or anything for the post plant, but 3 players are already here. The 3 remaining players are here for Ole Miss. It'll be interesting to see how they decide to take this, because they're not all going to waterfall out of heaven. Looks like Reyna is going to be making the wrap around. Not sure if they want to break that glass or not, because that would give away where their Reyna is playing. You do see the trades of recon darts coming through. Akuma's made his way all the way around a tree room. He knows the door is closed now. He has it almost broken, but he's definitely waiting for his teammates to come out. However, Lynn's got a little out of position there, and Ecology takes 2. Pure just trying to get out of dodge. Definitely wants to die before the bomb, or spike rather, goes off. Ecology with the 3K to clean up that post plant. Is able to keep that ghost with him. Doesn't go down. Flanson does go down to the spike, but when it's on the pistol, you're not losing that much of an investment. And as we saw just in the first half, Mississippi State already investing into these Spectres.
What we saw here from Ole Miss, they got a great rotate. They started to play together, but they kind of slowed down. They look like when they go to push a site, they get a little scared, and Mississippi State, again, they know how to capitalize on that. Mississippi State played really well together. They pushed the site, and they pushed it fast, and it confused Ole Miss.
Absolutely. We see the knife going out again, suppressing Bully. He's still going to play close with this classic, going for the right click, hits the headshot, but it's not enough against multiple Spectres. Going to be invested that KO grenade down into Wine to make sure there's not anyone else to come from behind here. We do see a shorty in the hands of Reyna here. He's giving it away by firing one there, but if they decide to dry push through this smoke and he's able to time these up, a shorty is almost a guaranteed kill, even though it is only 2 shells.
We see Ole Miss had a very early rotate, which was very smart of them because they know how aggressive Mississippi State has been playing, and the more people they have ready on the site, the better they're going to be able to hold this.
Absolutely, and now it's just a waiting game. Who's going to peek this first? The knife comes out, so at least one has been suppressed. The flashbang as well. They know Cujo's close sight. They swing on him. Cujo's able to take down one before it goes wrong. Do they expect Akuma behind the generator? It doesn't look like it. Ecology, who is actually invested in the second round Vandal, is making the most of it, and just like last time, is just pure all by his lonesome. He's already tagged down to 65, nothing but a classic. Could potentially drop down and take a weapon off the ground if he chooses to push up, but nothing there for him. Looks like he's probably just playing for exits here, maybe just wants to take 1 or 2 on his way out. Doesn't really have anything to save, so if he's not looking for exits, he definitely wants to die before this round ends.
Looks like looks like Mississippi State definitely knows where he's at, and they're not going to let him come through. The smartest thing for Ole Miss would be to save, but it looks like he's going to try to push the site here.
Yeah, I think he's still just trying to buy time. If he can make enough noise to where Mississippi State just stays around the spike and goes down before try to get Mississippi State to die to the spike, essentially, because at this point he doesn't want to stay alive. He didn't have anything, no weapons worth investing or trying to save or anything like that. And as you can see, Mississippi State, they knew what was going on. They may be aggressive and they may like fighting for kills, but they're not going to get baited into anything like that.
I think you can definitely see Mississippi State's players who have had pass together, who have played on previous teams, not even just Valorant, but Overwatch and other games such as, very team-based games. You can see it definitely shows when they're pushing these sites because they're very together and there's no confusion, there's no slow play. And when they need to back off, they do back off. So I think they have very good communication here, where Ole Miss is, when they start getting in trouble, they start slowing down. It looks like they start having some lack of communication.
I definitely agree, and we see Flonson's already made it onto site. Does get tagged up just a bit, but he's not done yet. He's going to push out, takes down an unsuspecting Pure with nothing but a Spectre. He's still a couple of kills off of his knives. Trying to get greedy, peeks into market, and ends up finding his demise. While all of this is going on at B, the recall was made, and the rotation is already through. Spike goes down on A. They have their defense set up, and now it's just a matter of holding off. It's a 3v3. No ultimates online yet. There are a couple of rifles on either team here.
I think this is a very interesting strategy for Ole Miss to all be pushing A alley. I think it would be beneficial. Oh, excuse me. One was pushing from Gordon.
Yeah, especially after the Owl drone came through. Metzi was probably walking up catwalk already. They're able to take down that dart, and they overheal as well just to secure it from Ole Miss, but I think the kill may be too little too late. There are the nano swarm grenades just to make sure, and now it's actually going to fight this here. It looks like, I don't believe Gucci's going to be able to make it out of this, but Locked Out was able to keep, oh my goodness, 2 steps away, sir. He'll definitely get back in the gym on the treadmill after that just to make sure he get out of that explosion radius next time. And I think that's what the Reyna was going for Ole Miss. Similar to last round or a couple rounds ago, they were just trying to take a couple of weapons out of the hands of Mississippi State, even if they weren't going to win the round, force that reinvestment, and eventually keep chipping away at that economy. But at the end of the day, Mississippi State is up 11 rounds to 4. They only need 2 more rounds here.
Mississippi State is doing a great job with pretty much keeping Ole Miss on their toes, because normally they've been going all 5 same way, same site, and when they had Ecology and Flonson off the different site, it kind of caught Ole Miss blind.
Yeah, we see the turret spotting out Pure as he runs up, and Flonson again holding W key, takes down Pure, not expecting a second on site. The Ares ringing through for Lens, but Medc wall bangs that out, and as we see Cujo rotating here, Medc has the crossfire, has that angle, and gets another one. The pop flash out, expecting another, and finding it. The full flash. Bully had no chance there. Medc gonna pop flash his way back onto site just to make sure there's no one main. Not sure. Yeah, he definitely heard those classic shots there. Knows where the last player is. And now if you're Ole Miss, at this point you're just kind of playing a DM. Unfortunately, he only has as the judge. So he's not going to be able, unless this is what he wants. He wants them to peek this. Doesn't expect 3, however. Does get 1, does use his evasive to get away, but Ecology with the classic is able to take down 1 more. I think he was expecting 1, maybe 2 with that judge, but 3 was a little more than he bargained for.
When Mississippi State gets their confidence, they definitely like to push the last one, which that could be dangerous, especially if they pile it in one at a time. But I'm sure they were expecting that judge or something similar to where if they came in all at once, it was overwhelming from Ole Miss.
Absolutely, and here we have it already, match point. We will say that Valorant is going to be a best of 3 today, so even if this does it, Ole Miss still has a chance to battle back, but Medc with that knife knows nothing's close. He's going to hit that ultimate here and flash his way out. The recon dart reveals there's 1 on site. Does he make it to boxes in time? He gets the headshot, but Flonson dunks on him. We'll have to see if anyone decides to res Medc. He's been in this situation quite a few times. Looks like Locked Out. I mean, she is the German engineer, so it makes sense that she tries to take care of the robot. Flonson takes care of that boombot, however, and now it's a 4v5, and this is a must-win for Ole Miss here. You got to make something happen. Not able to take care of that dart in time before Locked Out goes down. Gucci and Ecology find headshots of their own, but Cujo's not done yet. It's a 2v3 as the trades come through, but the entire time this is happening, the spike is still ticking down. Medc from the back corner takes down 1. Can't find the second, but Gucci can. And just like that, Mississippi State takes game 1 of Valorant.
That was a great performance by Mississippi State. They definitely capitalized on Ole Miss's disadvantages when they started slow playing and when they started getting confused. Mississippi State just swooped in and they took those kills.
Oh, absolutely. And as we're looking at the leaderboard here, Med C top fragging with 20 kills. The IGL, of course, he wants to be the one at the top of the leaderboard, but we're wasting no time here. We're getting straight into Icebox. We are going to have to wait on the character selection, but going back to that last match, like we were told off the rip, Mississippi State was going to respect Ole Miss. They knew they had a new roster and they were going to come back better and fight harder. And they gave up a couple of rounds back to back to back. But at the end of the day, Mississippi State, they found themselves. They were able to play together. You could tell they've been playing together for a while, and they were able to take it all the way to the end.
It looks like we're going to be selecting some different agents here. Maybe Ole Miss might be looking at doing a different kind of comp instead of having 2 duelists. They might be looking for some more utility, some more useful utility. That way, when they're holding the sites, they have more to work with.
Oh, absolutely. And Icebox is such a different monster than a Sit. The Sage is going to be so much more impactful, and it looks like we are seeing Sages from both teams as we are getting ready to get into this. Looks like we're still waiting just a bit on Ole Miss to lock in their 5th player. Looks like it's going to be Akuma. Right now he's hovering Raze, maybe trying to get away from that Reyna a little bit, that Lear not really finding as much impact as he was hoping it was, and it is going to be a Raze here.
I will say from Ole Miss, Cujo, he plays great. I mean, he definitely capitalizes those picks, and I think him and Flonson are kind of on the same level. They get really good picks, and then they die right after.
Yeah, they're definitely fraggers. They want to go and be the first one in. They want to get that initial kill. If they can get that first blood, that's amazing. But another thing that we're seeing is Ecology is actually pulling out the Viper on this. And her wall can be just as powerful as an Astra ultimate wall. But being able to come up and go down at a moment's notice, as long as you have that poison charged up, could be very impactful, especially having the Viper and the Sage. Having those walls to delay the slow orbs, the poison cloud, it's going to be an interesting scene to try to figure out how Ole Miss is going to combat all of this utility that Mississippi State is going to bring to the table.
Ole Miss is still sticking with the 2 duelists while we see Lockout still playing on Killjoy, which honestly, more utility is working great for Mississippi State. They're capitalizing it. They're not letting that utility slow them down. They're still playing pretty aggressive here.
And it's interesting to see because from these agents that we're seeing from Mississippi State, we see the Sage. We know that she has her slows and her walls. Viper as well with her wall. Locked out with the grenades and the alarm bots. A lot of these are for slowing down enemies. But Mississippi State loves to play an aggressive play style. I say that, Locked out, able to take down Akuma as he tries to take his spot onto site. Cujo, however, answers. A lot of damage has been done early from these players that ran through the poison wall of the Viper. However, Spike does go down. We see this strategy a lot in Valorant on Icebox. You play the Sage. If you can get to B site, you throw the wall down, you can guarantee the plant. But they are already sticking this defuse here. Lenz has to run through. He's going to play the Jet himself this time. The defenders win, and now it's just clean up city. Flonson with 2 of his own. And as I was saying, we see the wall go down. We see the spike get planted. It's how can you defend after that? And Mississippi State, as soon as they saw the spike was planted, they went ahead and broke the wall. They popped up their own poison cloud, and they just went in for it.
They definitely have some quick decision making. Ole Miss, they kind of backed off that site, and they kind of took too long to make the decision on how to retake their site. And Mississippi State's, they're going to push them off site, and their biggest advantage right now is how quick they are making these decisions.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss pushed off of that site because a lot of what you see when you have the Viper is that there's a classic lineup coming into A main, or B main, excuse me, where you can back off into B main and shoot it if you do get it planted from site like that. As we see Mississippi State taking all of the aggression, everyone is already down except for Pure, and he's still getting tagged out. He's found. Gucci takes him down. What a quick round there. We do see the Spectres come out. No surprise there. But it's absolutely insane to watch these guys just W key and then it somehow work out.
They definitely have the momentum from winning the last match, especially by a pretty big round difference. And Mississippi State's, they're gonna capitalize on this momentum, and they're gonna play really confident. But they have to be careful because when they got too confident last time at the beginning of the match, they gave those rounds to Ole Miss.
And Ole Miss has proven that they can hit those shots if given the opportunity. Some of their share plays on Ascent was really insane. As we're looking at here, looks like a bit of a slow play. They may slow walk down mid here. We do see the poison cloud invested. Akuma sending that boombot up into the tunnel there, trying to make sure no one's creeping down on them. They don't see anything there, so now it looks like they're going to slow rotate towards A. They may change their mind, however. Ecology had pushed up to try to take that ult orb, and nothing found. Cujo may have heard Med C. He seems to be pretty cognizant of the fact that someone may be there, but now Flonson's pushing up as well. Nothing but a sheriff to his name, may be saving for that operator in the next couple of rounds, but Cujo has made it up pretty far. Pure with another kill. That's a lot of information there. Lens is able to take down Med C, and now it's a 5v2. This is a very winnable round for Ole Miss.
One enemy remaining.
This is kind of similar to what we saw to last game. Ole Miss, they kind of slowed it down. They regrouped themselves, and they were like, okay, we need to win this round. Because if we don't, we're going to have a huge disadvantage going into these next few rounds with our economy and their overall confidence. And they really, their synergy is really what put them over Mississippi State that round.
Absolutely, and not only did they win the round, but they got a flawless, so no guns will need to be reinvested, only utility will have to be bought, and that is huge for the way of long-term economy. But as we're talking about economy, we did see that Flonson, as you could see here, has picked up that operator. That's what he was waiting on. He was waiting on that jet to peek, and that is all it takes. If you're in his sights, he's going to find you one way or another. Pure's not going to be cheeky this time and get any area for free, as he spotted out with that recon dart mid. Med C pushed into the poison cloud for a really aggressive wall here, trying to maybe see if anyone gets caught split. It would have been, it's cool if it works, you know. You split two players in half with the wall. He's able to find one. The other has to break the wall. You double up on him. But Gucci's already made his way back around. The shock dart there does find Cujo. Knocks off that shield and does a little bit of chip damage as well. This owl drone does see two, able to tag one. That's also huge, because now you see the rotation starting to come through from Mississippi State. Flonson is going to stay and anchor that B main position, because at the end of the day, Viper for Ole Miss has put that wall down. They could always pop that wall and try to move around from that. But Pure making his way onto a site.
We have one player playing kind of closer to mid. They're not sure if Ole Miss is going to rotate here or if they're just going to keep coming on site. And looks like they're going to make this slow push, and they're just getting picked off one by one. Locked out with a 3K there. She really capitalized on their one by one. She just picked them off.
Absolutely. She had that turret set up, so if they made it too far onto site, the turret alert would trigger, and she would know she had a free swing as they tried to destroy it. And she was able to play that. As you said, Ole Miss slow peeking one or two at a time, walking onto a site. I get you want to walk and mask your footsteps, but once that first person peeks, you need to flood, because you're already down a man from early on in the round, and you need to capitalize on hoping that the rotation hasn't come through yet. They didn't. They were going down, and now they're having to reinvest here as we go into round 5.
We see that they're kind of grouping up. We've got two split off from the main team, and we see Sage kind of being the one pushing here. And we see Viper looking up mid, and we have a very even dispersal for Mississippi State on defense.
As much as I love a battle Sage, I would have to ask Bully what his thoughts are on being an initiator when he has 3 of his teammates behind him that could take the initial peek. Lens had popped knives here. Akuma takes down Ecology. That's a big opening, and that should give them sight, because now they don't have that defensive poison wall to stop them anymore. Locked out also goes down. Pure had walked his way up through. Gucci wasn't cognizant of that, and that is now a 5v2 by way of Ole Miss, and this should be a 1 round for them. Bully does find Med C. I don't think Med C saw him, and just like that, 1 headshot, he goes down. Flonson whiffs on to Jet, but doesn't whiff on Akuma. You can never count this man out. He does whiff. He whiffs on a recon dart, so we'll give him that one. Everyone's allowed 1. Pure is able to take him down, however, and that is the 2nd round by way of Ole Miss.
I will say Ole Miss definitely played different this round. They weren't as predictable as they have been in these past few rounds, and even from the previous map. Mississippi State definitely, they weren't expecting that. A lot of them, like Gucci, he got caught blind. Med C, he was pretty lucky he got the first peek there, because he didn't see him at first, we don't think at least. So they definitely caught a few Mississippi State's players with their pants down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. We are seeing some ultimates come online for Mississippi State now. Those were invested for Ole Miss and able to somewhat solidify that round, even though there wasn't much going. And here we see Med C with the aggression, able to take down one. Can't get that recoil to reset for that secondary headshot, however. But still tagged down Raze, if nothing else. She is having to... The Sage invested her heal and her res there. So it is a 5v4. But that heal's on a 45-second cooldown, so that's probably not going to be used until late in the round if it has the chance to be used again. It looks like Ecology and Pure playing a little back and forth here. Pure with the wide swing does tag up Ecology, but Ecology now putting that poison wall up, not wanting to get caught out of position and getting it double swung again. As you can see on the minimap, Ole Miss is ready to convert onto this B site when the call is made, and it's still just Ecology. We do see that Gucci is now making his way over. He's going to owl drone. Ecology's taking a lot of utility damage here, however.
We will see that Mississippi State, they were kind of slow to rotate, but honestly, I don't blame them for how slow Ole Miss plays. It's kind of unpredictable if they're going to rotate, if they're going to just have a slow push, but we see Ole Miss here kind of struggling. We see a lot of utility used by Mississippi State, and Gucci gets one nice pick, and player standing. Kind of back and forth right now with kills.
It's back and forth. I think Ole Miss is definitely losing a lot more than they wanted to. Gucci not able to figure out where that dart was going to go at first, and Bully's able to swing out on it. Not bad, not a bad retake attempt from Mississippi State there. Again, it looked like they were taking a lot of 1v1s and like solo swings and not really going together. But at the same time, a lot of them were in the same position. So we saw Ole Miss double swing there. They did line up. If the headshot rang true at first, that could have easily been a 2K that swung things for the side of Mississippi State. It didn't go, and now it's tied up again. This is just what we saw last time. You get out early, and then you let them come back. So we'll have to see. Looks like Mississippi State is on a bit of an eco here, nothing but pistols. So we'll have to see. They don't stack a site. They're actually going to push up B main. That Boombot does a lot of damage to Med C, however, and he runs out from behind the wall. One shot to the dome is all it took. Cujo in a bit of a tricky spot here back in this corner, wanting to make sure his body is safe as he's in this owl drone. Pure on the headshot angle, but gets taken his head off. Plonson able to take one. The jump shot not going for Akuma, however. It's a 3v2.
Ole Miss really, they started off slow here. They're getting these picks, and now it looks like they're going to capitalize taking a site here. They've got Raze pushing in, and he gets picked off by Gucci.
Raze gets picked off. There's a lot of damage done to Bully, however. He uses the heal on himself, even gets the wall, so they don't have to worry about going behind that second level there. Even the tag. Ecology does find Lynn, so it is the main advantage is for the side of Mississippi State momentarily, but Bully with the 2K able to take down Locked-Out and then swing onto Gucci, expecting that second player to come from Rafters. Is able to take it down, and Ole Miss find their first lead in Valorant.
Ole Miss definitely capitalized on a site, and they really worked together when they were pushing that. And if we see more of that from them, Mississippi State's going to be in trouble, because so far Ole Miss has been pretty predictable. Mississippi State's been able to recapitalize and retake these sites, but Ole Miss kind of took them by surprise for this round.
Oh, I definitely agree. Ole Miss is not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, and you have to wonder for Mississippi State, is there anything that they may want to switch up or do a little differently? We do see they are defending here. Gucci goes down very early as Lynn makes this aggressive push. Not able to find the Sage Locked-Out turret, actually able to take down the Jet player there. Gucci does get res, so this is a big investment here. The Resurrection is now in use, and now it is a 5v4 for Mississippi State. We do see a stack of players from Mississippi State mid, but at the same time, Ole Miss, they're getting ready to make that execute onto B side. The wall goes up. They're even going to use the Viper ultimate ability. That Viper pit is now in play, and just stepping in it chunks so much damage so quickly. We do see Locked-Out trying to make a play here, spraying through the wall, not able to find anything, and Cujo takes him down. They heard the plant. Plonson knows that it should be gone yet. Gucci actually with the Hunter's Fury gonna stall it out. Plonson does get bullied, sees the other and is able to dance away. Hits his head on the ramp, however, and is not able to get out of the Viper's pit. Still takes down Pure. Akuma with that Showstopper takes down Gucci. It's now a 2v2, and in all of this chaos, the spike still hasn't been planted. Flonson looking like a pseudo scream here as he takes down Cujo with the taps, the wall
With the
bang on the
4K.
one shot of Kuma. It's a 4K. He's not even worried about the freaking snake bite that he was standing in. He's got shoes on. He's not getting hurt today from a teammates. Give him the defuse as well. They tie it back up, and that was just a little. That just looked a little different. That's the Flonson we're used to seeing, where he just kind of takes over a game with his aim skill and just makes things happen.
We definitely saw some really good movement there from Flonson. He was definitely capitalizing Jet's abilities. He was definitely using her to the best of his ability, and he confused Ole Miss. He was moving everywhere, and it was kind of like he surrounded their entire team.
Absolutely. He was able to make himself seem like 10 men, which is an insane thought, but using that updraft and using those dashes effectively, I'm not even sure if he used any of his cloud burst, but just being able to dance around through that Viper's pit, because it does stall out the vision of teammates. So Ole Miss, any of the Ole Miss players that were in it were not able to make use of it as that Viper would. They do know, however, that Ole Miss is making a push onto a site. Medc takes down the first. Gucci trying to have this cross angle to help out his teammate. Medc's now pushed off with that slow orb. If this was last year, we would have seen him dry peek into that slow. I 100% believe that. But it looks like Flonson's able to take down Pure, so there won't be a flank on the side of Ole Miss. Medc takes down Akuma. The res comes through. Medc with a 4K so far. Locked out. Gonna make sure he doesn't get too crazy. We're not giving out pentas here. 4K is all he takes. Locked out is gonna make sure that the round is solidified, if nothing else, as Mississippi State goes back up 5-4.
I honestly thought I was going to see a really good push here from Ole Miss. They just started coming in kind of how Mississippi State has been pushing, and they were really together, and when they didn't get those early picks like they intended to, they slowed down, and Mississippi State rotated, and they really capitalized, and they picked him off, and you can see that Medc obviously popped off that round, but Locked Out had to put him in his place because, we know Medc. He gets a little overconfident.
Doesn't need that ego boost. We do see Flonson up top. Doesn't get the kill, but Medc's there to help boost himself up with his wall. At this point, they should know that there are a lot of players there. Medc with a second kill, and he's not done. He said, if you'd steal my 4K once, I'll just give you another 3K at the beginning of the round next. Unfortunately, he has Flonson beside him. We know Flonson can aim very well, but Flonson goes down. Medc holding the angle but not getting the shot off. Pure equalizing things here with the Marshall. They don't have spike control.
Looks like we see Ecology kind of coming in slower to rotate towards our spike, and we see kind of Ole Miss kind of waiting on each other to push this spike, and there's a lot of Viper smoke around, and I don't think Pure knows really where either players are.
I don't think he does, because Gucci is in a bit of a weird spot here. Now that he has his sights on Ecology, he's not going to be thinking about it at all. Cujo does take down Locked Out, but Ecology cleaning up Pure and Cujo. Medc got the 3K. You knew he was going to dry swing into Pure there, especially with it being a Marshall. It's like, oh, Flonson got headshotted. Surely I won't get headshotted. Well, Pure's going to make it happen. He was rocking the Marshall a lot on Ascent and wasn't finding much success. He did have his kills here and there, but right there, he proved me wrong. I'm now a believer in the Marshall. I understand. I apologize for my doubt earlier. But at the end of the day, Mississippi State's able to win the round. It is now 6-4, 2 rounds from half here. And I think Mississippi State is starting to take the momentum back. But as I say that, I still want to believe that even though Ole Miss is losing some of these rounds, the kills that they're getting have to help their morale at least moving forward.
Oh, for sure. When we saw Pure pop off that round, I mean, especially how clean it was. That was a very tight peak, and that was really what we needed, because right now we see Flonson and Medc really getting those kills. Medc, he popped off the last 2 rounds, and for Pure to get that kill on him, especially such a clean one, it definitely gave him the confidence to keep going into this game.
Absolutely. You see both players are down in mid. The spike had been pushed up almost through A to the Ultor, but he immediately retreats after finding those 2 kills. And now it's a bit of a reset here because they haven't cleared B site, but 2 players were taken out mid. We do see the res invested here, but still, looks like Spike still wants to be taken mid because they do have that pick that was made under the tunnel.
Right now, Ole Miss is it looks like they're trying to get themselves together, and if I didn't mean it. Like,
No, I understand. I was laughing at the fact that Pure shoulder peeked this. He got
30 seconds left.
3 pixels of Flaunson with an operator, and he was like, "Yep, nope, never mind. I changed my mind. I don't want to peek this."
Flaunson is by far Mississippi State's scariest player to drive peek like that, especially.
Med C made his presence known backside here. Lenz not expecting him to transition so closely. The wall is going to go up here. Only 10 seconds left. They have to commit to this. Bully does get spiked down. The wall does go up. Med C lets him know that he's still at least on site. Locked goes down, but at the time, her ult is still up. The Hunter's Fury goes through to take it down. All kills are going through by way of Ole Miss. This could be their 5th round here. Flaunson with that operator. He heard the grapple. Should have heard the drop as well. Another grapple. I think they're trying to jump on this wall. But, you know, maybe it's calculated tactical misses. But Flaunson's able to take down 1. I think he's going to be happy with that, knowing that he saw 3 players. Probably not going to get the opportunity to kill anymore. Bully, going to use the self-heal. I would be... You know what? You have a lot more courage than I do peeking into Flaunson, knowing that he has that operator. He does go down. Akuma's not going to make it there. Flaunson does take down 2, but Ole Miss takes the round.
This is definitely a much closer half that we see on this map than previously on Ascent. And we saw Ole Miss, they slowed it down, and they played it really close to the end of this round, but that didn't deter their confidence. They were very together, and they had good synergy that round.
Oh, they definitely did. They were able to get their kills. They executed late, but we've seen them try to execute late in the past. It worked out there, and then after the execute, they had the successful defense, which is what they've been needing in some of these rounds that they've given up when they have the spike planted. However, going into this last round of the half, the only ultimate on the board is in Flaunson's pocket, but with his operator, he's probably going to wait until he knows where the push is going to be made by the attackers before he decides to make that play. He does whiff there. He doesn't fall for the shoulder peek bait from the Viper, but does whiff onto that Sage, a rare whiff at that. Cujo having some problems with the Owl drone, does get tagged up, but that shot there from the Raze lets Medc know that somebody is close to him, so he can't afford to peek this. Knows that Cujo's there, but loses that gunfight. Great crosshair placement from Cujo, and now Akuma making the call to get into sight. The Sage Wall was used early by Med C to get into that position that he was in. Now Lenz is pushed up mid. He hears all of his talking. Is anyone going to check mid here? Akuma making a lot of noise on the site. Cujo takes down Gandhi. Now Bully with the same wall he had earlier. Lenz does take down Lockdown. They don't check mid. Ecology spraying through that wall there, not wanting to peek rafters, but knowing that someone is there. Damage is traded back and forth, but it's a 5v2 here. Ecology takes down 1, not expecting the second. Flaunson does pop the knives, knowing it's the last one of the half. Takes down Kuma, who is a little in a bad situation there. Lenz is one shot, probably going to slow play this. This is the best play for Flaunson here. He wants to go up top rafters. He's definitely wanting to take 1v1s if he can. Does get tagged out, so Lenz is going to push up. Once he gets shot in the back there, he doesn't know where. He's not for sure where Cujo is. It was a safe bet that he was back towards their spawn. And that's your half. This is 6-6. Ole Miss has proven in this half that we just watched that they're not out of this yet.
They are definitely taking advantage of Mississippi State. They're kind of learning how they're playing and defending these sites, and they're taking these sites a lot better than they did on Ascent. I will say it seems like they're using their utility a little bit better, and they're definitely fragging more kills. They didn't have problem with their gunplay, but they're definitely getting more opportunities to get these cross plays, to get these picks off.
Oh, I definitely agree with you. It'll be interesting to see here. In the last map, it was 8-4 at the half, and Mississippi State knew that they only needed 5 rounds, and even with that information, only gave up 1. It'll be interesting to see if Ole Miss is able to take more rounds on the defensive side here. They do have that double duelist setup, but will they be able to play defense with these?
We see Mississippi State, as always, they're pushing in very aggressively and very fast. They're just going to get that early pick, and Flauncen's kind of in a weird spot. He's pushing, and he's going to look like get that pick on Sage.
Absolutely. He does hit the headshot, but doesn't find the kill. Actually dashes before his magazine empties and then just hides behind the box, not wanting to peek into the headshot angle. Does have Metzi there to help him out. We do hear the sheriff ringing true for Lenz, but he's tagged down to half and decides to retreat. Metzi's ghost silencing some of these enemies here. As we see right there, is able to take him down, and all that's left is Raze. Made his way onto site, can't quite get out of dodge. The bullet punch stopping a lot of his momentum, and let's see, we had a nano swarm, a snake bite, and 3 players after him, and he wasn't getting out of that alive.
That's definitely where we're going to see Mississippi State's comp shine, is holding these sites. They have a lot of utility, and they're using them very well to play aggressive. A lot of players, when they have things such as Killjoy and Viper, they kind of play more passive because they have more utility to kind of hold off sites, but they're using aggressive, and I think that's really where Mississippi State's shining.
It'll be interesting to see. So they rushed through mid there, took mid control, and took it towards B. They're stacked out towards A now with these Spectres, and it'll be interesting to see if they have, obviously they have a really aggro plan because this is Mississippi State Valorant we're talking about, but will it be enough to take down Lens and Akuma?
Looks like Mississippi State, Flonson made a connection there. It looked like they were kind of having a tough time finding any of the Ole Miss players, but it looks like Flonson just making his way on site.
Didn't get
taking it with
first
ease.
shot, but making the bullets ring true. He does get 3, make it 4. Ecology again. He's like, hey man, no aces here. Oh, Ecology, that's not very nice. We can't do that here. There are children watching, sir. I would like to say that that spray was probably more for the fact that he took Flonson's ace more than he killed the other Viper, which you got to give it to him. Medseed died so that Flonson could get the 4K, so there's that going for him, but let's just call it an ego check. Mississippi State, they may be very aggressive, but they like to keep each other humble.
And they really need to keep humble, because if they start, like Medseed used to like to doing, dry peeking, and that's how they're going to die in silly ways, and Ole Miss can definitely take advantage of that and get some of these rounds back.
Absolutely, and it's a little different dry peeking with a KO and dry peeking with a Sage. At least with KO, you can pop flash yourself out. Sage doesn't have any flashes. She has a wall, so you can get to some cheeky situations. But takes a lot of damage from that grenade from Raze there. Doesn't check his top, and he goes down. Ecology and Flonson, however, there with the trade. Flonson smoke maybe got his toe shot a little bit there. He thinks he's up top. He's actually down below. But now that he knows where he is, Gucci will be sure to take him down, even though Flonson can't. And it's all left to Bully and his teammate. Bully, one shot here. 35 seconds left on that heal, but it's not going to matter. And Pure, maybe he had to get his pizza rolls out of the oven or something. Maybe he was a little late out of spawn, but maybe, just maybe, he's just playing for exits here. Knowing that it's a 1v3, he does have the HP, but if he can get a couple of these exit frags here, if anybody coming out towards that A main door, that'll be a consolation prize, and then continue to chip into the economy of Mississippi State early in the second half.
I will say Flonson is really shining on attacking side on this map. Previously, he was making 1 or 2 good picks, but he really wasn't just taking a site like candy from a baby. But this game, he's taking these sites, and we got to make sure his ego's in check for sure.
Oh, absolutely. We see Gucci there. Flonson does actually jump around 2 Raptors, and I think Pure was a little caught off guard. He runs away from it. Flonson tries to dash after him and falls off, and then it's just a foot race out to that door. Who can have that peek first? Gucci was able to find it, gets the kill. That's 9 rounds to 6 and 3 in a row for Mississippi State here on their attack side.
It looks like Ole Miss is going to be kind of playing heavy towards A side, and that might not be good because it looks like Mississippi State's going for a heavy B push. We'll see if we get some good rotates from Ole Miss, but like in the past, they kind of play slow coming to rotate.
Yeah, we do already see the switch as Lens was getting a little aggressive through that poison cloud, and Flonson's like, hey, brother, I got my knives out, and this isn't the movie with Chris Evans. You're going to have to go down here. Flonson still making his way up the tunnel and towards the site. Oh, my goodness, what am I watching here? Flonson gets rid of the knives. He was in the kitchen. That's what it was. He just had them at his disposal. But he gets rid of the knives, pulls out the Spectre, and is able to take down Bully. Pure, with the no-scopes, is able to leg Flonson, but not get the kill. And all that's left is Cujo and a Sheriff. Takes down one, sees a second. But I believe at this point in time, it may be a hope and a dream. He would need the entire Sheriff's department to take over this Mississippi State defense. Gucci getting tagged up a little bit, but does find the headshot in the end, and that is double digits for Mississippi State. And again, this is a best of 3, and Mississippi State won map 1. They are 3 rounds away from taking Valorant from Ole Miss.
We will say that Flonson was very close to flubbing that kill right there. It's unlike him for him to miss all of his knives and then have to spray someone down, but he did get control of his spray and he got it over to a headshot. And then we see Cujo, he's killing Flonson a lot, and he did that last time. I think Cujo's really Flonson's biggest threat here.
And as we looked at the leaderboard there for a second, Flonson definitely outshining the rest of the lobby here. 25 kills already, but this time it's Lynx with the operator, takes down Ecology. I'm sure Ecology's a little upset at that. He's like, bro, Flonson peaked first. Why was I the one that died? But Medsi is here, all of the drones coming out, the Boombot, the Owl drone, and Lynx finds Lockout. That's a 5v3 already and sends Mississippi State packing back out towards their spawn. Looks like a little bit of a different call is going to be made after that.
Looks like Ole Miss is still playing really heavy A because Mississippi State, they made that quick decision, and they're getting out of there quick. We see Sage just kind of playing mid, but you know, Medsi likes to play kind of like Battle Sage. He likes to 1v1, you know, and that can put him in trouble, but we see Flonson picks up a kill here, and it looks like they're really taking B site.
And as that spike goes down, Medsi finds another, and just like that, we are evened up at 3 players apiece in this round. Bully does use the heal on himself, so he will get back up to full HP. Flonson gets a heal as well, and now this is just going to be all skill here. 3v3. The trade comes through. Bully goes down, but Medsi gets the kill and the res. They may bait the res here. Flonson takes down Cujo, and now Lens. He just wants to save this operator here. He knows they're going to need this. It's a heavy investment that they may not be able to afford later on. So he's going to concede the round. It's going to be the 11th for Mississippi State.
Definitely we see Ole Miss coming into these next few rounds. They're low on economy. He got an exit on Gucci there, which was great for his economy. And for him to save this op for his team, that's definitely going to be okay, you know, especially with Flonson. We know Flonson's been heavily using the op and his knives. So for them to have an op for Ole Miss, that's big. It's definitely big to be able to combat the other operator.
He definitely made the presence felt at the beginning of that round, taking out too early, taking out Ecology. That means you have no Viper, Poison, Cloud, Wall, or anything available for late game, and then taking down Lockdown. That takes out your turret, that takes out your nano swarms, and all of that is post-plant presence that Mississippi State likes to use once they get the spike down in these late round situations. Pure using that aggressive Viper's Pit there and even takes down the recon dart without getting spotted, but Gucci's going to use the Owl drone instead. Does get the tags, and now it's off to the races for Bully. What are you going to be able to do? He does dodge the second, and he will dodge the third. Ecology with the Odin. First one of those we've seen today. Pure with the headshot onto Gucci. This Viper's Pit is doing a lot of work as far as taking away vision. It's interesting to see that Mississippi State still decided to push into this. Medsi does take him down, however. Locked out, grabs the spike. Looks like she used her ultimate in a previous round as well. Cujo using this recon drone, trying to get some early information for this retake. It is a 3v3 here. Locked out, getting a little bit of her health back from that Sage heal, but Raze is tagged dangerously low for Ole Miss. Had picked up Ecology's Odin, not able to make anything work. And Flonson takes down 2, pops the knives versus knives, and actually loses it against Lynx. Locked out says, all right, all of you Super Saiyans flying around with all of your kitchen knives, I have a Vandal. Let's bring it back down to earth here a little bit. And just like that, it's match point. That was a very exciting round late game there, but 12 rounds to 6 at the end of the day.
We definitely saw some overconfidence from Flonson at the end, but Lens also followed up with that same confidence, and Locked Out kind of shut both their egos down. She ended up with the clutch on the round, and we saw that the use of the Viper ult on A definitely slowed Mississippi State down, but they ended up splitting through mid, and definitely that's how they got that site.
Absolutely. We actually saw in the chat there that Flonson said that he didn't let the animation finish for his knives. So even after he pulled them out and updrafted, he had to pull them out again, which is why he went down there. But Med-C gets the opener. Bully finds one of his own. There is a showstopper that stops Med-C in his tracks. That'll be no res, no heal, no wall for the rest of this round. Bully does see them backdooring it into A, however. Ecology is still there with that Odin. Bully does get the res off, though, so they do have the man advantage. Locked out, takes out one, can't get Akuma, but Akuma did get tagged by that recon drone. He takes down Lens instead. and Akuma takes down one more. He does know that Ecology's there, and there's nothing he can do against the paint shells. It's a 1v2 for Gucci. He has the health. He has some shock darts. He now has the kill. It's a 1v1, and he knows where Pure is. The question is, he even takes the peek through the wall. He had Spike down. He knows that he's there. Pure has no idea where he is. He could slow play this with shock darts if he wants to. Stops it again. Oh yeah, he's just playing at this point. He knows he doesn't have to. He gives him the kill because he knows that's game, and with that, it took a little longer than last year, but Mississippi State was able to bring it back from tied at half and take Valorant.
We definitely see Mississippi State capitalizing on their usage of their utilities. Flanson really shined that match. So did Medc. Medc did play a little battle stage there, but I mean, he took advantage of it. I mean, nobody expects Sage to drive peek, and he definitely made those connections with those kills.
I'm personally a big fan of the battle sage myself. We see on the leaderboard Medc going 19-12, but shadowed by the fact that Flanson drops a 30 bomb. He was definitely the player to watch and keep an eye out for. But all it's said and done, Valorant, it was a 2-0 map by way of Mississippi State, and with that, Mississippi State takes Valorant and goes back up 3-2. We have 2 titles left. After this break, we've got CSGO. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are getting close to winding this down. Only 2 titles left. The overall score as Mississippi State has won 3 titles. Ole Miss is at 2 and right on their heels. We just got done with Valorant, and now we're going to kick it old school a little bit. We're going more with CSGO for this one.
With CSGO, this is really just, it's skill gap here. Everybody's on the same playing field. There's no specialized agents, and everybody has the same utility. The only difference is CT and T, they have different guns, but they're about the same caliber, so it's really just skills here.
And as we get into the game here, we're getting ready for the knife fight. Looks like we're going to have the knife fight on a site here to determine who's going to be our T and CTs. It looks like the defenders are going to be making easy work of Ole Miss here. They went flawless. They won the entire thing. Ole Miss may have given it to them, not really caring if they're T or CT sided for this first map. This is going to be a best of 3, and it'll be interesting to see what comes out here. Talking to some of the Ole Miss guys earlier, they have a brand new roster. They have 1 returner on their roster. Everyone else is new, and they want to prove that Ole Miss CS is not dead, that it is still alive, and they still have some fight in them. So it'll be interesting to see how they stack up against Mississippi State with 4 returning players.
I think it's really interesting to see that Valorant and CS for Ole Miss kind of on the same page. They're all new, and we got to see if they've got that synergy. Like, we've got some previous players here. They've got history for Mississippi State, and that could be an advantage, especially when it comes to just skill and pretty much playmaking here.
Absolutely. We do see a little pause going on here, but on the flip side of that, 4 returners for Mississippi State. Do you think that's pressure for Frosted, their 1 new player, to step up and perform in a group that's been playing together for at least a year?
I think it's nerve-wracking, especially if this is his first Egg Bowl playing. Previously with Valorant, locked out, she's very good friends with everybody. Even though she was new to the team, she had really good relationships with those people. So I think Frosted coming in as a new player, that might be pressure for him, and we could see some struggle. He might have some confidence issues, and hopefully he can shine throughout this match.
As I said, Ole Miss is looking to cement themselves as a formidable CS team. Mississippi State, in talking to their IGL in Tom, he straight up said, we know that we beat them badly last year, and we want to beat them just as badly, if not more so this year. We are very confident in our team, and we know that we can do well.
We're going to have to be careful with Mississippi State. It looks like they got some egos going on their CS team as well. We see that Mississippi State, their FBS players, definitely have some egos.
Oh, well, at the end of the day, I think there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, right?
That's
so
fair.
As long as you flirt with that line and know when to be confident and when you can back up arrogance, I think you'll be okay.
It'll be very interesting to see, make sure that Mississippi State doesn't get too confident and doesn't pretty much just make silly plays here. We need to see if Ole Miss capitalizes on those silly plays if they do happen. And we need to see if Ole Miss, if they can get that momentum going and if they can keep it going as a team, as a new team. It's going to be hard for them to get that momentum. I'm not sure how long they've been playing together, as in practicing and preparing for this Egg Bowl, but hopefully we'll see some synergy shine here for Ole Miss.
No, I completely agree. This is definitely going to be a fun one regardless because we're not sure what we are in store for. We are in the middle of a tech pause right now, but it should be wrapping up in under a minute here, and we will get this Mirage game underway. As we're starting to see, looks like, well, I thought that was a buy. It may have been bought before the tech pause, but I don't know. Mirage, very basic. It's an older map in CSGO. It's very, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but it's simpler than some of these other maps that we may see in Map 2 and Map 3 if we get that far. It's A site, B site, mid-map, almost like Ascent was in a sense, where you have to be creative in how you approach some of these sites.
It's definitely, you can have some splits here. You could have one full-on push, but essentially it's a 3-lane map, and you've got very small ways to make use of these 3 lanes. You've got underpass and you've got staircase here, and you've even got palace and then the main ramp push from A. So depending on how these teams play this, how Ole Miss plays this, really is how they're going to be taking these sites. How creative can they get with it?
And we see the one tap from Frosted, the rookie, making his same known already. He gets 2, and he's battling a third with Sleepy Andy over his shoulder to clean that up. We see LMD there as well with one of his own. The B rush didn't come through. They got the smoke down, but they never made it to sight. Frosty popping off in this first round for Mississippi State.
I will say, as we were a little unsure about Frosted just because he's so new and we're not sure how his confidence is going to be. But after this first round, I'm sure he's definitely getting hypes up in the chat, and he's going to have some good confidence going into this. And I will say they did play kind of an interesting hold there for Cat, and they just got picked off one by one. Ole Miss did in apartments.
And in this second round investment, Mississippi State may be taking a note out of their Valorant team's playbook. 3 SMGs, the Scout already on hand, and then LMD with the M1. Sleepy Andy making his SMG ring out. He does get 3, switches to the USP, and his teammates are there to back him up. LMD does take down 1 with that M4, but Sleepy Andy with the 4K for round 2.
Mississippi State definitely played. They had some confidence with their economy. They definitely bought. We had a full buy with armor, full M4, everything, and that could have been detrimental if they didn't get that really good clear on B site coming out of apartments. We see now that Ole Miss is fully stacked with AK. They have a few utilities, and we see almost everyone with head armor except for 1. So this is going to be a little bit more of an even push here.
Absolutely, and the AK, one of the most powerful weapons in CSGO, the one-shot headshot potential, but if you can't find that headshot, the M4 will ring true. The push out mid, it's a battle all out, and LMD with the 4K, he does lose 1 teammate. He hears Vest coming from behind him, but too little too late, not able to retreat into that smoke. It's a 1v3 here. It's 1 AK versus 3 SMGs. They do know that the bomb is at least mid, could have been leaning towards B, but all 3 players from Mississippi State have made it down into mid and actually converting their way to and up, essentially just chasing Vest here.
I think Mississippi State could be in trouble if they're going to continuously keep pushing and playing aggressive like this. Vez is in a really good spot for Ole Miss. He's getting on site. He's got some utility. He's got armor, but Beltic was there to pick him off, and he got the good rotate from Connector. So we see that Mississippi State is taking a 3-0 lead here, and they've got a huge money advantage. They can buy their full loadouts. They can buy a bunch of utility, and it looks like Ole Miss is going to be having some economy buys here.
Absolutely. We do see the eco coming out from Ole Miss, see an SMG, a couple P250s and Deagles, and another thing for Mississippi State with 3 players surviving, they were able to get to top mid and take those AKs. So just a free upgraded rifle for the Mississippi State team is LMD, wasting no time in being aggressive. That range just a bit too far for that SMG for Ole Miss, and that is a free opener for Mississippi State uncontested.
LMD, along with Frosted, they're definitely getting these early picks here on the tees, and it's kind of slowing them down, and it's letting them get picked off one by one. Beltic gets a really good pick here for Ole Miss's best. And right now it's at a 5v3. Ole Miss is in trouble. They've got pistols, but they kind of went into this round knowing that they were going to have a hard time.
Yeah, they're playing this super slowly with these pistols, maybe just hoping for I don't want to say a free kill, but being able to catch someone over rotating. We do see Beltic there with one, LMD with the other, and last man left is headed towards B with the bomb, but nice aim is there to take him down. That's 4-0. Let's see if the economy looks to be a little bit better for the T's this time, and we'll see if they're able to combat the operator that's coming out from TWP.
While it's great to see LMD, Frosted, and even Veltic getting these really early picks, and they're pretty much just picking off Ole Miss continuously each round, I would really like to see Drain Gang get in action with that op. He's had that op for the past 2 rounds, and I'd really like to see some picks here. I'd really like to see Ole Miss utilize these utilities. They all have utilities, they all have head armor, body armor, and they all have AKs. So this is going to be a really even matchup here.
A little bit of a flub smoke at the beginning of the round from the CTs there. We do see the deep smoke down A main, getting that little one-way clearance where you can see past it even though they can't see you. Veltic gets pop flashed out. We do see the operator come through in the kill feed. Veltic does get taken down, however. Off-brand G2 Lenny S with the headshot. Looks like a couple of these players didn't get the memo to change their names before we ran into this tournament, but that's okay. We'll do our best with it. They have recaptured the bomb here outside of A main. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do here. LMD does have that sight line through mid connector all the way onto side if they push that far. But it'll be interesting to see how they make this play. With 3 players left, you can line up some of these smokes here. You're probably going to smoke ticket booth. You may want to smoke off either jungle or stairs. But at that point, you still have to worry about anyone that's creeped up into the palace.
With Ole Miss here, especially with them being a new team, it's going to be hard for them to have the confidence to push together and have that synergy pushing site and making plays happen pretty much, because there could be some trust issues just because they might have not been playing much long at all before this Egg Bowl, and we see Drain Gang get 2 picks here on A site, and we're going to see one more pick, and Mississippi State now leads 5-0.
Absolutely. It's a bold choice running into an operator one at a time. The guy coming out of Palace, he just ran out before the smoke pop. Like, that can be excusable, but the 2 guys A main just walking in one at a time, no real flash or anything behind it, just kind of, I guess, hoping that he wasn't looking there. That was a bold choice, not anything really coming of it. They do still have money for the buys, however. And we're going to see an SG come out from its streamer, and we'll see if the scoped rifle can help him out.
We see he spent that little bit of extra on that scoped gun, and he sacrificed that head armor there, which, honestly, with the way Mississippi State's been playing, they've been getting a lot of headshots, so that he might be in trouble. We see a lot of utility going down apartment, and we see Mississippi State getting a little aggressive pushing the smoke here.
It'll be interesting to see if they put past the smoker, if he just kind of camps out in the kitchen there. Just a nice, it is aggressive, but it's a nice way to make sure, because you can hear, at this point, you can hear underpass, you can hear them encroaching to B main, and that that the only way onto B site would be from Cat. And here we see it looks like they are getting ready to come into the kitchen here. But what will they find? They did check the corner, and the headshot rings true. That is their first opener of this match, if I'm not mistaken. You see the smokes come out, and they're flooding out onto site here, trying to get this. What a flick there from TWP before the bomb can even go down.
It's almost like Drain Gang heard me. It's like he heard me say, come on, let's get that op in play, and he looks like he got picked off in market. Cats is popping off, getting a 3K so far this round.
Absolutely. Beltic playing patient from the back of Cat, though. LMD with one of his own. And just like that, it's a 1v2. The one good thing is that the bomb has been planted, so Checkmate can slow play this if he wants to, but Veltic is taking the fight to him. There is a kit in play. This defuse should come through no problem. The op is picked up as well. And just like that, it's 6-0.
At least Ole Miss did get the bomb down. They're going to get a little economy for having this bomb down, but they're still in trouble. I mean, Mississippi State is leading by over 30,000 in overall guns, utility, and income. And Ole Miss, they definitely had some good picks playing on site, but I feel like once they got on site, they started to crumble, and Mississippi State definitely took that synergy, and they pushed site very well together.
Oh, absolutely. We do see they are forcing up the buy here, buying these AKs, getting the utility out, but if they can't get something going here, their money will be in a really tough situation after this one. They're still playing only into one op. There's only one AK for the side of the CTs in Mississippi State, so that's good, but as they're all stacking out A main here, Veltic, if you could potentially overwhelm him, but he's just playing for information. As soon as he sees the first pick, he throws the Molotov and actually stays in and gets two. Oh my goodness. Veltic, you're a crazy man.
It looks like Ole Miss is kind of having some doubts pushing A ramp. They have very limited utility, but I will say from the previous rounds, they've made good use of the utility. Now they're getting on site. Lenny S gets the pick on Frosted.
You did get the pick, but at what cost? At that point, your teammates are already down, and it's a
Oh
quick
my
scope
gosh.
there from TWP. Definitely feeling himself. Little rat-a-tat-tat with the stack track CZ there for good measure. The operator's ringing true here. I don't know. I know T-sided is always interesting and a difficult decision on whether or not you want an operator, because if you're taking an op, you're taking away an AK and your angles may be a little shorter and you're having to peek into angles a lot more. But they are not finding success against this op, as Mississippi State said, well, if one's good, two must be better, and Frosted pulls out one of his own.
It looks like definitely Frosted's looking to find it looks like Mississippi State is pushing out from behind on stairs, pushing into apartments from behind, and that took Ole Miss completely by surprise. We see Drainage get another pick on apartments.
Absolutely, and not only did they get behind them, but they got behind the entire team. The wall bang from Veltic, that's a classic
Oh
spot.
my God!
What are you doing, TWP? This isn't allowed, sir. The wall bang, no scope to clean it up and give 8 rounds to Mississippi State.
At this point, Mississippi State's just playing with complete confidence, and honestly, they're making it happen with these silly plays, and I mean, this is amazing. This is on stream, and Drain Gang is just taking the spotlight and running with it.
That's insane. I mean, TMD, I've seen some odd players. This is incredible stuff here, but Ole Miss just doesn't have an answer for it. I mean, they didn't expect to get pushed from behind, and all of them being together like that definitely didn't help. As we see, they're going against definitely an eco buy at most. We see the one SMG and Lenny S making the challenge there. Not too sure what LMD was doing. Maybe he got team flashed actually, but in that last round, you don't expect to get wrapped from behind that early in the round. You get spammed through smoke. There's a grenade tossed in there. You can't see because of the smoke that was thrown, and you didn't have much going for you, as we see TWP and Frosted just continuing to wreak havoc with these ops. But if you're Ole Miss here, obviously you're on a pistol here to save for next, but you haven't made a lot of progress into the map during these rounds. You're not able to go through B main. You're not able to go through A main. So I'm not too sure where you go from here, because you know you're going to be facing an op in mid if that's where you decide to peek.
Especially with how many rounds Ole Miss has saved. Like, at what point, when do they stop saving? When do they actually purchase? Which it looks like we're going to have an op, 2 AKs so far, some utility, and we're going to have some armor bot. So it looks like Ole Miss is definitely going to have the economy coming into this round, but I mean, Mississippi State is they're kind of being unpredictable right now. They are definitely keeping Ole Miss on their toes, and it almost looks like a few of their players, Mississippi State, is getting a little bored, and that's why we saw that.
And we saw Lenny S's first time with the op. He slow peeked it. TWP was actually on the far right side. The second op goes down as well. Frosted not able to make that shot connect, and just like that, it's a 5v3. This is Ole Miss' best chance they've had at taking a round here. It's 9-0, but this is Ole Miss's round to lose.
It's very interesting to see that we have 3 CTs, all with AKs, and we actually only have 1 player with utility. We have all 3 with diffuse kits, but LMD is the only one with actual utility.
As we look, it is going to be a later play towards the A site. Veltic has heard and seen the utility come out. He takes down a headshot. He sees another one cross towards triple, takes him down as well. The last player, or one of the last players, was mid. He gets taken down by LMD. Now, 1v2, the operator versus 2 AKs. The problem is he doesn't have the bomb to plant it. He's not sure if the player's CT. Does see the one mid. Now it's a 1v1. The question is, he doesn't know that he's jungle. He did check CT earlier. Now he's holding jungle, hoping for the best. He does pick up the bomb. I believe Nice Aim is just going to sit here, wait for the sound of the plant that hits right there. He's going to make the push.
Definitely getting closer to this op is the play here. As you can see, definitely took Lenny S by surprise. It's really hard when you have an AK pushing into an op like that. When they get close, it's scary unless, you know, you're like Drain and you like to perform with your op, getting the no-scopes through the smokes
It's
and such.
just a finesse. I'm sure he spends
Yes.
hours and hours in the aim lab perfecting his no-scope wall banks, as we all, do. Oh, no. LMD
Oh, my.
dropping. He doesn't even go for the operator. He said it's time for the auto sniper. It's 10 rounds to nothing. We're just going to go ahead and put it to bed. But Lenny S does still have another operator, or an op, on hand. And we'll see what he can do with it. Frosted has decided to go against the op and instead go back to the M4. TWP has his op as well. Looks like Ole Miss. They have a decent position here. They made their way onto a site. They know there's one triple, hoping that nade gets him out a little bit. We have a little chip damage. Frosted swings out, takes down one, takes down a second. Can't connect with the third, but TWP can. That make it a second, and then, of course, the auto sniper to BM the last player of the round. That's 11-0, Mississippi State.
This is definitely where we see Mississippi State shine when they're actually just kind of using each other, bounce off each other, and getting those kills on Ole Miss. Ole Miss definitely, where they shine is using pretty much their creativeness to get these save rounds off. I mean, even though they didn't save necessarily last round, they didn't have a lot of utility, and they didn't all have head armor, and they still try to make the best of it. That's what we see with Ole Miss. They're definitely trying to make the best of what's going on right now.
Absolutely, and we do see the B rush coming through, running through multiple mollies. It was all pistols by way, and it looks like Ole Miss is just not really having it here, standing in the fire and flames. All 5 go down. One gets down by pistol or a rifle, but the other 4 by molly. 12 rounds to none, and this is a really tough scene here for Ole Miss.
We see Ole Miss definitely does have enough to buy here. We see Lenny S with another operator. He doesn't have any utility, but it's backed up by 4 people having utility, and he has no armor. So he's just strictly going for picks, and he gets picked off by Drain mid.
I believe he peaked just a split second too soon, and TWP with a second, the fadeaway as he moves into connector. But yeah, I think Lenny S, he peaked just a split second before that flash popped, and he wasn't hidden. And TWP, I mean, you're just walking into his crosshair. That I wouldn't advise it personally, but that is exactly what can happen, as it's now a 5v3 in this round 13.
This is definitely where Ole Miss they have to play smart. They have to play together, and kind of that's what they've been struggling this match. Mississippi State, they're in really good positions. They're holding down these sites, and we see that Ole Miss is kind of playing with the fact of trying to push apartments, but they don't know where any of Mississippi State is, and Mississippi State definitely has a numbers advantage here.
We do see Checkmate. He's wanting to make sure no one's hidden behind Van, but will he check close right? No, he did not. And nice aim. Well, nice aim to you, good sir. Takes down 2. Doesn't expect the third to be that far back. He threw the pop flash a little far. Does get taken down by Vest. But in this 1v4, it's going to be hard here. We see LMD. Surely he's not thinking what I think he's thinking. But the molly does come out. We do see a bit of cat and mouse game here. TWP with that operator. Veltic comes through. Does get the knife. I believe Vest was reloading and didn't have a chance to turn to try to gun him down. It's 13-0, and that BM just kind of solidifies the mindset of what's going on in this match.
If I was Ole Miss here, I would really just be looking for answers of how to regain confidence, not for this match, but going into the second map. Really what they need to be focusing on is how are we going to stop the momentum that Mississippi State here is creating?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a tough scene to watch. And again, like we talked about off the rip, this is a group of rookies that have come together to try to form a CS team for Ole Miss. And at the end of the day, your best laid efforts are put to rest by an auto rifle walking up mid. He's looking for more. He knows there's got to be more. They're probably playing together. He does get taken down by Checkmate, however. But as I was saying, Ole Miss has a new group of players together trying to make this team and make a CS name for Ole Miss again. The nade from TWP, Kobe'd from top mid. Vess is the last man left. He can pick up the bomb, but with a minute left in a 1v4, it'll be interesting to see what he tries to do here. Doesn't check behind him even though he was walking. Veltic had creeped around, and that's 14-0 as we head into the last round of the half.
Honestly, coming into the last round, we know Ole Miss, their confidence is shot at this point. Mississippi State, they're taking advantage. It seems like they're everywhere on this map at all times. And really, I would like to say I like personally T-side on Mirage when I'm playing. And for Mississippi State to be capitalizing so much on counter-terrorists, it's crazy.
And we see last round of the half, Mississippi State trying to have a little bit of fun here. We've got 5 ops on, Frosted with the opener with his. He's used it before, so we know what to expect there. That's 1 AK down, and Vest is going to have to wait till the second half to play again. We do see 2 SGs for Ole Miss, so they do have that as Frosted rings through with a second and a third. Frosted misses just barely with a 4th. Not going to get that one. Does get taken down, but Veltic's Deagle is the one that will cement the first half here. We're not done, though, because it is first 1 to 16 rounds. There is a second half to be played, and we'll have to see what Ole Miss can do on the CT side.
Personally, as I said before, I really like T-side on this map, and we see that Mississippi State's going into this round kind of trolling. They all have dualies, and they're all buying 1 grenade and 1 flash each, and we see there's 1 armor buy and a little bit of utility on Ole Miss.
We've seen this in a couple of the majors before with the crab walk down mid. They do have the pop flash if they so choose, but the dually turtles coming out. I mean, if 1 gun is 2 guns have to be better, right? That has to be what we're thinking. I think the HEs are just in case they get in a tight spot or they know someone's holding a corner, but the crab walk to be, and we will see what happens here.
I definitely think Mississippi State at this point, just because they have such a good lead here, they're just honestly trolling the stream at this point.
They're having fun. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what video games are about, right? Just having a good time and hanging out. We see 1 HE pop there, already down to 7 HP, but Vess is able to get 1 before going down. LMD with a headshot of his own. The dualies are apparently headshot machines. TWP gets another one. It's 2v3. The dualies may be what ends it here for Ole Miss.
Ole Miss is definitely trying to recollect themselves by working together by pushing the site, but it looks like Crab Walk is just too strong.
LMD takes down the 1 in window, and it's all down to Lenny S and his USP. He is full flashed there. Both players have been tagged up, so a headshot will do it. However, he doesn't have a kit. He's got to get on this bomb pretty soon. He doesn't check his right, and he goes down. Frosted with the finale. That's 1 map down in this best of 3 for Mississippi State.
How often do you see a 16-0 CSGO competitive match live on stream?
I can count on 1 hand. I can actually count on 1 finger because I believe that was the first one I've seen.
We definitely saw a lot of troll plays here by Mississippi State, but they took advantage with this map. They definitely shined early on. We had a few 4Ks, and I'm surprised we didn't see any aces there for how greedy some of our players were getting. Ole Miss definitely, their main objective going into this next map, they're going to have to regain that confidence, come out stronger, and make sure they're working together, really.
Absolutely, and if you're Ole Miss, you just kind of have to flush that last game. And even if you're not necessarily trying to battle for victories here, you're playing for pride. You're playing for your university, and at least make it respectable, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this is still winnable. This game, if Mississippi State does win CSGO, then they end up winning the Egg Bowl unofficially. Like, yes, we still have Smash, but it is first of 4 titles, and this will get them to that mark. And we have just been told that our next map in this best of 3 is going to be Ancient.
Personally, I'm not a fan of Ancient. I haven't played it in a while, and it looks like from this map layout, it kind of looks like a straight-up 3-lane map. It looks like A site has 2 entries from T side, and B side also has kind of 2 entries, more of a side entry and a front entry.
Yeah, I've played this a little bit in casual. I can't say that I've ever played competitive Ancient here. But it's a very interesting map dynamic where Mirage is very linear in the fact that it's you go A, you go mid, you go B. This has a lot of different routes that one can take. There are a couple different routes to get to the mid lane. There are multiple different routes to get to site. And even once you've picked a lane, there are different avenues to take inside of those lanes. Creates a bunch of angles you can watch and a bunch of potential corners we could see people try to make plays from if they are not checked correctly. But as we're getting ready and trying to get all of these players into the lobby here, let's just kind of go back and recap what got us to this point. Again, we started out with Overwatch, very convincing win from the side of Mississippi State, taking that 2-0 in, I believe it was Busan and Kings Row. And then after that, we had League of Legends.
League of Legends was very close, and a lot of people, if they play League, they know that one play can completely change the entire game, and Ole Miss capitalized that one pick. They had 2 players from Mississippi State in the jungle. Mississippi State, they got picked off. Ole Miss came, ran with it, and they took our Nexus.
Absolutely. And after League of Legends, we decided to take it to Madden, and a last-second field goal was able to cement the victory for Mississippi State. 2 missed PATs costed Ole Miss the game there. And if that's not something that I feel like we would see in the actual Egg Bowl, like I feel like I've probably seen that before.
Next up, we had Rocket League, and Rocket League definitely is a fan favorite. I will say it's one of the easier games to follow with at home, besides football, of course. And we had a lot of back and forth going with Rocket League. It was very close to the end, and Ole Miss came out on top. They definitely had a little bit more synergy. It looked like a few of Mississippi State's players kind of were tripping over their own feet.
Absolutely. May have been a little bit of communication stuff there, but at the end of the day, TG won, cementing one last Rocket League victory for Ole Miss. You love to see it. After Rocket League, we took it to Valorant. We took it to the new age CSGO. I know some people are probably going to be upset that I'm saying that, but it's a different take on the genre of game, so it's okay, viewers. Don't be mad at me. But even then, Mississippi State, they took the first map pretty convincingly. It was a lot closer in that second map on Icebox, though.
I will say Ole Miss definitely picked it up for that second match. They kind of were learning how Mississippi State played, but Mississippi State didn't let it go that easy. I will say that with the similarities with Valorant and CSGO, Mississippi State's FPS teams, they definitely get pretty confident, and it's almost like the new age is kind of taking a page out of the old age book.
Oh, absolutely. They were able to win, and just like that, it brought us to CS. You just watched Mississippi State dominantly take that first map, and we're just about ready for this second map here. Let's get into Ancient. And right as the match is starting, it looks like Mississippi State once again going to be starting on this CT side. But before we do, we're actually doing the knife fight. Excuse me, got a little ahead of myself there. Just a little ahead of myself. And it looks like Mississippi State actually going to be knifing themselves here, giving Ole Miss the pick. I actually think what they did here, in the first map, we saw Ole Miss just let themselves go down in the knife fight to give Mississippi State the pick. I think that may have been a little bit of the same thing there. Mississippi State knifes themselves down, and Ole Miss is going to get the pick. And it looks like Ole Miss is going to be starting on the terrorist side.
Last time we saw Ole Miss starting on T side, they had a really slow start. Mississippi State played really aggressive for CT, and normally that's not heard of. CT, you're kind of supposed to just play defensive here, but I'm really excited to see how different they're going to utilize this really intricate map. It's not plain, it's not 2D like you said. It's very different. You don't have to be nearly as creative on this map just because there's so much more dynamic to this map.
Oh, absolutely. And we see a little bit of just holding position from Ole Miss here, but Frosty and nice aim peeking out with the dualies, taking down one and seeing another, but retreating, not trying to take this fight here. Veltic finding one or two more, taking a couple pop shots with the USP. The headshot rings true, but Frosted with two more of his own, and that is the first round for Mississippi State here in map 2.
I definitely think that Nice Aim and Frosted wanted to keep on with the dual Berettas from the previous round on the last map. And it looks like we're going to see some buys here. Drain Gang's going to have full buy. He's going to have full armor, M4, and he's even going to have a hand grenade. We're going to see a few SMGs and a lot of utility, which we see Ole Miss completely saving. They don't have any armor, any utility. They're just going to go into this round completely dry.
Absolutely, and seeing that in a second round where you don't get the bomb planted isn't like you may usually see like 1 or 2 flashes just to try to get on the side or peek a corner, but full saving, not the biggest like surprise here as we see the SMGs do just kind of chew through the players that didn't have the body armor, didn't have the helmets, and that'll do it. That's 2 rounds in. We'll see what now that Ole Miss has a little bit of money, what they decide to do here with it.
Looks like definitely Mississippi State just completely bought very quickly. And Mississippi State, just like Valorant's team, they play very aggressive very quickly. And we see, and it, of course, could be something to do with Ole Miss's rookie team. But they definitely do play slower, and kind of looks like they're having a little hard time. Like they're almost looking over their shoulder at their teammates all the time because they don't trust them nearly as much as Mississippi State's team does.
Absolutely. We do see the presence stacking towards A here, but that Molotov is huge and just stalling out any aggression that these potential attackers could make. The flash as well into the SMG spray. He was tucked into that corner and peeked out, goes down. Beltic takes down 3, while TWP adds an assist with a flashbang. LMD with that FAMAS takes down the last member. That's 3 rounds to none, and just like that, Ole Miss is in another weird spot with their money.
We're definitely seeing the same beginning that we had from the first map, and it looks like Mississippi State, they have 4 AKs, 1 M4, and I will say a few of our Mississippi State players, they shined when they had an AK, and they held them for a long time on CT side. And we have 1 flashbang on Ole Miss's push, but they're all grouped together, and we see LMD just pushing into their back line and just getting a few picks. We see Frosted get 2 more picks.
Yeah, they know that Ole Miss's economy is going to be broken here in this 4th round since they full ball last. They took the AKs from them, assuming they were going up against pistols or maybe like light SMGs without armor. They were able to make the plays. They pushed down mid. They had 3 players there. You saw the early Molly and Flash go towards the right side so that they had the left side free to peek, and then they won their gunfights. They didn't get like dinked from the Glocks or anything like that, and they were able to take that 4th round. Now we're going into the 5th. We actually are seeing the early operator from Lenny. This will be interesting to see if this could be an equalizer for Ole Miss.
I will say definitely last map, Ole Miss, they definitely had better advantage when Lenny S was on an op. They got on site more. It looks like Veltic's going to get a few picks here, and now it's down to a 5v2, and nice aim is just on Lenny S, and Drain Gang gets the pick.
Yeah, he was in a bit of a weird spot there. He had peeked out mid trying to find a pick from the top. No one was there. He saw that his teammates were dying over towards A, but he was too far away to be a presence there for his teammates. He decides to try and go take that split towards B, but before he can make it up through those boxes, the CT from Mississippi State was already there and had seen him.
We see Ole Miss is actually going to have enough economy to scrounge up some buys here. They all have some sort of armor, they have some utility, and they have 4 assault rifles. So this is definitely good going into this round for them.
Yeah, pop flashing in through the smoke here, ringing true with the AK, spraying through, making sure they're not going to get sprayed back. The only thing is TWP has an operator. Nice aim, does go down though. LMD finding one of his own before being taken down himself. The man advantage is still with Ole Miss. This is still winnable for them.
Ole Miss definitely has the advantage here, and they're going to get that trade. Frosted gets a pick, and Catch just picks him right back up. We see TWP just getting 2 picks easily. 3 picks, he gets a 3K here, and Ole Miss is just, they're in shambles right now.
That was Ole Miss's round to lose. We knew that in the back that we had TWP with that op, and he was just waiting on finding that sight line of the players. He takes down the first, and then the remaining 2 players, instead of swinging together, I think that at that point they had already used their utility, but instead of swinging together, they decided to grab bomb and just try to hold that peak. And TWP has already proven that he is too skilled with that op to try to take that 1v1 dry peek against him.
We see LMD here. He comes in the round with an auto. He has a 3K already, just completely wiping out Ole Miss.
Beltic making sure he doesn't get the ace, but just in turn, LMD he can't find the headshot until Veltic goes down, so that may be a bit of a tit for tat there. You steal the ace, you're going to lose your life. But the economy is more than healthy for Mississippi State as they're just kind of working through these rounds. It is now 7-0 for Mississippi State.
Coming into this 7-0, Ole Miss. We were hoping to see that they had some regain of confidence here, but it looks like it's not happening. They're just not making the connections that Mississippi State is, and Mississippi State now, they have the momentum. They're continuing the momentum, and they're just getting these picks. They're playing aggressive, but they're making use of that aggression.
Oh, absolutely. And we see Frosted there. He takes that duel and gets that opener against Lenny S. But all of the other Ole Miss players are still here. We see the close range op from Nice Aim takes down 2, and that's huge. LMD still with that auto sniper takes down 1. TWP rings true with that last kill on the operator. That's 8-0. And Mississippi State, at this point, they're just having their way with the entire map. If they feel like rushing, they rush. If they feel like sitting, they sit. But no matter what, they're winning these gunfights as they happen.
Personally, would you like to say that Ancient is more of a T or CT-sided map? Do you know?
I personally would like to think that it is a T-sided map because of the different angles that you can take. That creates more angles that the CTs have to watch. But Mississippi State would definitely prove me different here, and I haven't watched enough professional CS to make that call. You see the P250 from TWP. He doesn't even need the operator. Dancing with the Devil in the pale moonlight, dances away from that last attacker as Velta gets another knife kill in this tournament. That is 9-0 for Mississippi State.
I definitely feel like Mississippi State knows that these maps are kind of more T-sided, and they're playing more aggressive than Ole Miss is on T-side, and Mississippi State is just kind of almost like rule breaking of these maps. It's just they're creating such a difference and such a wave that they're keeping this momentum, and it looks like LMD is going to push into the smoke, and he picks up an op, but all of Ole Miss's team is there, and Checkmate gets the pick up on LMD.
That was a very wishful attempt there. Even after being sprayed through by multiple other people, decides to stick with the op instead of potentially trying to go back to the T90. Maybe hoping for some style points there, but Vest is able to take down Veltic, and just like that, we're even back up at 3-3. And although the three players for Ole Miss have been tagged up, this is still pretty winnable. They are making that rotation around towards B. I'm not sure if that one Mississippi State player is able to hear them as they are walking now. Not sure if you heard him going through spawn. Sleepy does miss that first shot. Smoke does pop, but Checkmate just a split second too soon peeks his head and does go down. It's a 3v2. The one thing about this site, though, it is very tight. So these two operators, yes, they can hold an angle, and that was more than enough needed for those angles to be held. I was going to say, with these tight corners on this site, they should be able to plant this if they can get to the site. But that late in the round, they had already burned through their utility and didn't have any smokes or flashes left to get them onto site for that plant.
I was definitely on the same page with you. I was a little nervous at Mississippi State having 2 ops and 1 AK, and then Ole Miss having 3 AKs on such a tight site. If they get that rush in close, or if they get that proper use of that utility, because it looks like they're just a little bit too quick for their utility to pop off correctly. If they're able to utilize that more on time, they're able to get that site.
Absolutely. We do see a bit of arrogance from Weber here. He gets the first kill, knows that the second is still there. They're trading blows back and forth through the boxes, but Sleepy Andy with the AK able to get around behind and now running with the knife for the opper, who decides to stick with the op instead of go through the pistol, does take him down. But after all the bodies have hit the floor, it is a 3v3 here. Ole Miss, they have 2 AKs and an operator. The M4 and the auto rifle, along with the op from Mississippi State, may not be enough, as we see the auto sniper does go down. This is a winnable situation. Yes, the health is low for Ole Miss. I don't think Checkmate quite saw the player. Did not see TWP at all. The smoke does ring true, but TWP, he's flashed out and does have to back up. This is still winnable. TWP, as I say that, makes me a liar, takes down Trimma through the smoke. Veltic with the headshot onto Vest. That is 11 rounds for Mississippi State, and at this point, they're just having their way.
I feel like Mississippi State could just they're hearing us right off like we're a bug in their ear. They're definitely proving us wrong when we're saying Ole Miss definitely has a chance taking these sides, but as soon as we say something about it, Mississippi State's like, no, I got this, and they just completely take out Ole Miss.
Looks like LMD has had his fill of the auto sniper. He's now going with what I believe is the Negev. It is relatively inexpensive, but he did still have to fully invest into it. So we'll have to see if that makes an appearance here. AKs across the board, except for one. For Ole Miss, they do get the opener against LMD, so that LMG was not enough for him. The Zeus coming through, taking down Lenny S. And that's a bit of a mood killer, if nothing else. We do see Frosted playing on the other side of the smoke and takes down one as Sleepy Andy has his follow-up. And at that point in time, that's just aim training. That's just who has the quicker reflexes and can recognize. We do see Bess, bit of a spray there, probably got spooked, wasn't expecting Sleepy Andy there, turns away. He's actually surrounded, gets one, knows there's another behind him, but spraying to keep him off his heels. It's a 1v2 here. I'm not going to say the thing that I have said, but it may be a possibility.
He's at half health. He has decent armor, and we see Veltic. He's pretty scarce on health. We see that it's all ARs in play here. There's no operators, so it's purely just going to be who has the better spray. And it looks like Veltic gets that pick on Bess, and now we're going into this 13th round, 12-0.
Yeah, and what hurt Vest there is that he only had half health, but he didn't have the bomb. So at the end of the day, he had to watch two angles where he could be pinched from, but at the end of the day, he was going to have to make a play to get to the bomb. And one of the two remaining Mississippi State players was just sitting on it. He was just like, okay, we're not gonna toss. So he's like, I'll play the objective if no one else will, and I'll be the guy. But just like that, another broken economy situation for Ole Miss, and they're just walking right into an LMG. Definitely not what you want to see here as they walk into the meat grinder, and two already go down. There's a third that's trapped on the left side. But the LMG was going to have to be reloaded. However, Sleepy Andy was there as well as Veltic to clean that up. That's 13 rounds down. And at this point, they may just be trying to GG go next.
If I was Ole Miss here, I would really just be looking to find one way to at least get one round, because let's face it, getting beat 16-0 twice in a row on stream during the Egg Bowl, that's embarrassing.
You really do hate to see it, but 13-0 here. The buys coming back through for Ole Miss rather. Couple of AKs. We do see an op in the hands of Lenny S again. We'll have to see if he can find that opener he's been looking for. Frosted now going with the P90. Weber actually with the opener. That's actually really big. They get that connector kill. There's no presence for Mississippi State mid, but Frosted in that P90 is able to even the score. That operator is now down for Ole Miss. Weber, however, chases Frosty down. He does get the delayed trade, and it's 4v3. The man advantage is now Ole Miss.
Ole Miss is definitely taking their time here. They're trying to regroup and make sure that they can take these sites efficiently. They don't want to lose. They don't want to lose any players here because they really need the numbers advantage on Mississippi State. Because as we can tell, like as we've seen, LMD, Drain, and Veltic, they've all gotten multiple kills just back to back. They're able to spray transfer pretty efficiently, and we see LMD gets a pick here, and Dragon Gang also gets another pick, so now it's a 3v2 Mississippi State play.
Yeah, it was a tough situation to be in. They were able to make it to the A site and get the bomb down, but like we said earlier, there's so many angles to watch. Whatever corner you decide to hold and peek from, there's just more places to look from. We saw the one kill from mid, and then it was one after the other. TWP with a kill of his own, LMD with a kill of his own, and it just fell down. If on the bright side, that's the first bomb plant we have seen for Ole Miss, so this may be the last round of the half here, but they may be able to take one and potentially build some momentum going into the second half.
They have full armor. Everybody has AKs, and everybody has utility, so they're ready going in this round. They see some mid action going on. Mississippi State gets 2 picks, but Weber gets 1 pick back on Mississippi State. And it's kind of getting even here. It's a 3v3. Now it's a 2v2, and we see Mississippi State is very healthy here while Ole Miss is lacking some health here.
And in that that altercation we just saw there with Lenny S and his teammates, they got the first kill onto the Mississippi State player, so they knew there was one more, and there was 3 of them that were there to make that play, and they just held their ground. They didn't push or anything, and I get not wanting to feed kills, but when it's a 1v3 and you have one of the 3, just throw a pop flash in and just make the call to go. And now we see it is a 2v2. The Ole Miss players are tagged down extremely low. The headshot there on the Weber, and then the AUG is able to clean up Lenny S. That's another 15-0 half as Mississippi State is looking to go to the terrorist side.
That last push that Ole Miss had, they went in one by one, and especially when you're lacking health, you need to push the site together. And now if they pushed at the same time, that might have been a different story. They might have gotten that pick on that first Mississippi State player and been able to get to the site. But with them going in one by one, it's not going to work.
Absolutely, and right again, we're seeing Mississippi State not really doing their, delayed turtle here, going back with their HEs, flashes, and dualies. Going to be walking, looks like they're going to be marching mid as we're actually seeing a stack out of Frosted and LMD here. Just taking a little ride, didn't want to get his legs too tired as they're squatting all the way through this map. But the pop flash there, nothing. They see one peeking out. The player mid doesn't come to help his teammate, however, does get one kill. Peeks out from bottom mid. LMD takes him down. Frosted with a headshot of his own. And just like that, it's a 4v3. Lenny S only has 1 HP, but does take down Veltic before being able to retreat out.
It looks like it seems to be pretty even here. Now it's a 3v2, and now it's a 1v3, but we see that Lenny S still only has 1 health. Vess he's dead, and they're both dead, and Sleepy Andy definitely gets both picks off.
That was a tough situation to be in if you're Ole Miss, but again, like we said, it's a new team, it's a new roster. They may still be trying to work out some kinks, work on their stuff together. They are worried about moving into the spring and their potential leads there. But at the end of the day, Mississippi State, very dominant performance. They were very confident before the match even started. They told us beforehand that they were ready to play hard as they needed to win, and they did just that. 2 16-0s is as much of a domination as you can call it in CSGO. And with that, Mississippi State has secured their 4th title, and that will be the trophy going to Mississippi State. However, we are not done yet. We still have Super Smash Brothers on the docket, and Ole Miss has a chance for a little bit of pride and a redemption arc to try to win their 3rd title. So stick around. After the break, we've got Super Smash.
Welcome back to the Esports Egg Bowl. I'm Colo,
And I am Canoe.
and it's all come down to this. We've gone through 6 other games: Overwatch, Rocket League, League of Legends, Madden. We've gone through Valorant and CSGO, and now it's all come down to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We've got 5 of the best players from Mississippi State University ready to take on 5 of the best from Ole Miss.
So basically the way this is going to work is it is a crew battle format. So we are each going to pick one person from our team. They're going to fight head to head. If you win with 1 stock left, you start your next game with that 1 stock.
Yep.
Last team with stocks left is the winner. So get right into it.
Oh yeah, we've got our teams ready to go. So we're gonna go ahead and make it right into the arena.
Alrighty, so coming in first from Ole Miss, we have 3 Chains, who is the Piranha Plant player. And coming in from your good old MSU is Miso, who is an Ike player who just started playing the game roughly, about 6-7 months?
About 6-7 months ago this summer, Miso actually showed up at a random Starkville tournament. Started playing on Joy-Cons, actually wiped out some of our greatest players, including you, I think, Canoe. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he wiped you with Joy-Cons. So Miso is pretty brand new, about an Ike player. Lucina, we
Yeah.
Macy is Ike. Macy's Lucina. He tends to throw him in there pretty randomly.
Yeah,
Hope we do see
and,
his Ike, though. His Ike's pretty cold.
He's kind of molded by the Wi-Fi, so this should be a
Molded
good
by the
chance.
Wi-Fi. You
Yeah,
calling him a Wi-Fi warrior?
he started in COVID. He has no option. This
He
is
really
his
does have no
domain,
option.
so I think game 1 we're looking at a Miso win.
Okay. Going to be interesting to see what we have. They are currently banning stages behind the scenes. What are you saying, Canoe?
I'm waiting so we can get it started.
Yeah, let's get started. So what stage do you think? A Piranha Plant versus an Ike. What do you think we see first stage?
Probably something a little bigger.
Little
So I'm
bigger.
guessing either PS2 or Town would probably be a good starter. I don't
PS2
think
or
either
Town.
of them like FD. Stage is terrible. And they also don't want to die at 20%, so the other 2 stages are kind of terrible too.
I think all stages are terrible.
Yeah, this is just not a great game, is it?
Not a great game.
Good game to end on, not a good game to play.
Oh, all right. So it looks like they are selecting the stage. They do have their bands all ready. And just in a few seconds, we'll be ready to get this underway. 3 Chains from Ole Miss. Miso, the newcomer from Mississippi State University. A lot of support in the chat for Miso. You gonna remind him to get it started?
Yeah. What do you think? Think they can stop us?
You got a lot of options here.
We play for keeps, guys.
We do play for keeps. All right. Looks like they've selected. Gonna bring it into the ring now.
Maybe.
So on the Ole Miss Esports team, we also have Kuvillion, we have Typhoon, we have Sean. Let's see, we have Laren,
We
a
do
big
have
snake
Laren.
player, nationally renowned. And from Mississippi State, we do have Mr. Man, El Jefe, Connor the Sandman Sanders. Looks like we're ready to start, so here we go. 3 Chains, obviously, from Ole Miss Esports, going to be playing Piranha Plant here. Ike, the newcomer, Miso, see what stage we got.
I will say Piranha Plant, 3 Chains, he probably is in like the top 3 or 4 at Ole Miss.
Top 3 or 4 at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
He is their captain.
He is their captain.
All right,
But
so-
both teams obviously missing their aces.
Oh yes. You are such a big loss for the team.
I'm talking about Maze, buddy.
Okay. Looks like we have
Ike stuff.
Ike stuff
A
going
lot
on.
of Ike stuff going
A lot
on.
of Ike stuff. Side B.
Man, Patui is just so
He
demoralizing.
keeps throwing those out. This is Smash Brothers.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Punish it on Wi-Fi?
Yep, side
Never.
smash. Shield.
Almost
Great
broke.
option. Down tilt.
Oh my
Oh, the
goodness.
shield break already.
Alrighty, he is dead here.
So that's dead for me. So
Ooh,
that's
never mind.
the DI saves him. That's nice. The side B brings him back in.
Probably should have started that out with a side B, get a little extra damage on before that F smash would have taken the stock.
Down tilt.
Dash
There
attack.
we go.
Okay.
So 3 Chains unable to take that first stock, but Miso is definitely going to take it from 3 Chains right there.
So getting back to stage, always the hard part for Ike.
Always the hard part, but Miso's making a great job recovering from pretty much everything 3 Chains throws at him.
3 Chains really just needing to close out this stock here.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
if he gets one more taken,
Oh, wow, that was close. The DI saves him. He's going to recover. But that could have been game changing for 3 Chains. But unfortunately, he's still yet to take that first stock. And there he
we
takes
go.
it. There he
Okay.
takes that first stock.
The meaty up smash.
But that's a pretty big percent lead. Oh,
That
and the
kill.
counter is going to kill. Wow. So we've already got a 1 stock lead for Miso right here in the first match of this crew battle, 5v5 MSU versus Ole Miss.
3 Chains just really needs to start slowing this down, taking
Oh,
it
yeah.
at his pace, because you cannot bring the pain to these
So
Wi-Fi
if you're 3
players.
Chains right now, what are you thinking? What's the best course of option to get out of this with as big of an advantage for your team as you can, even if you're not going to win the match?
Probably just do a lot of camping with your side B, a lot of camping with your up Bs, and just kind of turtle under those platforms and just make it as hard as possible to approach.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's see, we have some recovery here. Shield, get a down throw.
Got some little footsies.
Little footsie. Down air. Oh, he went for that spike. You saw that? And the side.
Dead? Oh my goodness. Okay, Miso.
So Miso will start the next match of this crew battle with 2 stocks. Great performance from Miso. Like we said, he's a relatively new Smash player and just took out 3 Chains, Ole Miss Esports captain. Let's see, we're going to have to get into the next match here. So who do you think comes in next? Who do you think they send in to take out 3 Chains? Do you send in Laren early, or do you send on...
I think you send in Kuvilion here, because he is just a
according
big
to
camper.
According to chat, he is Kovion.
Kovion?
Kovion is his
Okay.
name.
Well, he plays very patient. He's not afraid to just make the game go slow, and I think that's just what you need right now.
Definitely an understandable point of view for that. Okay, looks like we're going to get the bands going for the next match. I personally, I don't think I sent in Laren yet, but I do think I sent in Typhoon here.
Yeah, Rob Ike does not seem very fun.
Nope, but I definitely think that is something you could do. Of course, you have Kovion playing Inkling, and Sean playing Wolf. So definitely a very...
But Snake also is just a terrible character to play against.
Snake is a terrible character.
I
Why did
don't
they
know.
put that character in the game, Canoe? Why do you think
They did once, and then they took it out for good reason, and like, you know what? We'll bring it back.
Yeah,
We want this in the game again.
we really do like Snake.
I mean, it's not like we have, more than like 5 snakes in the state.
Who do you think we see next from... Oh, wait. No, that's a dumb question. It's going to be Miso.
Is it?
It's going to be Miso.
Oh, crazy.
Oh, that's how crew battles work.
We are going to have to wait about 5 seconds for Miso to throw himself off the side of the stage, though.
Ku. Man's Kuvion.
Cool.
Kuvion. We are being
Kuvion.
corrected here on some of the terminology. Kuvion.
Kuvion.
Kuvion. Kuvillion. All right, we have the battle about to start. We do see Sean come out with the Wolf against Miso. Let's see.
So, what are you expecting here? You expecting a lot of laser camping? You expecting just Wolf to run in?
I'm expecting Sean to stay away from Miso as much as he can. Okay, yeah, he has to start with those 2 stocks. Remember, guys, that is a rule of the crew battle. He ended the last game with 2 stocks, and we'll have to start this one with 2 stocks as well. That is a bonus to Ole Miss Esports, but still Miso is in there.
Really, really good weight after that down throw for Wolf, but just couldn't convert to anything. And then we see Miso here just getting his nair strings, getting his up airs, and just kind of tacking on that damage.
Oh yeah, it's definitely what Miso's looking to do here is put as much damage as he can while Sean looks to recover.
Up air.
Oh, nope.
Good air
up
dodge.
air doesn't go through. Great air dodge by Sean here. The up B,
I thought he was dead there.
thought he was dead too.
I died there.
You'd die there? I think
Yeah.
we all would. Up against the formidable Miso of MSU Esports, of course. Sean playing for Ole Miss Esports. Back off ledge again. The counter, a little bit too early.
Really just hoping for some more unique follow-ups off of these down throws, because I think everybody is expecting down throw dash attack for the 4 millionth time.
Yeah. And he's
that
going to take that
back air.
first stock off of Sean. Miso still with 2 stocks.
And like we said earlier, just kind of tacking on
Up B
10,
whiff, gonna get
15%
punished.
every
Sean
time.
unable to follow through with it though.
There, down there.
Sean hits combo starters, but he doesn't ever
He
actually
doesn't
string
convert
anything
off
into
his
it.
combos, yeah.
He fails to get those conversions quite consistently, and that's led to him being down 1 stock 75.
So what are the chances we see the infamous Miso 15 stock today?
The Miso 15 stock. You think it's going to happen? You think Miso could?
I'd love to see it happen.
And he takes the next stock off of Sean. Again, Miso with 2 stocks, 85%. Sean with 5% 1 stock.
If he can hold on to the second stock here, he can very well take another 2 or 3.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I feel like if Ole Miss
Miso makes the
doesn't
recovery, gonna up B,
Ooh,
back to ledge.
Okay. See, I feel like if Ole Miss
Up
loses
air.
this one, it's kind of Laren time or nothing.
Laren time, you think Laren after this?
Yeah.
Well, Sean's not
If
out
they
yet.
don't take this
Sean's
stock.
not out yet. Sean could very well take this stock. Miso at 167, looking in danger. Sean looking to do everything he can to get this kill off. At least take 1 stock off of Miso, if not win the whole match.
Okay. Forward air. Okay. Can he convert off of this?
Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Gonna take
okay.
that stock finally. Great position. This is not unwinnable, but not a favorable position for Sean at all going into this.
I mean, it is Wolf. He just needs one good combo string to get it
One
going.
good combo string, but as we've seen from Sean, those combo starters don't always lead to conversions.
And man, that sword that's a big sword.
That is a big sword. There's
anyone
a
in
large
chat who
sword there. A lot of
hasn't-
frame data there.
Yeah. Anyone in chat who hasn't looked at frame data, the sword is
any devs in
approximately
chat?
very big.
Very big, approximately.
See? As
And
we
that's
see
going to
there.
kill. So Miso will continue to play. 2 players down from Ole Miss Esports. The 3rd player to come in to face Miso with 1 stock in this next battle.
So, do you think it's going to be Laren 2? Who are you expecting to come in?
I think at this point, they're down 2 already.
Mm-hmm.
They could send in, Typhoon or Kovion. I don't think they do, though. I think they send in Laren here with the Snake to take rid of Miso's last stock. And from there, it's a bit of a process for MSU Esports to decide who goes next. But they do still have 4 players left.
Yeah. So we are currently sitting at a total of Ole Miss 9 stocks to MSU's 13.
13 stocks. That's a 4-stock lead. Pretty good lead.
Yeah.
Great lead to have here with Miso. Obviously the youngest and newest player on the team in terms of Smash experience. He used to be a League of Legends player. Did you know that?
Yeah, for
for
Mississippi
MSU
State.
Esports. Yes, he's actually played League of Legends for MSU Esports.
For any yearly Egg Bowl watchers, he was the trash-talking skinny dude from the first one.
He was bragging about that earlier.
He was.
He was bragging.
He was in
about that
Discord. He's
earlier.
like, man, I talked so much crap my freshman year. I'm like, yeah, buddy.
Looks like we're almost ready to get this next one underway. Miso coming back in against the next opponent from Ole Miss Esports. In just seconds, we'll know who that is when they begin this battle.
But yeah, if we do end up seeing Laren here, we're kind of in that song and dance of, okay, you put your ace out, we'll put our ace out, and then it's just kind of like, okay, who wins? The rest of the stocks are kind of just going to disappear after these next 2-3 people.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying. All right, so looks like we do have
Typhoon
coming out against, once again, Miso. 1 stock here, though. Will Typhoon be able to take this 1 stock? I
believe
predict
so.
him taking the first stock.
On FD, I think he's got a
On FD,
pretty good
yeah.
chance. See Miso ready to attack
Miso was
there?
so ready to
He's
attack
such a
there.
little cheater.
Look at Miso. He's a cheater. He's
Cheating
a
in
cheater.
the Egg Bowl.
He wanted to cheating in the Egg Bowl.
That's how he
Formidable.
won the first one.
Formidable. Oh yeah, he's a cheater.
Alrighty, so getting right into it, we're going to see a lot of laser, a lot of gyro, a lot of nair.
Looks like we're already starting
Yep.
to see that come out. Miso, do you think he has matchup experience with Rob? Can you name any Robs other than Case and Pate, the tactician here at MSU, who he's faced?
No.
Exactly. So maybe not a whole lot of matchup experience going against Rob, but doesn't seem to be hindering. 56 so far.
And
Oh,
Rob
gonna
does
whip that.
have the one downside of he is very big.
And
he just
wow!
dies.
First
Oh my
stock
goodness.
already gone. Typhoon down 1 stock against Miso.
Miso with the 7 stocks taken today. Amazing performance.
What a guy. This is an outstanding rookie performance by Miso so far. Will someone be able to put a stop? Will it be Typhoon? Oh? Unable to follow through with that. Could be the Wi-Fi.
Ooh, good raw back air there. Very tight timing online.
Very tight timing online. Online, you have even less frames than normal to hit some of these combos, which is definitely a testament to the skill of our players, both from Ole Miss and MSU Esports, who have been hitting great combos so far in this competition.
You know it's a good game when every character just has something that you can't do anything about.
Yeah. So
kinda
we're
gotta
already
sit there.
down to the last stock by Typhoon. Miso yet to die. Could be looking at it here though. 124, 131 now. Goes for the laser off the ledge. Gonna do the side B, recover onto ledge, up air. Great work by Miso so far,
side
staying
B,
alive.
got
That's
him.
gonna kill.
DI?
No, it's
Great
not
DI.
gonna kill. DI. Miso is just staying in there. He wants to take this last stock from Typhoon so bad. He does not want this performance of the Egg Bowl to end. He is fighting to stay in the Egg Bowl. It's gonna kill.
It's gonna kill him.
Miso stays alive. That is now 9 stocks taken by Miso. An outstanding rookie performance again by the
my
newcomer.
goodness.
Will we ever see another MSU esports player in this competition?
I hope not.
Wow, what a performance!
I know.
I keep saying that, but this is truly just awe-inspiring by Miso.
I'm telling you, Wi-Fi is his game.
Wi-Fi is his game. He is a masher. He is a masher.
You don't go into league and challenge him. You don't go in Wi-Fi and challenge him.
You don't. He's a Wi-Fi warrior.
He is.
He will kill you. He will kill you. All right, who do you think we come in? Laren yet? You think we see Laren?
I think it's Laren time.
It's either Inkling or Snake we have next up against the 1 stock Miso. 1 stock not of the turn as we've seen.
Yeah. So after Miso, I do think we're on the side of probably El Jefe or Connor Sanders coming in.
I do think we see Jeff. I don't know, to my knowledge, if Jeff has Jeff played in the Egg Bowl before?
Yes, he has. It was
okay.
2019.
This is both the senior year of Jeff and Connor, so maybe the last time ever to play in an Egg Bowl. Will they get to play?
I don't know. Maybe Chris is just going to throw this one for some content.
Huh. Well, Miso definitely looking to take on Kuvion. We cannot get that right to say.
We cannot.
We can't. We're just bad.
We're just destined to say it wrong every time.
Kuvion. Ataraxia? I get his tag all the time. Ole Miss alumni.
So, for those of you watching close, Chris trying to cheat once again
Cheating.
at the start of the game.
Really wants to get started. Has to remember he has to start with 1 stock. Not ideal, but it is the rules of this crew battle. Gonna do the down throw up air. A staple of the Miso.
The repertoire.
The repertoire. Let's see what we've got going on.
So I wonder
Looking
why.
to interact with each other, but nobody can land anything. Looks like we do have. Oh, there we go. Up air.
I'm really wondering why FD again.
Why FD again? Maybe they just like it.
Maybe they
The
do.
up beater recovery ledge. Up air.
Going for another down tilt here. Oh, just another nair.
This is it's a little bit slower than the games we've seen previously. 30% on Miso. 109
Oh.
on Kuvion.
That up smash was very scary.
Yep. Almost killed. The DI saves him. Kuvion gonna recover. Pulls on.
Ooh, barely misjudging that.
There we
the up
go.
tilt
Gonna
kills.
take that stock. That's the 10th stock taken by Miso so far in this Egg Bowl.
Hey, 42%. That's enough to take the stock right here.
Oh.
Give Ole Miss a shot.
Unable to follow through with it though.
Okay, waiting on the tech. That was good. Back up.
Yep. Looking to take this kill with the bomb. The bomb's not going to land anywhere near him. Let's see.
You know, that must just be an Ole Miss thing.
Must be an Ole Miss
badly
thing?
placed
I wouldn't
bombs.
say that. I wouldn't say that at all. Not until we've seen Laren.
He doesn't even place them. He just like throws them wherever he wants.
Oh yeah. Side B gonna recover mid stage. The down air.
Up
Up
air.
air.
Oh,
Gonna
it
take
kills.
that 11 stock in the Egg Bowl.
11.
11 stocks. Miso just can't be stopped. Someone call the police because this man is on a killing spree. Oh, this could be it. No, he missed it. Wow. Absolute heartbreaker for Kuvion as he looks to kill Miso.
this
Unable to
could
take
be
that
the
last
stock right
stock.
here.
This
Oh,
could be
it is.
Miso.
Oh, good
Miso,
DI.
the
We're back,
DI,
we're back, we're
the
back.
DI. Is he gonna
get it?
He's looking for anything.
Back
One
throw?
hit.
Back
the
throw
back
kills?
throw almost.
Ooh,
Oh,
back
kills
throw
with the bad DI.
Good stuff
Great
to
stuff
Miso.
from Miso. Wow. What a performance. What a performance. That's 11 stocks total of the 15 allotted to Ole Miss Esports by the rookie Miso.
Yeah.
League of Legends, never heard of him. Miso is here to stay in Smash Bros. You can't have him back. We really are seeing some groundbreaking numbers from him. This is just, this is what you planned for your freshman year, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I'd like some of your top players to be there. I'd like to work for my
Exactly.
first place money. Those of you in the chat.
And Chris did in fact work for his
Chris
11
did.
stocks.
So we are going to see finally a new MSU esports player come in. Who do you think we see? Do we see Yosfu? Do we see Connor? Do we see Jeff? Or do we see Mr. Man?
I think we see Jeff here.
Think we see Jeff? I do think we see the Jeff Game & Watch come out here against the one stock Kuvion Inkling. Could be anybody though as we wait for them to join the arena. Gonna be just a second for you guys. So let's talk about what we've seen so far. All right, let's run through the list of people that Miso has taken out.
So we started with 3 chains.
Started
Lost
with 3
one
chains.
stock there.
Yep, 1 stock. All right, and then next,
Oh yeah, you don't even remember, buddy.
I don't
Nice one.
remember. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was Sean.
It was
Sean
Sean.
was second.
Sean's Wolf.
Did he take one stock? I think so.
I don't think so.
And then it was Typhoon.
Typhoon, and then we had Kuvion with
Yeah.
the Inkling, who is still in it. Still in it with one stock, just like we saw Miso this past game.
So we see the Diddy Kong MSU Esports pop up. So this is either going to be Connor Sanders or Jeff.
This narrows it down to Connor Sanders or El Jefe. Could be seeing some yellow Yoshi or some dark blue Game & Watch
Yeah.
coming in to face the one stock. Oh, we've got something. Looks like
we
the
got
stage
some
selected.
stage picking.
Got the stage selected.
But yeah, I mean, it's senior season. It's time for them to show out. They don't have too much time left in this one. Thanks, Chris. But yeah, right into it.
Oh,
We
we're
do
seeing
have
Jeff.
El Jefe.
We're seeing El Jefe. Nice. El Jefe, an underdog in most situations. Probably not this one. Kuvion, a more inexperienced player compared to the likes of El Jefe, who has been ranked in the Smash Dogs PR. All right. Starting off with
One
one
go.
stock with Kuvion. Got to get that out of the way.
See, Ole Miss not trying to cheat. They're just going to take it like a man and go home.
And we're off. El Jefe. Some prime Game & Watch content
Nair,
coming out
Nair.
here. He's cooking. Oh. Goes for the up air. Gonna miss it. Oh, the 8 hammer coming out.
He wanted it.
He's going for the cheese. He wants to hit that 9 hammer. Do you think we see it come out in this game?
I think it's possible. He does have a 1 in 8 chance now.
1 in 8 chance now. Oh,
A smash?
unfortunate. Gonna
Not quite
oh,
enough to kill.
Flex the bomb. 80% on El Jefe, 66%, one stock on Kuvion. Oh,
A smash.
could this be it?
Up smash,
That's
okay.
it. A stock taken off of El Jefe already by Kuvion, the Inkling player for Ole Miss Esports.
So we're back to neutral. Kuvion just going to try and weave in and out of all these projectiles
Great
and
neutral
disjointed
gameplay.
hitboxes.
Kuvion is pretty strong in neutral, I will say. We did see that last game against Miso.
Up air. Up air. I feel like with Kuvion, it's more like he's not afraid to sit there.
Oh yeah.
That a lot of people in this game are too afraid to just sit there. They're like, I have to press a button all the time, and
Buttons
that
are
just gets
being
you
pressed
killed.
right now, I will say that. Especially
They
with El
are.
Jefe behind the controller. That guy's a masher.
In case no one has ever seen him in person, he actually uses his whole face on his controller. He presses so many buttons.
It's actually the technique that he uses.
Yes, jump on platform F smash, my favorite combo.
Yup. He's cooking. Chef
Oh.
Jefe. Some prime Jefe,
F
and
tilt.
it's going to kill. Jefe will continue against Laren.
He did in fact get sat down in
He
that
did
chair.
get sat down. He did sit him down in that chair. Going to only lose one stock in that battle against Kuvion. MSU Esports versus Ole Miss Esports. Ole Miss Esports is down to just 3 stocks, 1 player. Mississippi State University Esports, rather, still has, let's see, 11 stocks and 4 players. Can Laren clutch it up?
I don't know.
Can Laren clutch it up? Laren, for those of you who don't know, has an impressive track record. Is actually top 10 in the state, ranked above Connor Sanders and
And
of
he
course,
plays
El
Snake.
Jefe. And he plays Snake. So he's carried.
Exactly,
He's
pretty
carried.
much.
All right, let's see what we've got going on here.
They
What stage do you think? Game & Watch and Snake. What do you think we see for the stage?
I know that if he didn't ban small stages, he is probably going to take him straight to Smashville and just try and kill him at 20. But besides that, small battlefield is probably good.
we
PS2
go.
is probably good.
Laren and El Jefe. Laren fighting for the pride of Ole Miss Esports here in this last game of the 2021 Esports Egg Bowl.
Will they keep it close?
Okay, and Jefe starting with 2 stocks, of course, as we saw last game.
So we're going to see the taunt and we're going to get going.
Oh, staring off at each other. Here we go. Ready to go.
Dropping that C4 immediately. Oh, he wanted it bad.
He did want it. He wanted to hit that.
I cannot believe that that actually touched him.
Oh, the up air? Oh. Prime Game & Watch content coming out here with the string of up airs. That's my favorite thing to do as a Game & Watch, is just to throw those up airs out and watch people get hit by them.
Ah, man. Man, there's so much.
Oh,
my God.
Wow. Gonna take the first stock of El Jefe right
What
here.
a
40
steal.
seconds into the game.
So we are going to have to be on the lookout for that a lot. He will pull bomb, retreat to ledge, and then either neutral get up or roll. So that bomb explodes on his way in to try and punish those ledge guards. So Jeff really just kind of needs to keep a close eye on when he's pulling these grenades off stage.
Oh, yeah.
And when he can and cannot punish
There's a
these
lot to
moves.
watch here with Snake. There's a lot of projectiles, a lot of placements
Down
you
tilt.
really got to watch for.
Oh.
The shield comes out. Great work by LJFA staying alive here with that last stock. 110%. That's going to be
okay.
it. The DI takes it. So we will see Laren against the next member of MSU Esports. Laren retaining all 3 stocks.
All 3
All
stocks.
hope is not lost for Ole Miss Esports. Can the comeback be? Can it be realized?
I-
Can we see it happen?
It's possible, but I don't think Laren can lose more than about 1 stock in these next 2 matches.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely. I mean, let's think about what he has ahead of him. He has Connor Sanders, Mr. Man, and the
Yosefu.
number one ranked player in the state, Yosefu,
Yeah,
is
and
waiting for him.
Yosefu, I believe, was also Wi-Fi Area 51, so they normally take right outside the top 50. So
Yosefu
Yosefu is like
is-
51 in the world on Wi-Fi.
Yosefu is top 51 in the world on Wi-Fi, and this is a Wi-Fi competition
It is.
this year. So, on the other side of El Jefe is a whole different demon that I don't know if Laren is ready to take on. 3 stocks, 1 player, Ole Miss Esports.
We are
Right here,
definitely
down
starting
the
out
line.
with Connor Sanders. if I
Connor
had to
Sanders,
guess.
I would pretty much assume
Yeah.
this is, I believe, his console. So we are going to see Connor Sanders come out with a yellow Yoshi, presumably, against Laren Snake.
Connor and Laren has been a matchup that we have seen before. Normally stays pretty close every time they play. So we'll just have to keep a close eye
Snake
and watch.
and Yoshi, what do you think? I think we see maybe Smashville?
I think neither of us have fun
Down in City?
commentating this.
Ah, yes, this is definitely a sleeper. 3 stocks versus 3 stocks here. We do see Connor Sanders come out against Laren. MSU Esports versus Ole Miss Esports. Connor Sanders being the president of Smash Dogs at MSU. Laren being Laren.
One thing to note going into this is Mississippi State is a Wi-Fi like tournament school.
Oh yes, actually won the EGF circuit last year
Yeah.
in Wi-Fi, and are
National
currently
champions.
ranked number 4 in EGF. Looking to win another national title here. So we're gonna see 37%, 48%. Trading a lot of damage right here as Connor Sanders goes off ledge, recovers on mid stage, gets hit back off.
I will say this double jump armor might come in handy and save him a couple of times, but
Might save him a few times.
sometimes you just kind of can't do anything about Snake.
Oh yeah.
And that's a little bit what we saw in those first couple of neutral
So
interactions.
so go into your thoughts on the Yoshi Snake matchup. What is this like for these 2 players?
Painful.
Painful. All right. Any context on why it's painful?
I feel like for Snake, it's a very different game. You're
Yeah.
playing Snake Bros and not Smash Bros, so
It really does change the whole concept of the game once you have all those tools at your disposal. Just like we see from Laren, he's utilizing all of them.
up
Gonna
tilt.
up
Okay,
tilt
up tilt
kill.
kills.
Up tilt kill on Connor Sanders.
He's the down tilt attorney, isn't he?
He is the down tilt attorney. That is his tag.
He could be the up tilt attorney after that one.
Up tilt attorney, for those of you who are unaware of Laren, he is a law student at Ole Miss University. Ole Miss University. University of Mississippi. And he likes to up tilt. So he's the up tilt attorney.
All right, so can Connor get a single punish?
Connor
out of these
looking to
neutral
take this
beats?
stock, but he's not hitting a lot of the stuff.
He does have to realize too.
185%. Laren refuses to die.
Snake with rage.
Snake with rage.
We could be in trouble
He
here.
is in that rage. He's definitely at rage percent with 192. Gonna get a little bit more damage off of all of his attacks. The grenade. Gonna
He's gonna full grenade again.
Yep.
No.
recover. Ledge. Hit the shield. Let's see what we got going on. Oh,
Ooh,
Connor
there.
Sanders taking that stock, setting up a great position for MSU Esports, potentially for himself.
We haven't seen too much of Yoshi Nair this game.
Oh yeah. You think Connor's gonna bust it out a whole lot more, or do you think he continues to keep
I
it in his
mean,
pocket?
that's a frame 4 move on
Frame
Wi-Fi.
4. Wow.
That is a very fast move.
Down air. Great.
Miz is up tilt, and now he's back in disadvantage.
Let's see what we got going on here. They're playing Smash Bros.
They are.
They are indeed playing Smash Bros. Neither one of them want to interact. This is high stakes for both schools, both players.
Is it high stakes?
I'd say it's pretty high stakes.
It's more of a bragging rights thing at this
After
point.
that last CSGO match, which we saw, do you really want to go on after that and not perform high?
I mean, Yeah, you're right.
Exactly. So high stakes. Gonna take that second stock from Laren, Connor
the little
Sanders.
crawl, too.
It could be over here soon, folks. 103, 2 stocks, Connor Sanders, MSU Esports, up against the 13%, 22% 1 stock, Laren of Ole Miss Esports. Laren on the last stock that Ole Miss Esports had.
Connor is. Oh, he just died there from that C4.
Connor dies. It's pretty even.
Yeah.
39% may seem like a lot, but it is pretty even here, folks.
Snake is a heavy character.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See what we got going on here. Connor looking to just rack as much damage as he can, looking to hit everything. Laren says no.
So
Nothing
I
else,
think you
just
were
no.
probably going to be looking at more like down tilts, more. Ooh, almost dead there. Just more of these. Oh, Connor Sanders.
And that takes it. That is going to seal the deal. MSU Esports is going to take it against Ole Miss Esports in Smash. We saw a great performance from Miso, 11 stocks. El Jefe taking none, and Connor Sanders taking 3 stocks.
So the final tally, we have MSU
No,
Esports at
Jeff took 1
7
stock.
stocks.
Jeff took 1 stock. Okay.
MSU Esports at 7 stocks and Ole Miss at 0. So that brings the total count up for the games today to what? 5-2?
5-2. That is the Egg Bowl.
5-2.
We're going to pass it off to Bailey, our caster, Dancing Buffalo, to close this thing off.
Well, thanks, guys. And what a highlight reel that was. Mississippi State not only dominant in CSGO and dominant in Valorant, but also coming out. Wow, what a performance from their Smash team as well. And this is what it's all been for right here. The Egg Bowl trophy is going to be staying with Mississippi State as they win it overall score of 5-2. Now, I wanted to present this to the club president for Mississippi State, but I was explicitly told that he did not want to be on camera. I'll let you guys in chat decide whether or not he gets to be on camera. But before we get out of here, I do just want to, again, I want to thank you to all of the players that participated today. I want to thank both universities for all of their support and all of you guys that hung out throughout the day watching. It was an awesome event. I hope y'all had a lot of fun. We all had a lot of fun from all of the production staff here. We also want to say thank you, and I'm pretty sure they want you in here, Austin. You're gonna have to come take it. All right, so here we go. Austin, Big Facts, president of Mississippi State. Congratulations, man.
I'm gonna set this down, but I want to thank everybody in the stream room. Everybody in chat can't see everything that's behind the camera. There's probably 20, 30 people in this room that made this possible, and I want to thank everybody. So I'm gonna send it off. Hell State, just better. See y'all later.
Walking on them. One moment to escape. Walking on them. Never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. When we dance You're gonna break my heart. You're gonna tear it apart. No matter what you do, I'll still be there for you.
They call it new love, well that's the tagline anyway. It's fast and thick and strong and the rest around. She's got a crazy streak, I think it was made for me. But when I try to speak, I get cut down. Well, she says I'm just not ready for these problems that I cause. And I'd be better off if I was left ignored. But what can I say? I'm falling endlessly for you, for you, for you. Well, she says I'm just not ready for these problems that I cause. And I'd be better off if I was left. Bye.